year, every day is a struggle, crucifixion, suffering, long suffering is what you said. Thankful for that. Thankful for being pressed, beating the flesh, the self. So one day at a time, right? We're supposed to carry our cross daily. So crucifixion, suffering, he suffered because he stood. We sent Christ. Thank you, Father, for sending Christ. And he stood up against perverted law. So it's the first time I've ever seen them use their camera system. Remember I said that camera system they've never used before ever. I've never seen anybody. So they set a hearing for next month. It's like I thought it would happen. They just set it for the 25th. So the attorney asked, John asked for, something longer, which is good because it shows he wants to look into the case. But then he said he could adhere to their timeline. If he wants, he'll just ask for an extension or something like that. So I thought they'd front run me. I mean, they had my case up as soon as I came in. They're up on the screen. So figured it wouldn't take long, and it didn't. They just set it for a hearing for the 25th. So, whatever. I mean, something's happened, but, because it's a paid attorney this time. So we'll see. We'll see what John, he just got the discovery. He asked for a little bit longer time to look at it. They set it for the 25th for a hearing. And he said he needed more time. And then the judge just sat there and paused like an idiot, like he is. So, because he didn't know anything about the case. He's just a demon. He's a very evil man. You can just tell by even Kevin was there today. He had kind of a whole different demeanor about him, but it's okay. I'm not worried about Father has created all these things. So I just have to push through this, keep, it's just like, what's going on with my son? What's going on with my daughter? That's all I care about. I don't care about, I'm totally stoked to be back here with puppies. Look at that puppy. He's happy to see the dad. Yes, he's happy to see the dad. So it's always good to not have to, worry that the puppies are not going to have to, they don't do very well when I'm not around. So they're good kids. So, but anyways, they put me up second on, they ran another case, and then they set it for a court date. So we'll see. John is he's an expensive attorney, so you get what you pay for in this day and age. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I know that, I'm actually at the point where, I've already mentioned everything about the case. You can go research it because it's all been live streamed. Most of the stuff I've live streamed up into Discovery, but I should probably keep my mouth shut now, let John do, now that I actually have an attorney that's this, like, after 15 months now, something's going to be done with the case. So that's a definite violation of fair and speedy trial under my Sixth Amendment. And so due process, right of due process, but I'll be filing the civil lawsuit. So it'll all get taken care of. I didn't want to do any of that, but it just looks like that's the way it's going to have to be. I'm not going to get to do what I want in this case. So I'm going to have to file the civil lawsuits anyways. Whatever. It'll make the ministry millions, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars. So I'll be able to provide housing, and looking at doing auditing, because that's Christ-like. Auditors are Christ-like. People who go out and stand up to the system is Christ-like. So I might be looking to pay some auditors, pay to put people here at the ministry, actually put people on some kind of payroll, because I'll have enough through the civil lawsuits to put in some kind of, funding for the ministry to pay a payroll. So we won't need to have to worry about having any ties to the ministry, because the ministry will be paid off. The ministry will have the civil lawsuits, which I've tried to avoid for 15 months. So that's on them, not me. Somebody needs to hold these people accountable. So Um, you know what I'm saying? You can be patient, love is kind, it does not boast, it is meek, and it's charitable. So all I can do is share the light, and we all get a different measure. So not all of us get the same. He pours out a just when he returns. So the scales of judgment. So people are gonna escape. What if they get away with something in this lifetime? It's not going to escape judgments. None of us will. All of us pass. Whatever your faith or belief is, it's not. You're not escape. I don't care how thousands of years old you might be, or how long you think this rock that we've walked this rock, but there's only one shofar final trump that sounds. So you're going to get away with it now, but you're not going to get away with it later. He pours that just. He will straighten everybody who is wronged. He will right that. He will. Anybody who is hurt, he will heal. That's the word sozo. So you have to endure to the end to be saved. So I'm glad that I know that. Not one of these religious idiots that doesn't fall into this nonsense. So Christ, he stood up to perverted law. And so that's what I love sharing, being that I'm a prior law enforcement and veteran, whatever. And so it's something that's given me more knowledge to be able to stand against it. So I'm held to a different measure. We all have a unique treasure, if you will, that we've been given, the skill set on this rock that he made each one of us. So are you using it? Probably not. Most people, I don't think they do. I don't think they ever find what their unique set apart is, what I call it. Not better, that's pride. Remember, to raise or rise or shine above another. So that's corporatism. You know, keep up with the Joneses, got to be better than, that's pride. So Father used to have a favorite, his heavens, but now heavens, are his bride. But only if you're going by Father and you love him. Otherwise, you're ruled by mammon, and you're ruled by gods in the sky and ugly old white dudes that got billions of dollars, whether it's Gates or Soros or Thump or whatever. I don't care what billionaire or Billary. How about that? They're all part of Okra. There's another one. There's another Nephilim. Nephilim's a bully, like a philanthropist, if you will. So somebody goes around poking and pushing their own authority on other people, trying to. So no worries. I'm not trying to turn a goat. Oh yeah, definitely. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. So got to do more homework. So we got to get Justin out of here. He said Jews come from Africa, so I'll rebuke Justin Weedman. He's an idiot. So they've been here enough times. Come in here and try to say that Jews are from Africa. So can't turn a goat into a sheep. So he'd been here for a minute, but he always says something makes no sense, like America, the corporation that doesn't make one penny. Copper top, batteries, like the Energizer Bunny, just keeps going and going and going. So the deception. So don't be deceived. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah. That was Israel, not Africa. So that's froward is the Hebrew word to twist, change, warp, or pervert. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I call them out. Remember, they say they're from the tribe of Judah, but they're from the tribe of Ham. Remember, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Noah's 3 sons. So you can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's okay. He was from the house of David. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah, from the house of David. Remember, David was born of Bethlehem. Christ was of Bethlehem. So 5G is not there to control your mind. 5G is 60 gigahertz, Caesar. Give unto Caesar what is unto... I think that's what that says. Well, where's your A? But anyway, it still says, I think, the same thing. So it's 60 gigahertz. I'm a military veteran, so don't make up. That's the word froward. You're being a bully, Nephilim. It's I can't breathe. It's about oxygen depletion, saturation, and hemoglobin with white blood cells. So, oh my goodness, that's a horrible name. You might as well be the commander in mass murder in chief, Donald Trump. Remember? Or you can be Vladimir, or you can be Zelensky. Which Vladimir would you like to be? Mass murder in chief, which one did you vote for? The red one or the blue one? Oh, red or blue. Doesn't matter. Remember what Ice-T said? Suckers die for your life when my... Anyway, we won't talk about that. Slugs or bird shot, but anyways, I don't speak bird. Cheap, 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 please don't cheap. Please don't cheap, come and see me. You know what, any B.O.B., Bob? Probably not. Go listen to some Bob, B.O.B. Bob. Neither, all right, good. UK, well, it's might as well Scotland. So, Scotland, UK, German. It's all war. It's World War, but nobody knows war. They don't know what war. They didn't call World War One until, well, they called it the Great War until World War II, and now we're in World War, and the people are thinking wars are started with bombs falling. People are idiots. I'm a veteran, so I don't mean to go there or use my, experience skill set, but they start with tariffs, just like World War II. Japan, remember, choke them out, and then they, tariffs, embargo, sanction, and then Pearl Harbor, right? And then Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So they'll do it again. They're doing it right now. This is the only channel that's covering the 1945 923 ritual that's being played on the world. It has to be all flesh. So UK, Scotland, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Ukraine, Syria. Are you serious? No, like the dog star. No, all flesh under this covenant. So it's everybody, lottie-dottie, not someplace in the desert. Just like Israel's don't come from Africa. What the hell is all about? So it's all part of the same, under this covenant, it's all flesh. So it's not someplace in the desert. It's a spiritual Israel. Remember, it was just a family. Israel was Jacob. Remember, Jacob, who later he loved Jacob, right? And he hated Esau. Esau stole his brother's inheritance, Jesus Christ or Nimrod, Mithra, the one birthed in the middle of the winter. Whatever their religion, Catholic, Christian, Mormon, Baptist, Presbyterian, whatever. They're lollipops. They do their little sucker religion, whatever. They love their candy Jesus, their candy rituals, celebrate, celebration, celebrate. We're not supposed to celebrate anything under this covenant, so. And where do people get the people like, he said all flesh, not just some place in the middle of the desert formed in 1948 by some Masons after a 1939 triple conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, the lion from the, remember, Melchizedek in scripture, Saturn, Chronos, the time marker, time. People think time is a clock, like a hand pointed at a number. That's not what time is. Time is an illusion. Like death, you've been lied to. How could you die if you're eternal? I mean, death to self, die daily to flesh. Remember, it's spiritual, not flesh. He fulfilled the flesh. Why do you think he hung on a tree? I live in a world where people think it's 2025 and Christ, that's a pagan term, hung from a cross or carried a cross. What a bunch of idiots. It's okay. I can't hold him against the wall. Get him up against the wall. You ever see that movie, The Wall? Remember, he was going to build this greatest wall ever, and still you got the greatest warp speed jab. Now they get a 48-hour jab. So only Jews are real. Tell me what a Jew is there, John. Let me ask you, there's two Johns, right? Like Baptist, the one they sent to the island of Patmos. Do you know your ass? Are you an unwilling to learn, like stubborn like a mule, or can you be taught? So John, tell me something. Which, not Baptist, the one who went to island of Patmos, the one who wrote the book of Revelation to reveal, to lift the cover, to remove the lies. So are you going to tell some lies? Aletheia is the word truth. So tell me what a Jew is. John. That sounds quite like the English name. That doesn't sound very Greek, does it? Well, Hebrew. He was an Hebrew Israelite. The lion from the tribe of Judah. Remember Melchizedek, Jupiter. Remember that triple conjunction? And Aries, the ram. David declared him the lamb. Father is the ram. He said before Abraham was I am. Jewish. Well, what is a Jew, though? I didn't ask you if you were Jewish. I asked you to explain. Not cop-splain. What are you, some kind of cop sucker? He said, don't sup with swine. You work for the government, pig? You a pig? Person in government? People in government? Like the 40% of the populace in the corporation? America? Dum. So if you're not Jewish, I didn't ask you that question. Why don't you just answer the question that I asked you? What is a Jew? What is a Jew? Hello, I said it twice. Like you declare two witnesses, like you had to have two witnesses and be hung from a tree. You had to nail your wife to a tree. I mean, not your wife, a contract, a bill of marriage. Do you know what you're talking about at all, John? Don't speak of the word unless you know what you're talking about in here, please, or I'll reject you. Muslims, no, that's Catholics. Because the Quran was written by Catholics, you idiot. I think is that Ali Akbar? Or is that Kamala Akbar? Red or blue, you get purple, people eaters. They're all related to the queen. So let's see. This John said Jew. Let's see. So 6 months. Well, waiting for us. Oh my goodness, Robbie, it's already happening. They're all island boys. Jews are the first religious people. Well, I rebuke religion, and there's no such thing as religion. You're an idiot. It was the law. So that shows I knew you were an idiot, and I know that you are a Nephilim and a bully and a liar. What is the word demon? John, you're the word demon. Demonion, or a distributor of fortunes or lies, or idolater is one who distributes fortunes or lies to self. But in this case, you're a demon and you're an idolater and you're a Nephilim. Your word Nephilim means bully. So stop bullying people with your own bull, like bull, bell, ball, crap, like dung. You're talking, out the side of your neck. So religion, it was called Genesis, Exodus. Let's do this by the number. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. There were 613 laws, statutes. Are you a corpse? Some kind of dead man walking around, or maybe just stuck on dumb, think there's such thing as free will? Hate to break it to you, John. I asked about the two Johns. And it's okay that you didn't get it right. Maybe you're just an idiot. If you're an idiot, I'll help you. That's what I'm told to do. Show people to the narrow hados. So, that's disgusting. Brother, you can go drain the swamp somewhere else. You must be one of these Trump supporters. You're going to drain the swamp, remember? Flushing Meadows. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, so you might want to leave out of here. I think you're a little over your, or maybe a little under. I don't want to over or cops playing you, or under. So I already explained. Muslims are Christians without a sun god. Catholicism, that's who wrote the Quran. Catholics, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about history, so don't speak up in here. I'm going to shut you out. So I was speaking to John. Anyway, we all bow down to Jews. No, you're an idiot, John. Don't bow to Jews. John, you're going to have to go somewhere. You're an idiot. You might bow to Jews. Bow to the Messiah. Why am I dying? Hell. Hell is the word no knowledge. Hell's not below your feet. Earth's not below your feet. There's no such thing as a planet. Heaven's not above your head. It's not 2025. So if you're one of those and any of those you think it's true, you got to go get out of here. I'm going to have my moderator moderate you. Well, Christoph, but what is a Jew? I'm trying to understand. You guys you're not understanding what a Jew is. Remember, Jew, Jacob, who later became Israel. This is what you think is a Jew. You're just an idiot. An idiot means you don't know, and I'm trying to help and give you a little bit of a lesson. He said calling a man teacher, that's the word prophet. So there's no such thing as prophecy. No prophets walking this rock today, not one. So you can just cancel the whole Mormon church, a bunch of morons. Catholics, Christians, Protestants, Presbyterians, Baptists, if you're religious, please leave now. You can exit to this door here, stage right or stage left. This ain't no act. This is a little world stage you play with. There was no religion, like I was saying again. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, 613 statutes, commandments, was known as the Torah. Not your own Targum there, you little idiot. Little target practice. It says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. That was his heavens, his favorite, not gods in the sky. Heavens are the ruling class. Earth is the ruled. Earth's not below your feet. So if you're one of these people who've been spun, like you're spinning around on a block on a third rock ball dimension, corkscrewing, warp speed, I don't know what speed you're at. Whoa, I'm at 1,040 miles an hour and spinning on a block. I think it's third dimension. I think about two L's, like at 290 degrees. Oh, wait. Like this cobra, this block. You're on a block spinning around, right? In third dimension. Sorry, it's geometry to me. When I think of geometry, I have more to think of a shape of a block than a ball. So, okay, you're on a block or a ball. Whatever ball you're spinning on or block or whatever camp you're in, you can go stick your pan in somewhere else's pie or your Peter Pan God or whatever your flute that you blow. Yeah, take your little dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. That's the serpent and you're an idiot. You done fallen for one of these religions. And I cast all these out of this ministry. Why do you think you landed on? Grace in truth is the mirror that we do here, but faith in truth. Only by faith are we saved, and you have to endure to the end to be saved. So you can't be saved. No such thing as being saved. Once saved, always saved. You can have your name blotted out of that book of life. You know that? It's called idolatry. That's exactly why he divorced his bride. They thought there were gods in the sky. Ask people who walk down the street. Make your own video. YouTube, Hollow Needle channel, ×2. Let the bite in. Get it? 2 fangs? All right. 2 little hollow needles. All right. And ask people on the street, where's God? Where's heaven? Where do dead people go? They don't go to the sky, I'll tell you that much. You're done falling for your spinning on a block, aren't you? Corkscrewing through time, and the constant constellations are still standing there since the time and, well, the beginning, prognosco, to have foreknowledge of, from the foundation of the world. This was all created, remember? The stars, the sun, and the moon. What does it say? He created a planet. Are you one of these abominable snowmen? A Yeti or whatever you want to call them? Maybe you're not albino, you're not white or right or whatever, you're brown or whatever, you're some kind of other color. Father didn't create race. He created a human race. And where's there? You're telling me that Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok and now we got big feet? You can take your big feet and just stamp them on right out of here, okay? Left, right, left. I'm a veteran. I don't follow. No, I follow orders, but he said agape. That's to walk and follow in the commandments of Father. Father didn't create any big feet. A load-bearing wall behind you. Actually, somebody might know what they're talking about. Load. Hey, drop a load. Nobody knows what load-bearing. Do you see any beam over the top of that? In a semi. Well, tractor. She thinks my tractor's sexy. It really turns her on. So, hey, can't help it. If it weren't for trucks, we wouldn't have tailgates, right? So, moving on. So, this is the cabin, man. We got many cabins out here. So, load bearing. That's pretty cool. Somebody actually knows. He probably knows what a square is. Probably knows how to read a tape measure. And actually can probably build something. Most people, they can't even read a tape measure. So I don't know. Everybody, remember, it's Celsius or Fahrenheit. Is it millimeters or is it inches? You tell me. Maybe it's, ounces. Do you measure wealth in dollars and cents or ounces and acres and pounds? Where do you put your treasure? Who's your prize? Who do you love? Earth is the ruled. Who do you ruled by on this rock? Remember, this rock was given unto the adversary, Satan. Satan is the adversary. Yeah, anything in opposition, adding or taking away is the froward is the Hebrew word. Hebrew, remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite. Jacob, who he loved, was a person, remember? And he later called Israel, which became the 12th tribe. Where do people get that this nation in 1948 is some kind of special nation where they drop bombs on other countries? He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So how is this corporation, America, who supporting, remember B-2 bombers in Iran? They didn't bomb anybody. That's insane. Do you support this corporation? They never bombed anybody. They didn't do anything to anybody, and we just bombed the living snot out of them. Remember B-2 bombers? That didn't work out very well, did it? Boy, everybody just shut up. That wasn't as successful as they thought it would be, huh? Did you get a vote on that? We got dying children in the streets of this country. I'm a veteran. We got dying veterans and women and children, and we're going to send some B-2 bombers over in that direction, and that it's like, hey, look over here, don't look over here, like I got the magic trick. What? Did you get a vote on that? How about the $1 billion? I thought he was going to pull us out of, Ukraine in 48 hours, like his warp speed jet for $500 billion. But instead, you got what? Oh, you get the 48-hour jab, the smart jab, like a snapback hat. It fits perfect, like Velcro. And then he said he was going to pull out of there in 48 hours. See, I don't think this guy can pull out. Remember, he said he just forces everything on anybody with his little thingy. They just made that Simpsons thing, so everybody knows about his little thingy. He went to the island, and I've been trying to tell everybody here on this channel for at least a year plus, not like, He's an island boy, and Joe, they trade lightsabers in their ice holes. Island boys. How many times have you heard? And now it's all, here we go. Nights, I'm thinking that, we got a doctor. Hey, is anybody looking for a psychological, mental evaluation? Are you CLEAT certified? Knight, can you tell me? Knight times 2. You know what the most disgusting thing in the state that I live in is? Phil Knight. Like Slave Nation Corporation fighting over tennis shoes and IOUs. Are you some kind of idiot? Means you just don't know what the hell you're talking about? Tell me what hell is. We're going to put you on the spot, like Johnny on the spot, like, not like Appleseed. Come on, speak up. Come on. What is hell? I already said it in here. You could have already been, if you were here for more than a country minute, you would know. You have to speak some kind of definition here, Night. Go take a Z's. Define something, Knight. Just because you can't keep up, maybe like OJ concentrate. The guy with the glove, or the guy went to get his shit back. Maybe the guy went down just at one speed. Slow down, Turbo. Write this down. I'm asking you what hell is. If you can't define it, you got to go. I think you're sleeping. I thought maybe you were going to give some kind of psychological mental evaluation. You were certified, said some kind of PhD. People might want, there's 37 people, 54 in here. Now somebody might get a free psychological mental I've been told gibberish. So define the word or get the hell out of here. If you can't define what the word hell is, you got to go. You're a child is what you are. Bye-bye, child. Go somewhere else where they actually speak definition. They don't. So if you want to come in here, you have to actually speak. You have to know what the hell you're talking about. So give me the definition of hell or leave. I'll make an example out of you. Come in here and interrupt. Oh, we got Dumbo at the Disney parade. Look at this guy. He's like an ass. He's not some elephant, like Dumbo. He's like, what is that? Shrek with the donkey. He's the donkey. You know what a donkey is? It's an ass and a mule. They can't be learned. Stubborn. An unwillingness, like they can't. It's impossible. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. As you see, Night. Thank you, moderators. Just put that one to sleep because it doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Is that the pit? Like hell? Is hell below your feet? Hell's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Neither is earth. Heaven's not above your head. God's not in the sky. If you're one of those, please leave now. You fell under some religion. I rebuke all these religions. Why do you think it's called high desert faith and truth? By faith and faith alone, we are saved, but you have to endure to the end to be saved. So we rebuke all these idiots. If you cannot speak any definition, you're going to have to go. Or you have to be quiet. If you want to learn, write something down. If I'm going too fast for you, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry about a damn thing. I apologize. I went to the dam to get some damn water because the damn man said there wasn't any damn water. So I told the damn man to keep his own damn water. Just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I have some kind of mental disorder. I'm OCD. You know what that means? On Christ daily. You too could be OCD like me, but you're not. I'm on that Jesus juice every single day. And you don't like that. It rubs you the wrong way. Doesn't it? Like jerk off, like pornea. That's idolatry. So you do your own will somewhere else, okay? There's Father's will, and then that's agape, and there's self-will. There's no free will. So you can't come in here and think there's some kind of free will and hang out in here. I don't hang out with people who think there's free will. He said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls in the mud before swine. Take that and stick that in your apple pipe and smoke that. Next thing you know, we're going to insinuate drugs. That's what they want you to do. Oh, something's wrong with him. Lay down and take drugs, just like the government. The biggest drug pushers on this rock. Remember, stand in line. Get your cheat test. Get your free test. Oh, wait. You got to sign here, and you can get the greatest jab ever in warp speed. Remember? 8 months. Less time it took than a woman to come to child, right? Birth, 40 weeks. Revelation 12. Do you know anything of that? Probably not. So go play with your little balls in the sky somewhere else. So, see? We got Tom over here just doing the jizz. He's got man chowder breath. He's goo gobbler. How you like that? Did you get your little happy ending there? Now you can take your little breath somewhere else. Clam chowder? No, man chowder. Oof. Disgusting. I don't do pole worship. You're not going to get me to suck on your lollipop stick. like a lollipop. Take your pole worship somewhere else. Your God, your pole God, Baphomet, Baal in the Grove. That's what you go after. You don't even know what you're doing. You've been programmed like an android. Well, like a virus, and that's not even alive. Oh my God, I'm afraid of a virus. Because there is no such thing as free will. Father created all things, Lion. How could there be such thing as free will if Father created all things? Everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, everything written, everything not written, good. And he said, I do all these things after my own counsel. I do them for my own pleasure. And I, Isaiah 45:7, create evil. So how could there be free will? It's called self-pornea, like jerking your own chain, pulling your own hub. Well, not porn, pornea is called latria. Idolatry, idolatry, if we define in here. Remember, Lion? We define what we're saying by definition, so we don't speak this idiocracy. An idiot is somebody who doesn't know anything. They don't know. They've never heard it or even seen it ever in their life. So people are idiots when it comes to this gospel. So if he said, I create all things, how could there be free will? He knows where the dice are going to land every single time. So you can try to weight him. He knows if you try to stack or cheat, he's inside you. He's not in the sky, so he sees what you're doing. That's the nice thing, is all these people think God's in the sky, and they got to pray to this God in the sky, and he's God in the church, and he's not. He's right there with them. So it's beautiful. They don't have any definition in them. So their definition, they lack. Remember, my people shall perish for lack of bis. That's where they will end up, right? Bis. In hell. Hell's not a place. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's knowledge. Hell's no knowledge. See, that's all. People are idiots. They don't define anything. So that's as easy as I can settle that one with most people, because they're already there. They have no definition. They speak slang and go after translation and transgender gods called Jesus Christ. There's another transgender god with breast. The one birthed on December 25th, and that's Mithra, the sun god. The one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Are you that vain, worthless, or stupid? Well, stupid means maybe you need two black eyes. You didn't listen the first time. That's the difference between getting one and having two black eyes. You didn't listen the first time, did you? No, I'm not talking about violence, but you tell me. Those people don't want to listen. They don't want to learn. They don't want to define. It's called slang. Most people's people is C's, by the way. C's. Who's your felon? Donald? You're Mr. 34 felon. You're Mr. Cheetos, Mr. Taco. Dorito Taco. It's Dorito Taco. Nacho cheese Dorito Taco. You got to do that. You got to add the right, texture, like facial, pancake makeup, like pancake, uranium. Oh, that's Billary. Remember? Uranium 1, Vail, Oregon. Shh. Let's have a standoff at the middle of the desert at the wildlife refuge. Shh. It's all about minerals, remember? Hey, we'll make a deal with you in Ukraine if you give us all your minerals. We'll stop bombing you with NATO. Did you get to pay for that? Yes, you did. You paid for that with your W-2 tax dollar. You're a corporate slave. They made a movie about you there, straw man. They did, you little scarecrow. Are you scared to speak up? You didn't. They adopted your money. They birthed your merchant number. That's your money, whatever you call it. It's a bond. You're just an idiot and you don't know anything that's already been happening since your birth. They already took it from you because you're a child. Don't worry, they got you. If they've adopted you, came down through this birth canal, through that water, the amniotic fluid, like Christ was birthed through the amniotic fluid. He didn't have breast. Father didn't have flesh. So you can take your little sex pistol Jesus somewhere else. Your little Jesus with breast. I want to see your, Decami. It's a stick up with their stick up Jesus. They Baphomet. What is it? What is it we call him? We call him the bestiality manger or mange. Your Jesus has got mange because he had sex with beast, man and woman, and beast. It's a ritual. It was an orgy. Your orgy Jesus. Your orgy Christ. That's what you go after. One birthed on December 25th. That's Mithra. That's Baphomet, Baal the sun god with 3 genders. Are you that foolish? Probably. It's called, masse. That's the eating of human flesh. They did this for how long? The wheel. Oh, you want to spin the wheel? Like, wheel. Fortune. Maybe its Price is Right. And you could come on down. like playing your little silly reindeer games, don't you? Oh, if you get it within too close, you get both showcases. Have your pet spayed or neutered. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You just allow this to happen. They outlawed this. This is called an orgy. Baphomet Jesus. Manger Jesus. Your Jesus has got mange. Cracker Jesus. Crackers and grape juice. Masse is the eating of flesh. That's what they did for a whole week. They ate, right? No, they had sex. They had to pump and dump. They had to marinate. They had to marinate a man in sex. Beast with sex with beast. Remember, sheep? I'm sure they probably, I don't know if they'd figured out Velcro by then, but I know they didn't need to worry about onions or garlic because they pump and dumped him and he was full of, well, semen samples like being in the Navy. So, sheep, goats, whatever, the finest. They laid with the finest men, man on beast, beast on woman, beast on man. This is a bestiality ritual called Christmas. Christmas. Are you that? Masses, they eat in human flesh. They would orgy marinate a man for a whole week and then eat him on December 25th. That Jesus Christ you celebrate in the middle of the winter. Masses, they eat in human flesh. Their king, they picked a peasant, picked straws out of a hat, or like red and blue, like a lottery. Oh, kind of like Rome, huh? Feel a little Romanesque today, isn't it? So, yeah, well, Andrew, you don't understand what you're talking about. So grow up, child. This is what's been celebrated for thousands of years. You thinking that I'm talking about something that's been going on? It went on for how long? You're just a child. So go play your silly little game somewhere else. This is the reality. It was banned. They would throw you in jail and fine you. And you're getting away with speaking up. And I'm a veteran who, defended your right to First Amendment. And you have the right if you're an American. I can't. So don't speak up anymore. Stop spamming the chat. Be quiet. You're not teaching anything. You can't actually put anything of any volume. Add to the chat. You got to go, child. So get out of here. You're not adding. Remember, he said, don't add or take away from my word. He is the word. Remember, before Abraham was, I am. So you're an idiot. So call out. Why wouldn't you be speaking? Do you celebrate this Mass, Christ Mass? Sex Pistol Cracker Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter? So go ahead there, Andrew. Do you celebrate Christmas? Do you support this corporation? Yeah, we're speaking up. You've got my attention there. Concentrate like orange juice. Now answer my question or go. My moderator's a moderator. If you can't keep up, you're too slow. You seem to be quick to the trigger, but I don't know. We a 2-pump chump. Yeah, I've seen you got a couple more pumps in there. You ready to dump? How about this other idiot couldn't define? You got to pass the same test. Define the word hell right now, or you got to go, Andrew. Define the word hell, or you have to go. Francis, be quiet. You're an idiot. What do you pay taxes to the corporation? You're an idiot. Francis says, you got a W-2 tax dollars. How much taxes did you pay to the corporations last year? You better watch out, Francis. You got a name, and ICE is coming and taking people with any kind of name that doesn't sound right to them. Contracted. So, Francis, like Pope Francis, like that Satanist, remember? He passed away. Don't you worry about that. Remember the Borgias, the Pope with Caesar Borgia, the picture of Jesus Christ, white Jesus, Sex Pistol Cracker Jesus. Remember, he warned about idolatry and imagery. So, well, don't chill. I don't care about chill. Chill, be quiet. So define hell or get out of here. You got to go. Don't have to read none of your chat. We just do this for fun. We toy with you. Hook you like the letter J. So, Andrew, tell me what hell is, or moderator, define hell. If they can't define anything, then get them out of here. Yeah, it's because I got hit in the face, you idiot, Ricardo. You better watch it too, De Ricardo. And I'm trying to stand up because I grew up in a predominantly Latino community. I was born in the concrete jungle, but they've been going after people who just have stopping people, harassing people. These people are contract by private prisons, so you better grow up. This Gestapo, these brown shirts of this modern day contracted. You got a name that sounds Hispanic. You better be careful. I love my Hispanic community. They got more familiar. They're more oriented than these many, and I only do one race, the human race. I don't see color, but I know there's different cultures. So you got kind of you better be careful with your name there, because they're taking people. Andrew, you have to define the word hell, or moderators connection. If Andrew can't even make an attempt at defining the word hell, then get him out of here. Moderate him. I've already asked you. If you can't even answer my question, you got to go. Well, there we go. I don't like cartels. I don't like people who commit, heinous acts. But we all do this, brothers and sisters. We're one race, the human race. I don't want to hear that. If you're a racist and you believe in that there's more than the human race, I want you to leave right now. I don't see color and I don't see race. I don't. So you got to speak up, Andrew. You have to define the word hell. I've already asked you like 3 or 4 times. You apparently just don't have any kind of, ability to stop, slow down. He got my attention. I want to have a conversation and ask you a question. You can't even conversate. So I'm just trying to tell you guys, I've been watching this. They're literally taking people off the streets, and it's just Hispanic people. They already removed people from Iran when they did the B-52 bomber. I don't hear about a bunch of Iranian people taken. I did. I actually saw the doctor being taken from Iran that had been here. This is what they say. They say, well, if we go to catch a criminal and there happens to be some people there that don't have papers, we're going to take them too. I don't care if they have papers. If you're one of these bootlickers that thinks that somebody doesn't have a piece of paper, get out of here. That ain't no different than you getting a speeding ticket. Get the hell out of my chat. This is a nation of immigrants. If they're criminals, committed crimes, I understand. Many of these people have been here for decades. Get the fuck out of my chat now. Moderate them, moderators. Anybody who's going to come against an American, you don't even need to have citizenship in this country to have fucking rights under the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist. If you come against this Constitution, you come against race, one race, the human race, you're out of here. There are people. Christ said, be with the people who are less. People who have been, maybe they came how many thousands of miles to try to get a better life. You want to just throw them out of here after they've been here for 10, 20, 30 years? They're breaking down people's businesses. No, they're not. They're holding these people. People have been showing up on shores, handcuffed and shackled, dead. Going out flights, going out into the ocean and coming back, not even going to locations to be dropping off these supposed immigrants. Grow the fuck up, people. I've been telling you, you're next on the list because they don't like you. They don't like you. Maybe it's something that, remember, in America, they put people into work camps. Trump's going to be taking these citizens and be putting them back into the farmers and be paying them prison wages. It's already in the works, brothers, sisters. So it's different. These people have committed some kind of rape, murder, but people who have been here, brothers, sisters, this is bullshit. I don't care about your piece of paper. So if you're one of these bootlickers, get out of here. Moderate the bootlickers. These founding writers of this Constitution would have never, ever. I know we had Ellis Island. We had the ability to vet people. But I'm standing on this. I'm tired of this shit. You're next on the list. I don't want to hear it. I ain't even reading your dumbass comments. I'm a veteran. Once again, you don't even need to have papers or to have rights under the Constitution. When you're under this, between these walls, you have rights. So get the fuck off this chat. You can go wander around this Americant somewhere else. I can't. You can, so get out of here. Yeah, I cuss, so too bad. I don't care. It's the right that have done under the First Amendment. I'm tired of these tyrants. Freedom is fucking dangerous. You've forgotten what freedom is. Freedom is borderline criminal, right on the edge, right on the fucking edge of criminal, isn't it? But you've forgotten what freedom is. Stand on the edge. If your grass is too long, you don't pay your ticket, you get swatted. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's not what the writers of this Constitution ever, and they warned of these banksters that have taken over with their Gestapo, people in government, pigs, not just these clown cops. I've been one. They're operating in commerce. Figure it out. All crimes are crimes of commerce in this America, the corporation. It's not a country. It's not a nation. It's a corporation. And if you support this, then you're not Christ-like because you're standing with this Pharisee type of behavior, feeing and finding. They threw tea in the harbor over 2%, brothers and sisters. Just hearing the words of a veteran, you've forgotten. The Constitution gives us this right to redress grievances. That's all I'm doing is applying my First Amendment. If you don't like it, too bad. You just been lulled to sleep by this stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve. That ain't no freedom. That ain't no freedom. We're supporting a nation that's blowing the living snot out of their neighbors that never did anything to them. Most people in Iran do not chant death to America. That's bullshit. You've been propagandized. It's like a bunch of idiots here in America, a bunch of these MAGA. MAGA's the high priest of the Satan church. How could you be so foolish? The man decorates his house with a 58-story Babylonian tower. Manhattan Tower. Remember, Satan had a Manhattan Tower. A Babylonian tower. His is dressed up with Manhattan Tower. The Babylonian sun god Mithra, Satan, Apollyon. 88, you idiots. You couldn't be more in these people's face, but they voted for him twice, like Time Magazine's Man of the Year, Mr. 1945, and now they're doing the same ritual, and these people think I'm freaking nuts. Well, guess what? They intern American citizens in using Walmart. The Waltons during World War II. Yeah, Waltons. Walmart, a subsidized government corporation in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security. See something, say something. Janet Napolitano. You don't like it, too bad. Just go run through your little iris scan with your Bosch thing so they can check your little thing at the door so they can put you in little slave camp labor. Oh, yeah, sure. They've got your choice, kind of like walk into the building. They already know what you want. They've already got your algo. You know what that is? Oh, you think a computer can learn, right? Computers don't learn. Oh, they got you believing that now, huh? Belief isn't a thought in your head, idiot. You can't believe in God. You can't believe in Bigfoot. And you can't believe in Walmart. Just think of Walmart as Chuck E. Cheese. They just want to sell you a bunch of crap. You're a token. You've been tokenized to play a little skee ball. They got you by your balls, don't they? And that's where people are going to go, right? To little work camps. They already did it. They put 700, Marines on the street in California. That's your little test city in case you haven't figured it out. Get out of here. I don't care about Ozzy. Ozzy's a Satanist and used to dig Ozzy and all that, but this isn't some time to give your oath to some man who's a freaking known freaking Satanist, who's not some reformed Christian. Christians are Satanists, too, by the way. Catholics, Satanists. Mormons, Satanists. Baptists, Satanists. Satan means the adversary. So take your religious little idiot ass out of here. Ask is somebody who can't learn, stubborn like a mule. You play a little Shrek donkey game. The donkey. You're more into being entertained than you are actually listening to the truth. So you just don't like it, then go somewhere else. I don't care. This channel's not here to get you and gain your subscription. It's a shadow ban channel. You're blessed just to Father allow you to be here. Father brought you here. Father created all things. No such thing as free will. Can't be saved. No such thing as luck. Father doesn't love everybody. Most people don't go to hell. Most people are already in hell. Hell's no knowledge. Hell isn't below your feet. Grow up. Define what's coming out of your face. No rage baiting. You're an idiot. You wouldn't know difference. You're a bootlicker is what you are. Conspicuous. You're a bootlicker. I bet you hand that cop your license, don't you? And you just go by this slave. How many jabs did you get? How many jabs did you get? I know you're laughing your ass off. You get your rocks off on other people's pain. You're a sick, twisted generation. I've seen your kind before. You've come in here before. So we'll address you. So, are you on the tap water? How many jabs did you get? How many boosters? Did you get updated? So, thanks for coming in, brothers and sisters. As you can see, I don't play these silly reindeer games, or I don't play religion. So, well, something's wrong with you. Why are you all up in my grill? Your grill. You want to speak up and say something? Rage. You're a bootlicker. I can already tell. I can smell you. You're a pig licker. He said, don't sup with vipers. Don't cash your pearls before swine. I don't eat pork. And I'm not Biden, remember? I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the Biden get it. I don't support neither of these teams, red or blue, Democrat, Republican, donkey or an elephant. Which one are you? Are you an ass? Are you some... Remember Cheech and Chong? She was on the Ajax. You been snorting Ajax or something? What's wrong with you? I don't know how pure you are there, Guns, because we all get genetically modified. We eat all this crap, and I eat it too, so I'm just as guilty as you. You're not growing all your food, and we get sprayed, fluoridated, chloridated, grow up getting stung by the spelling bee, so stop being somebody thinks I'm angry. You're an idiot. Get out of here. Look at Nation. Bruins. You got some stupid football team. Like what is that? UCLA? You going after UCLA? You represent some stupid men in tights chasing a low energy swine skin. Speaking about low energy, once again, is that what your Bruins is? So if you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to stay here. You can just like, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord. That's a pagan term. That means master, split you. He's the divider. Horizo, not scorpizo. Learn the difference. They both separate. He's the separator. What? He didn't say I'm the light. He said I am the horizo. Grow up. Grow up. That means to be 7, be mature. Tell me the 7 things in scripture that you're supposed to be doing, and I might let you hang out here for a minute. But if you can't do that, then go back and read the word. I rebuke all religions. They're vain. So, oh, here we are with somebody telling me to get a job. Do you want to pay taxes? Bill supports the tax corporation. I have a job, you idiot. I'm a pastor. You just clicked on High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. I'm retired, you idiot. Can't you see my age? Get a life. How about that? You want to pay your money to some slave nation corporation and ship it to kill Ukrainian women? Well, that's what you do. You're a fucking murderer is what you are. You paid a W-2 tax dollar. You're a fucking mass murderer is what you are. You don't like it too fucking bad. Get out of here. You paid to kill Ukrainian women and men. Russian too. You're a fucking murderer. You got blood on your hands. Get the fuck out of here, you spawn slave. You fucking corp. You statue. You're dead to me. Like a fucking android. Well, like a virus. It's not even alive. You're afraid of a fucking virus. How ignorant are you? I'm a veteran. You know, wear a mask. You know what happens when you breathe your own carbon monoxide oxide? Get out of here. You offend me. I'm offended by your low energy swine. I'm talking about we're at World War III right the fuck now, and you want to sit there and play little games and come in here and jerk yourself off. At least I'm talking about things that matter. You know, I took an oath to the Constitution that says do not quit your post until property relieved. It's called passion, not anger, you idiots. You're a bunch of bootlickers. This is why this is happening right now. This is why it's happening to you. You just are all easy peasy, other Jeezy. Go take your Sex Pistol Jesus somewhere else. You sit down in your believe Jesus. I rebuke your Jesus. I rebuke your religion. I rebuke your country. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to a constitution, not a flag or a country. To the Constitution, grow up. I'm not sovereign. I'm not above the law. And I'm not reading your comments right now because I'm just enjoying my time here to use my First Amendment, redress my grievances. But you wouldn't even know anything about the Constitution, would you? You're a corporation. And if you have a capital letter name, well, guess what? You're a corp. And you've been merchandised. You have a merchant number, and that's your bond. So you're a mass murderer because you pay to kill Ukrainian women. Israel and Iran. You paid for Israel and Iran. What do you know? Both sides. You funded both sides, just like they did during World War II. They're doing it again with your tax dollar, and that's you. You're a debt slave. So you are a mass murderer, and you did it with your dollars. Just because you don't think you have blood on your hands, it doesn't mean you are guilty by association. And actually, you paid for it. So how the hell did you pay for it? Are you not guilty of the death of those people who died over there? Oh, Mr. Warp Speed says, oh, now we're going to have to pull him out of there sooner than my 50-day deadline. Like, who's this guy to say anything? Like, we just get to police the world? Yeah, that's what we've been doing. For how long? In America, we're the good guy. But outside the walls of America, I hate to break it to you, Americans, we're the bad guy. You're just an idiot because you live within the walls. You probably never even traveled outside the walls. Greatest wall ever, and still you got the greatest jab, huh? Too many jabs. A virus is not a living organism. Grow up. Why would you be afraid of something that's not alive? It's sitting there on a counter dead. You can't catch something that's dead. I mean, seriously, you know anything about actually autoimmunity? I'm a first responder. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, SWAT, certified reconstructionist, Highway Patrol Academy, Oklahoma City, Trooper Strasbaugh, if you need a witness. Where do you think where in the law, you know there's difference between legal and lawful? You know what it means when something is repugnant? Repugnant? Yeah, you're laughing your ass off because you're a freaking corporate debt slave and you think it's funny to kill Ukrainian women and children. This person's laughing their ass off at the death Do you have a job conspicuous? Do you pay a job? Did you have a W-2? Because if you did, then you killed Ukrainian women and children and men with your tax dollars. You might not have known that, but doesn't mean that you're not guilty of that crime. Somebody knows. Somebody's going to have to tell you that. We have how many bases? 1,000 plus in all 180 countries, and you pay for that too, by the way, with your tax dollars. You pay for the war machine as you sit comfortably in the comfort of your little living room, where you're the bad guy, where we've actually been dropping democracy and freedom bombs on people for how long? How many decades? Oh, since Mr. Warp Speed dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Now, that doesn't math to me. You know, what's the combustion rate of jet fuel? What is the rate of, you know, what does steel melt at? Come on, guys. So, stop being an idiot. America's the bad guy. We've been going around policing everybody. No, you're a goof. Speak the fuck up about it, child. You're okay with actually, do you know what the Bretton Woods Agreement is? If you don't know what the Bretton Woods Agreement is, then you probably need to leave. I'm not okay with forcing every nation to have to pay for oil with the US dollar for over 50 years. It's not just the Ukraine war. For 50 years, we have policed every nation like a mafia behavior and said, you're going to pay for oil with the US dollar, whether you like it or not. And if not, we'll come drop some of those democracy or freedom bombs on you. How did that work out for Saddam Hussein? A CIA-trained operative who worked with our government. How about Gaddafi? You know, these people, this wasn't about this. They wanted to pay for oil with something other than the US dollar. Don't fool yourself. I can sit here and lie. I only have so much time on this rock. You sit there and blow smoke up your ass. So if you want to know the truth, you should actually look who's responsible. Follow the money trail. So I don't support this. I did. I served this beast system. I served this war machine. So you're not held to the standard that I am. Why do you think 22 veterans blow their fucking head off every day? Because I'm tired of holding this shit in. They're tired of holding this shit in. QAnon, get the fuck out of here, you idiot. QAnon is so dead. QAnon is you drank the Kool-Aid, didn't you there, moisty? You little moist toilet. Yeah, you're going to wipe your ass. I don't do QAnon. Drain the swamp. I hate to break it to you. You are the swamp there, idiot. QAnon. How about this, brothers, sisters? This dude says he's going to go get these underground pedos, and he turns out that he's one of them. And I've been saying that how long on this channel? Island Boys with his buddy Joe. Come on, guys. That's what I'm saying. Why is nobody... It's out in the open now, okay? How more in your face can it be? How much more in the face can it be? And you think it's just this nation? Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. Bill, you're an idiot. Get out of here, Bill Clinton. Cipher. Yeah, I can decipher. You must be Bill in coming in here trying to bring your little Island Boy episodes. How many times were you on the flight list there, Bill? Yeah, with your wifey there, Billary. Remember, lock her up. I'm going to put Billary in prison. How many hundreds of millions of dollars was funneled into his bank account? And then she sat his inaugural dinner. That's how ignorant these MAGA idiots are. And I've been saying this before that got popular. Before he became Taco and all this. Shut up, guys. This guy's been doing this for decades. You don't know nothing about this man. He decorates his house with Satan. How much more ignorant can you be? I mean, are you that slow? Did you take the short bus or something? You got that padded helmet? I ain't trying to be there. Like a carburetor, you're only so throttled back where you can only go so far, you only know so much. I mean, how ignorant can somebody be? Go look at his history. It speaks for itself. I have no qualms personally with the guy. He just all his own doings. Grab her by the pussy. You know, all this. That's the slightest of what this guy has done. Remember what he just said about that person that he said that, well, she wanted that. She wanted that. Oh, here we go with the Democrat. Listen here, dumbass society. I don't do Democrat or Republican. Do you vote? Are you one of these people? Did you vote? Did you vote? I wouldn't want to have the name Joe right now, too. That would be a shitty name to have right now. I have to tell you, brother, sister. I don't think I'd want to be named Joe or Brandon. Maybe even Donald right now. That probably wouldn't be a good name to have, huh? Don or Donald. So, So I'm not a Democrat or a Bloodbakin. You're an idiot. I don't support either of those things. I'm asking you right now, their society, did you vote? Did you vote? Speak the fuck up, man. You still have a constitutional right to address grievances. Just speak the fuck up. Look, you voted. So do you think that your vote counted? Do you remember the vote of Al Gore? Let me tell you, let's go back to, you know what the, electoral college is. Let's see if you have any idea how our legislation is currently set up. Remember, there was a Democratic, a legislative, and an executive branch, right? Right? No, not Democratic, right? It was judicial, you idiot. This wasn't a democracy. You think this is a fucking two-party system, you dumb fuck? So I'm calling you out. So tell me about, because I already know. Tell me about the electoral college. Tell me how this works. Yeah, you gave your oath to this system, people who fucking enslave nations to send people like me to go kill fucking people outside our borders so you can sit cush and make a little fucking vote. You're the bad guy, dumbass. You vote for a mass murderer in chief. You're a fucking idiot. You don't even know what you're doing. You're a bumbling fucking idiot is what you are. You voted for your fucking mass murderer in chief. Which one, red or blue? Which one, the Democrat or the Republican? You voted for the mass murderer in chief, and I'm right because I'm a military veteran. So you voted for the red Democrat, right? No, the Republican. So you support this? No, so you supported a man. Did you vote for him all three times? Did you vote for him all three times? Do you know anything that he decorates his house with Satan right now? Did you know that, society? He has. Do you know how many towers Satan's tower was? How many stories Satan's tower was? Let's see if you know anything. Or you're just one of these. This is MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. So you already look like an idiot if you even voted for him once. Because remember, under 4 + 5 is 9, skip Joe, 4 + 7 is 11, President 9/11. Remember, under his first administration, remember, Hillary, she couldn't even fill up a high school gymnasium. Remember, he was selling out, arenas, all that. Same thing. He skipped Joe Biden, right? Because he had to let the Biden in so they can make them. Oh, now see, no, which mass murderer in chief did you vote for? See, you don't even realize you're voting for. They're all related to the Queen. They're all related to the Queen. So you voted for one of these people that send your tax dollar to kill Ukrainians. So you are a mass murder, society. You voted. You have a job and filled out a W-2 in America. You have blood on your hands. You might not think because you are blood. You said red, so you're a Bloodbakin, and it doesn't matter whether it's red or blue. You mix those together, you're related to the Queen, because it doesn't matter who they put up there in their chopping block. You got about a selection of 20, but you always get blood related to the Queen. Democrat or Bloodbakin every single time. Never changes. And they're all related to the Queen. So Joe Biden is related to Donald Trump. You're just that fucking stupid. And would you ever vote if you would have known? Just show everybody in here, and I'm going to have you moderated your dumb ass out of here. During the first selection of the 45th regime, right? Remember, I asked you about the Electoral College. You couldn't say shit about that. So you're looking quite ignorant right now. And you could have said shit, but you couldn't say anything about Al Gore, about the Electoral College. You don't know anything. You just said, well, I just voted, and I'm just a bumbling idiot, and I don't care because I don't know anything about the Electoral College, and it doesn't matter that my tax dollars go to kill Iranians and Israelites, right? Or Israelis, because they're not Israelites, right? Oh, Russians. You don't think we're sending – they used our fucking satellite. I'm a veteran. You're a dumbass. It's your fucking tax dollars that's paying for the death of Ukrainians, women. You are a fucking murderer. You know that? You're a murderer. You're okay with this. You sent your tax dollars to fucking Ukraine. Whether you realize it or not, you didn't. And you did it through the 45th administration. So you're so fucking brilliant that you couldn't even done or any research to figure out that the dude decorates his house with Satan. And on the first go around, he sat there and funneled. I don't give a shit how much money he didn't take a fucking campaign or his salary. He funneled how many hundreds of millions of dollars. I got wealthy, millionaire family that's all wealthy in Hollywood. I don't want to hear it. I know money. Okay. I don't care. I live in the desert and live like a fucking bum out here in my cabin because I can. Off of minimalists. And I live what you think is a bum, and I'm living the American dream. You're sitting there and I make my own fucking power. And you got a power company, and I don't pay fucking taxes to send my money to pay some corporation. And I barter for most of what I own. If I have dollars, I turn them into something I buy, I turn it immediately into something I can fix and trade up. But you love feeding this debt system. I did it. I'm guilty. I'm not saying I didn't. I'm a fucking veteran. Prior pig, law enforcement officer. You couldn't be any more disgusting than me. Okay, my past is obviously, but I learn from my mistakes. I don't keep tripping over the same fucking hurdle. I'll either go around it or figure out another way. I'm a veteran. It's called adapt and overcome. So if I realize the shit that we've done for 50 plus years by forcing people to pay for oil with the US dollar, that's not right. And freedom, why the fuck is everybody standing on an X? In the desert, women burqa or veil or cover their faces. What the fuck are men doing? Cover their faces, acting like a bunch of children. Face diapers, men. They're drafting American women in this country. They drafted a Ukrainian. Why is this guy so passionate? Not angry, you dumb fucks. They're literally drafted Ukrainian women, and they're all gone. There's a whole Ukrainian generation that's gone, dead. No more Ukrainians. Either fled the country. It's 43 fucking years old in Ukraine right now. And it's the U.S. tax dollar that paid for it. Remember, I don't care. Biden is Trump. They're two wings of the same dragon, two cheeks of the same hole. If you think anything different, get the fuck out of here. You said $300 billion of your tax dollars over there through the Biden regime. I don't care if it was red or blue, but your tax dollars paid for it. It doesn't matter. You paid for it. You're guilty. Period. You're period. You don't understand that. It doesn't make you not guilty of the crime. You committed murder by paying for the murder of innocent children over there involved in that war. How many think I'm a veteran? I served the first part of the 90s. How about Desert Storm and Desert Shield? How many Iraqi, right, women and children lost their lives during those two operations? I didn't say fighting age men, 18 to 30, the finest of the finest, battle dress uniforms, BDUs, military fatigues, but women and children who lost their lives in those two operations. You think they asked to lose their lives? You're on coffee. No coffee for me. Brothers and sisters, it doesn't make that statistical actual fact, just like for the fact that that money that was funneled into Donald Trump's Hillary for prison, what Alex Jones, buttons, banners, t-shirts, website, swag. You know what swags? I'm not talking about chronic or cannabis. I'm talking about swag. These things are like websites and stickers, all this hundreds of millions of dollars funneled into his bank account for Hillary for prison, and she sat 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. So anybody who supports Trump is that much of a bumbling fucking idiot. You can. This is as hard as it is to figure out. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. 9, 11. What do you think he is? Who do you think he's representing? It's not. They're not even hiding this. That's what I'm saying. Why do you think he decorates his house with the 9/11 sun god Satan, Apollyon? Apollo had a 58-story Babylonian tower. So does Trump. But his tower happens to be decorated with Satan. And he lives on the 66th penthouse floor of that Manhattan tower. And you're going to deny this? If they don't want this, brothers and sisters, don't worry. I'm not trying to change anybody. I'm passionate about the fact that people in this country don't realize that what is coming to this country is going to come whether they realize it or not. We have just absolutely just enslaved every nation for 50 plus years, making them like a mafia pay, whether people realize it or not. And they do it to their own fucking people. So that's why I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Why are people, because they're doing it to their own people. They're taking your tax dollars and they're funding these wars. So, is that the trade-off? So you can stand on an X, go inside, flatten the curve twice? I don't want to hear it. at all. No, you're brainwashed, TJ. You speak the hell up. Here, let's show your thing. How am I brainwashed? Are you a veteran? You speak up now and you put some substance in here, TJ. Tell me how I'm brainwashed. You tell me how your tax dollars, you an American, you think your tax dollars didn't fund to kill how many Iraqi women and children lost their life? A whole Ukrainian generation of women. They're gonna actually draft American women. Speak up about that. It's already put into law. That'll scare the shit out of you, American women. And it does me too. I don't want to ever see our women go to war. You don't put women in a foxhole, because all I'll be thinking about is her foxhole. I won't be thinking about war. I know I'm a veteran. They ain't gonna have to tell me. So that's why probably most of the Ukrainian women over there didn't last very long over there in the war over there, in that guerrilla warfare that they're doing over there. In the trenches, in the foxholes in Ukraine that your U.S. dollars paid for. Ooh, just give yourself a pat on the back. You feel so free to be an American, huh? You paid for the death of those women over there. The average fighting age is 43 years old. You killed a whole Ukrainian generation with your tax dollars. Keep patting yourself on the back. Keep telling yourself that's okay. Keep telling yourself it's okay to support this corporation by getting up to fucking work every day and filling out a W-2 when you could be growing your own goddamn food. Not eating this bullshit. And I'm guilty. I still eat it. And I have land, so I'm guilty. Okay? But at least, some people are making the attempt. Do you understand? They're trying to do this. They don't want this system. And any chance they get, they try to push themselves away from the system without violence. You don't need to be violent to overthrow the system. We redress grievances. We speak up. And you can actually just get out of the system and evolve, not like grow a third thumb or a kickstand to lean on. I'm talking about like go around the system, not some revolution. That's what they want you to do, like these dumb fucks in here that vote, that think that their vote counts and red and blue is going to change a goddamn thing. It don't change nothing. Every 8 fucking years, the party's so pissed off that there's a record vote for the other party. It never gets fixed. It's called hope. As long as you got some kind of hope, you won't even give a fucking get off your ass and try, because somebody's going to do it for you. It's not until you lose every bit of fucking hope will you get off your ass. That's the truth. That's the truth. You don't have to like it. And I apologize for my cursing, but I'm not sorry. You're not going to do a fucking thing about it until you lose all hope. As a majority, that's how people work. If there's some bit of hope, they don't try because it can maybe be fixed. They'll wait. When they lose all hope, they'll get off their ass and do something about it then. Are you that person? Please don't be that person, brothers and sisters. You're not helping anybody else, and you're not helping yourself. And that's what Christ is. Christ is out there helping the people who are less blessed, the people who have been downed and pushed down by the system, not support the system. Christ's not supporting the system. Christ would stand against America. Christ would stand against bombs. Christ never said Israel someplace that gets to go bomb the fucking other people. That's not Christ. That's not Israel. That's bullshit. That's not Christ. That's not how Christ acts. And I'm not acting much like that by having a foul mouth, but at least, he stood against the Pharisees. He spoke up against perverted law because they were taxing people. Remember, he turned over the money changer tables because they were selling doves and feeding them, changing the doing an exchange. And that's what we've just done for 50 years, brothers and sisters. And I was a part of this. And I don't want no more of this. And that's why I speak up. This is all I can do. I'm not going to blow my head off. I'm not going to kill myself. Never would I ever do that. I will endure to the end like he says he makes me. He's going to rebuke my heart until the day that I die. I don't care how long I live. This will weigh heavy on my heart. I wear the weight of the world. I didn't join the military at 17 years old because I didn't want to serve others and wasn't willing to lose my life for other people. You're not going to change me. I have a bad habit of doing that, helping others, and it ruins everything in my own world. But I would never change that forever, because there's two kinds of people on this rock, brothers and sisters: service to self and service to others. That's it. Now you have to take care of yourself to help others. Remember that. You're all messed up. You're going to go drag that into your next friendship, relationship, wherever you go. He says, dust that off and leave that behind you. at that time. You go somewhere else, you leave all that behind. You don't, so, but I can tell you some of these things, Father rebukes us. So I can't stop thinking about the things that this nation that I served, which was a corporation, that I thought I'm being some kind of hero, trying to have a voice and serve my country. Bullshit. All we do is serve oil, brothers and sisters. We forced everybody for 50 years to pay for oil. 1973, Richard Nixon brokered the Bretton Woods Agreement. After 71, France came back here and said, we want all our gold back. Nixon shit his pants. He brokered he had Kissinger go over there, and Bretton Woods Agreement took us and broke us off the gold standard, and overnight all oil was repriced in the US dollar. This is bullshit, guys. Since 1973, I was birthed in that year. That's why Father made me to do this. You know what I'm saying? And most people don't know that it was happening. They didn't even know. So what? At least somebody's speaking up about it. And if I suffer because of it, I don't care. At least I spoke about it. I didn't stand down. People are going to go down in history as the silent majority, brothers and sisters. That's why they're called the majority. I'm not that guy. Father didn't birth me to be that man. It's my constitutional right to speak up. Period. I'm not inciting violence. As a matter of fact, I actually speak, get out of the system. Get a fucking power controller. Get a charger control. Get wind. Get solar. Get a piece of land. Build a little cabin. Start out slow. Hey, at least you'll have something, instead of you want to be on some big house, in some little plot of land where you can smell your neighbor's farts. Seriously. I mean, you're over there banging your old lady and she's like, no, she really means yes. And now you're getting swatted. That's crazy. You're getting swatted for having a good time. It could happen. It happens. And you better not be wearing them earbuds, because if you don't listen to them, the reason why I pulled you over is stop resisting. That's my definition of law enforcement in America. I know I've been one of these pigs myself in the 90s when I couldn't even touch a woman. I had to call. It wasn't about officer safety. Fuck officer safety. Those are the two stupidest fucking words ever. Well, hate speech. I don't like that one. You can incite violence, but get out of here. Find another fucking job. How about, you ever heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter? A firefighter is like a veteran. They'll run in and give their life. They'll go in and save your wife, your boyfriend, your husband, your cat, your dog. Hell, they might even go in there and lose their life over your hamster. These are selfless people. These officers, all they care about is officer safety. Find another job, loser. Seriously, if you're not willing to give your life, all these people get that this is bullshit. And I'm going to speak up about it. And I'm going to go down as one of these people in history that not the silent majority. You could make a decision. You can be on the fence, but I don't like people who ride the fence. You're lukewarm, either hot or cold. Like Father said, or I'll vomit you. You're vile. You're vain. You're toxic to me. You're going to cause me to get sick and die. So my body's going to make some kind of fluid to exhale you or expand, or like diarrhea. It runs in the genes. I can't help it. The cloth that I was cut from. Maybe it's my lineage. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be birthed here. If I could be gone 10 years ago, I'd have been all right with that. I don't need to be here another day. This world is sick. There has been a great falling away from the word, brothers and sisters. Doesn't mean that I'm going to check out of here, though. Christ was a man of sorrows, brothers and sisters. He didn't like the world. They had perverted his Father's word, and that's what he stood against, and he paid the price. They hated him. You're not here to be loved by this world, brothers and sisters. You're not here to make friends. The word nice means to be stupid. Don't be stupid, please. Don't make friends with this world. He said, be in it, but be not of it. If you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. He said, it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. Where are you putting your treasure? You could put it in these mammon traditions of men, or you could look at the higher place. It's after you die. I call it afterlife insurance. Everybody's got some kind of insurance, pet insurance, renter's insurance, house insurance, pet insurance, right? Homeowners, car insurance, autos insurance, life insurance. No, not life. That's for your kids. I'm talking about you. You're going to be the only one standing with Father and Christ. What is your insurance? He is your prize. He's the insurance to cover you for your sins. Because under the Old Testament, the wages of one sin was death. Keep your religious nonsense away from me. I need somebody to cover me. I need a mediator. I need a lawyer. I'm in big trouble. I have sinned, brothers and sisters. I have sinned. I know that I have. And I still, look at me cursing in here. I need a mediator. Otherwise, I am one sin. Or any of you in here right now, you think you could pass that judgment? I don't know what people are thinking without Christ, whatever, you do you. Think about that. You're just going to be standing before Father. If you rip Christ down from that tree, he didn't hang from a cross. Nobody hung on crosses. Stop it. If you rip him down from that tree that he hung from and that covenant he made, then you put yourself back under the old covenant. I don't want to see any one of you do that to yourself, brothers, sisters. I don't want to see you. We're all guilty. We all fall short of this word, brothers, sisters. That's why we need this covering. Doesn't mean you keep sinning. It means stop. And so I apologize for my cursing. Other than that, I don't feel like the things that I do, I'm trying to do the best that I got. He put a lot on my plate. I have a big measure to hold up to. And it's not about money. It's about standing up to this perverted law and showing other people that this is what Christ did. And he paid the price so much that they hated him. And they staked him to a yoke or they pegged him to a stock. Okay. He didn't carry a cross. He carried that yoke. Like they put a yoke around your neck, and then he was raised, as it says, cursed he who hangeth in the book of Acts. And when they took him down in Acts from the tree, and they stretched him where he couldn't breathe. And it does it to me. Life pushes me, and that's what it's supposed to do, brothers, sisters. This life is supposed to push you. The word is theolobo. Theolobo, it's a Greek word, to be pushed from your friends because you don't get along with your friends because you just don't do the things. You're just not into doing these worldly things anymore. You really don't have a lot of friends. The ones you do, it's the people in the narrow way. And then your family, they hate you too because they don't want to deal with you. Because dude, just all you ever do is talk about God, and all you ever do is talk about Jesus. You don't need to do this every day, man. Why are you always talking about that? Why are you always, this word is theolobo. Theolobos is the Greek verb that's to be pinched down. So theolobos, to be pushed on both sides. Theolobos is to be, this is the noun, this is the verb. This is why he says narrow is the way. Yep, that's me. That's why my family never talks to me. You don't need to fix it, Heather. I know your family don't talk to you. Don't worry about fixing it. I know they don't talk to you. You're the black sheep of your family, aren't you, Heather? You're the black sheep. You know it. Even if you're a sheep, you're the black sheep. Ooh, you give me chills. You're set apart. You're enslaved. You're over there in your own little cage, your own prison. You've been in prison. Why you got to be talking about God? Not everything's about Jesus. Okay, Heather? Some of us we go sit down on Sunday and we believe, and I bought some Jesus 15 years ago. See? It's on the shelf. See? Beautiful. See? That's what it is. Thank you for your testimony, Heather, because that's what it's supposed to be like. You're not supposed to be loved by the world. He said, again, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So apparently Heather is not afraid to go out and share this because she more cares about what happens after she dies, like that afterlife insurance, like what I was saying. It's more important. I don't care. Whatever, family, you ain't going to be there with me during judgments, and I need somebody to cover me for my sin. And I'm not going to be there with you. Probably most of you are a bunch of heathens, so I don't plan on being with you. I plan on being with my mother. My mother is my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. That is my family. I have a father. My mother is my instruction, and my brothers and sisters. This is who I will be with after I die. When it says in the Old Testament, honor thy father, that doesn't mean your dad if he's a harlot, if he's a Jezebel, if he does unrighteous things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're all sinners, though. It doesn't matter. Well, that's all right, Mary. Maybe I don't know which church you're going to, but he don't dwell there. Probably people are feeling your vibe because you've probably been reading the word, Mary, outside of the church. That's the biggest threat, guys. Maybe you don't understand. You know what I'm saying? That is the biggest threat to these churches. The Pharisees at the time, when they perverted this, they wanted to grab a hold of everybody just like this corporation and enslave people. Father didn't say support a nation that slaves people. He didn't say support churches. He said the Most High doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Christ in you. Christ in you. That's the biggest threat to the church, is that Christ, you don't need a church. I tattoo my hands just for that reason. The Most High, that's my Father. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. He doesn't. He declared that 2 times. As these hands, as my witness. I say this so when I can go fellowship, when I can church, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Shem, in my name, in my love, in my agape, in my word, there I will be in their midst. He's here with us now. So I can tell people, Christ in me. That's right. That's right. That's right. You don't need the church. You don't need, that's a threat to the church, guys. I don't want you to know that. That's why, that's what Christ represented. That's why they hung him, guys. That's what the apostles were going out and tell people, you know, that the kingdom of heaven was in. That's what Paul said. We have an outer man and an inner man. Read Paul's writings, read the gospel, read Matthew, read Luke. We need to take up our cross daily. That's not done at a church. That's you. That's your life. That's a crucifixion because the world hates you, because you won't go to church, because you won't put a label on yourself. I don't want to be Christian. I don't want to be Catholic. I don't want to be Mormon. I don't want to be Baptist. I don't want a label. Christ didn't want people to have labels. Christ didn't like labels. Christ wasn't a Christian. He was a Hebrew Israelite. For Christ's sake, Christ is a pagan term. It means anointed in oil. And we must anoint ourselves with that same oil. He said have extra oil. As a matter of fact, that's why we're not supposed to sustain to these worldly things like over an abundance. Like, seriously, brothers and sisters, you need to study the physiology and the chemical makeup of our body on how this works, and how when we purify ourselves as he purified himself, we become more Christ-like. Every time we cut off the world, that traditions, we become more like him. And then we know that sooner or later, we don't need to go to church, and we don't need to be hanging out with people who are doing unrighteous things. I'm not saying that people can't have fun. I'm not saying people can't, but if it's not pleasing to Father, it just, after a while, it's just not pleasing to you. And you do less and less and less of the world and more and more and more of Father, and you just don't care. You just get this skin. It's like the armor of God, where it doesn't bother you that you don't do the things of the world. You know, and it takes time. It's a process. And so you're not going to do any of these things. Christ is never going to give you things easy. That Satan, that's that whispering in your ear. You have to take up your cross daily. It says in the book of Matthew, who shall ever come after me, take up your cross daily, deny yourself daily. It says in the book of Luke, my disciples, take up your cross and follow after me. Do what I did. So if you're not standing up to the perverted law, then you're not Christ-like. If you're supporting a system that's about money, he actually, remember, he turned over the money changer tables. You've turned my Father's house into a den of thieves. So he doesn't support. Actually, he said to be, again, we're not to be with, go to be with churches. We're not to go be with governments. We're not give unto Caesar, right? But if it's unjust, you know, there are laws that we are to go by, but it's his law, and we're not under the law, brothers and sisters. He fulfilled the law. That's what he came back. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law so that we don't have to celebrate. You're not getting in God's graces by celebrating. You're not getting in God's graces because you're rich and you got treasure. Your treasure should be the word. You're not getting God's graces by taking and doing anything that involves anything other than what he said. Love is charitable. Love is patient. Love is kind. It is meek. And most of all, right? Agape is walk and follow my commandments. That's what it means. And he commands us to carry our cross so that we love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. You know what I'm saying? Well, the mark of the beast, Kiki, the word mark is the word karak. I need you to study the more of the word, like I keep telling you, and that's fine. I don't mean to like try to beat you up, but if you'll just study the word mark, that is the word karak. Karak, or the word character in the Greek, okay? And the word sin means to be off the mark, okay? So the mark of the beast is a who do you love? I constantly say, let me see your decimi, right? That means where are you putting your 10 deck, like a decimal? You putting both hands. There's no physical mark of the beast. There is no physical Israel. There is no physical Jew. There is no under this testament. It's all spiritual. So, but that that help, maybe that'll help you a little bit. That word mark is the word karak. It means karak. Okay. Karak, yes, it does. That's why I don't like churches. Okay, exactly. So karak, or character. I love the word. I'm in love with the word, not no church, or not no flag, or not no I love the Constitution because it's God protected. You know, it's, if I stand up to it, they might persecute me for it, but that's okay. Father's got my back. So, but karak is the word character. So that's your character. Okay, Kiki, your character. Do you get up every day and all you think about is, man, I need to make enough money to pay my bills, and you don't do anything but that? Well, you love money then. That's your life. If you love money, that's all you do is hit the clock and you can't think about anything else. Maybe taking a vacation. That's your life. You're saying, yes. The original, they will. Original, they will do a physical. They will do a physical. We'll see all the physical, but we're not supposed to fall for it. There is no physical mark. There is no physical, Jew. They're all spiritually, inwardly spiritual Jews, like the word is written on our hearts, on fleshy tables of our hearts. Now, not the law. We're not under the law. He fulfilled the law. Now, this covenant, and we're under this contract, it's written on our hearts because it's a contract between the bride and the bridegroom. He divorced his bride. He nailed himself, like you had to have a bride contract if you were to be married. This is in the book of Deuteronomy under the Old Testament, Genesis, Leviticus, Numbers, Exodus, and Deuteronomy. He's got those little, but that book of Deuteronomy, you were supposed to go to a where you can't be saved. Okay. DM, you have to endure to the end to be saved. Okay, you have to endure to the end to be saved. That Greek word, watch. See, this is how the definition. I'm working with one with Kiki. Let me work with you here. Save is the word sozo, or as you know as salvation. Salvation is the Greek word sozo. Sozo is what we know to be saved. That means to be picked up from a beginning point, carried and lifted to an ending point and healed. So that's why he tells us we have to endure to the end to be saved. No, it's not. There's no, listen, original, listen to me. You can't be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You can't be saved, not once saved, always saved, because you can have your name blotted out of the book of life. You could have your name blotted out from the book of life by doing your own will, self-will. So you have to endure to the end. He said to be carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, S-O-Z-O. Thank you, Mary. Sozo. So he's the one who carries us and lifts us when we don't want to get out of bed and we don't want to do this world. But anybody who hurts you, he will heal, but not until the end. Original, not to the end. You can't seek vengeance. Anybody who wronged you, we can't go after them. He will right that in the end. Anybody who did you, who was out of line, he will straighten all that out for you, right? Anybody who was crooked, he will make that straight. He will straighten all that out. But we have to go through all this pain and suffering. He didn't say you couldn't protect yourself. He didn't say you couldn't protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's right. That's right. No matter how you feel, don't think with your heart, because your heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Use your head. Put him at the top of your house. That's why he said, put that light. He is the horizo. He is the light. He's the separator between the flesh and the head. He's the high priest of the church. So if you let love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself, deal with your vengeance and fight your battles, he will pay you at the end. You will receive. It talks about it. Look at what the treasure you were. This ain't 13 virgins, Muslims, none of that. No. Please. We have to endure to the end. It's very similar to a process such as a baptism. Okay. A baptism is a process. That's right. Hallelujah. Joshua's got it right. But he says that so you understand. Joshua, that's why, I don't mean to skip around, but Joshua, that's why they love that Ouroboros symbol, the Ouroboros, that is time that overlaps itself. You're right. Time doesn't end. There is no end if there is, but that's what he's trying to show you, is that from the foundation of the world, I created all things, everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, everything not written, right? Everything that ever was written, right? So anything that hasn't even been written yet, it's already exists. That's what people can't wrap their brain around. We're not there yet. So there really, truly is no end. And if you can put your hand, we need to understand that there's an end, okay? Like there is a death to the flesh, and we're supposed to be dying daily to flesh, but it's just a doorway. It's a doorway where one doorway closes or opens, right? Another one closes or opens. That's the same. If you could understand it more in that fashion, not in this linear fashion. They want you to think very linear. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. So you see what I'm saying? But that would be a good understanding of sometimes time overlaps itself. And that's what time we're in right now, brothers and sisters. And that's what these elitists know. I don't know if you know that or not. If you can take the same thing like that Ouroboros, and you can twist that same symbol and put it into an 8. That 8 symbol is the same symbol as the Ouroboros, but with that twist. And that twist is that same time right there. When the serpent eats itself, time overlaps itself. Nothing new under the sun. King Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun. It's just a cycle. So you don't really die. Stop being afraid to death. You're not going to die. And if you can think, they run. That's why they love the 88 symbol. Brothers, sisters, please listen to me if you can grasp your head around this. I should probably get up and teach it on the whiteboard, but we're not going to. Hey, I got a whiteboard. Hey, we can do that. Hold on. Ah, I bought a whiteboard. I bought a whiteboard. So we can get some. All right, let me grab some. Well, I bought another whiteboard. Man, I'm going to take my flipping shirt off. I'm getting freaking hot in here. It's getting hot in here. So, I don't know if you understand this or not. This is why Trump represents 88. 88. This is time, brothers and sisters. This is time. This is the same symbol because it's no different. This is the same thing with the serpent, right? The Ouroboros eating its own tail. Time overlapping itself. That's the serpent, okay? So 88 is the system that they're running right now. We're actually right here or right here. It doesn't matter what you say. We're right here or right here. Where time is over. We're right here in history. That's what they know. But I want you to understand why Trump uses this number and what nobody is talking about, brother system. This is time. And they're running an overlapping system, brothers and sisters. This is no different than your computer running something in the background. Kind of like the government captures everything that's happening all the time. Anything internet. I don't care if you press it in the search tab or whatever, even if you look at it now, because they have all this. So if you look at this, though, this is just two systems that are just overlapping themselves. This is no different than one upon another. It's like this. I know it seems because it won't turn, but it is. That's why it's like that wheel. It's just it's these two systems. They're running a secondary system that is overlapping this system, brothers, sisters. This is why this is what you don't know that's happening. You think time is this, but they're actually running us through this alternate timeline. That's why they love the symbol of 88. That's why Donald Trump represents 828, because he's the one who's going to bring in this system when time overlaps itself and the new system comes in. We see a destruction of the old, or the system eats itself. Well, the yin and the yang is this. The yin and the yang is this. This is the yin and the yang. Wait, we got that one wrong, didn't we? Whoop, whoop. This is the yin yang symbol. This is the yin yang symbol right here. Because this is 323. If you look in the night sky, this is 623. This is 923. And this is 1223. That's the yin yang symbol. Because
This is at 9:23. There's only a little bit of darkness. But as the months progress, it gets more and more dark. More and more. And over here, you've got a little bit of light, remember? Just a little bit of light, right? But more dark. So you're going to see this yin-yang symbol is your equinox, right? That's that symbol right there. You see that? See how that works? I don't have it exactly right, but there's your dark months. Your dark months, you start out with just a little darkness, just a little bit of darkness at 9:23, and then it continues on to where at the end of the month, and then you only have a little bit of light, and it gets more and more light. That's your yin-yang symbol. If nobody's ever taught you that, if you didn't understand what that is, and that's the swastika. This is actually just the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper around the North Star. See that? At the equinox, a little bit of darkness, and it gets darker and darker and darker until it gets more and more and more. So that's the yin-yang symbol. Are you seeing how they see? They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. Each one of these is the handle in the cup. If you go outside in the night sky, that's the handle is pointed up, over, down. Okay, are you starting to understand what this is now? That's why they go after this equinox. They perverted the whole calendar to make the equinox. There's an equal amount of day and equal amount of light. Equinox, 3:23 and 9:23. Equal day, equal night at the equinoxes. So they perverted this calendar so that they worship their sun god, Baphomet, the sun god, sun, and the tree god, right? Your tree god, right? In the middle of the winter. See? This is Baphomet. This is Jesus Christ, birthed in the manger. Baby manger Jesus. Baphomet. This is Satan. So Satan is Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. Christ warned us of more than one Jesus. So they had a festival from the 17th to the 24th of December where they took a man and they marinated him in sex with man, beast, and woman. And he got to be the king. This is known as the Saturnalia, or the king of the Yule, or the Yule wheel. Remember, this is the Yule wheel. The Yule wheel is the swastika symbol, right? That's the Yule wheel. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper, right, around the North Star. So from the 17th of December, remember they had their Samhain. There's actually 8 pagan rituals held on these holidays. There you see them right there. Okay, this is All Hallows Eve right here. This is brought to you by the Catholic Church. This is a dual pagan holiday known as All Hallows Eve, added by the Catholic Church, called Halloween. Then they come from the 17th of December to the 24th, where they have their Masse. Masse is the eating of human flesh. That's the eating of human flesh. And they would marinate this man in sex. He was the king. He was the king of the Yule wheel. He had a big old grin on his face because he was sucking and pumping and dumping, and his mouth was, I'm sure, pretty blown out. So was his backside. And after a whole week of marinating this man in sex, beast, man, and woman, the finest veals and cheeses and caviars, after a week, they would take and they would throw him on the fire, right? They would throw him on the fire and they would eat him. They would eat him on December 25th. On December 25th, they would eat this pagan god. This was an offering of burnt flesh called Christ Mass. Christ Mass. And I don't care if you lop a couple of S and you'll put it together. That's Christmas. So the eating of Mass is the eating of human flesh. You're practicing the birth, the eating of this sun god king who is a peasant, and they'd have a lottery, and then they'd like grab straws. They must have known he knew he was going to get eaten, but he got to sleep with the finest sheep. Would you trade off being eaten to sleep with the best sheep and to lay with the finest men and with the finest ladies and eat of the finest caviars and veals? And after you would suck and pump and dump, and they'd stick you in the rear, and you'd poke it. They got liquor in the front and poker in the rear. So you came pre-marinated like a rack of ribs. After a week, they just open you up and just right on the fire you went. They didn't even eat garlic or onions. You had been pre-marinated for a whole week. Can you imagine the fluid this guy was in with? He was blowing and intaking. It's a marinade. If you think about it, he's marinated in sex. So that's the Mass A. This is Catholicism, brothers and sisters. This is Christianity. Anybody you know who celebrates Christianity, this is the Mass A. They follow after this communion where they do their crackers and grape juice ritual. They still do this today, brothers and sisters. It's Sunday, right? Oh, wait, it's Monday. My bad. This is the Mass A. Cool. Outstanding, Heather. Thank you. All glory to Shiloh. So I teach this often, but I haven't taught it in a while. It's worth always teaching this. Brothers and sisters, this is what they outlawed in America. They outlawed this. They said, you can't do this. That's why they came to America. Christopher Columbus was a Puritan, not a pilgrim. They came over here fleeing the Catholic Church. Remember, it was the deadly head wound in the 12th century that was healed by Constantine. In the 12th century, Constantine rebranded what was known as the Catholic Church, where they took, remember, all these tribes, he was in Rome, remember? And all those Nordic tribes, like the Sumerian tribes from the north of Israel and all up above, these were all the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths and the Vandals, and all these tribes were going after this same Baal in the grove. Baal is sun worship. Grove is tree worship. Remember, throw your kids on the fire, eat your kids. Remember, throw the Yule. Ewe is a baby lamb. That's mocking Christ. Throw the Yule, throw the log, the Yule log on the fire. This is the Yule wheel, brothers and sisters. That's mocking Christ. So they would do this ritual, and it was an orgy. And this is what was outlawed. The two pontiffs in the church says, we're not doing this anymore. We're not doing this anymore. And we're outlawing this because this is paganism. This is Satanism. So Constantine was slaughtering Christians. Remember, he was slaughtering Christians. And so were these, Gothic and Ostrogoths and Vandals and Visigoths. All these tribes that were going after Baal in the grove were slaughtering Christians. And Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire, and he said, "Oh man, I need to do something fast." So he wrote up what was known as the Edict of Toleration. It was an edict, and it was called the Edict of Toleration. Okay, and what he said is, he said, "Listen, if you guys stop slaughtering Christians, I'll stop slaughtering the Christians, and we'll all come together. Now we'll accept your pagan gods in our church, like Mary in the church, how it has the Ankh, right? That separate place, like a nook, right? With all those idols, right? And it says we'll accept. That's where the cross comes from. Christ was never hung on a cross. Nobody ever hung on crosses. You've just been lulled to sleep by religion. You need to go back and study Roman torture, and you'd probably figure out that nobody hung from crosses. And he warned you of idolatry and imagery. Why do you think they love that cross, brothers and sisters? So yes, it was called the Edict of Toleration, and this was done. So Constantine said, "Hey, I'll tell you what, if you pagans, you guys go after Baal in the grove." This is the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture, brothers and sisters, when it talks about that, because the two pontiffs have outlawed this worship in the church. But Constantine rebranded this same worship by saying, "Okay, listen, if you guys can tolerate," this is no more different than wokeism today, brothers and sisters. It really isn't much different than this whole wokeism movement. Listen, it said, we'll tolerate your pagan gods in our church, and we'll shut up about your pagan gods, and you just we'll just all get along. Wokeism. Equal, this equal right nonsense, wokeism back in the 12th century. So it said, we'll tolerate all your pagan gods in our church, and we'll just shut up about your pagan gods. If you just stop slaughtering Christians, we'll stop slaughtering Christians, and we'll all get along. And this was known as the Edict of Toleration, and this happened at the 12th century. And this is modern day religion, brothers and sisters, because this is the Mass. And the Christians follow this same thing as communion. See, they thought they could communicate, brothers and sisters. They thought by having this burnt offering, they were pagans. They were idiots. They were actually Satanists because they ate flesh. They thought they could kill this man, unalive him, sacrifice him to their sun god, and then have communion, communicate for fortunes to their dead ancestors, to their deities, demons, little g gods. This is Christmas. This is exactly why, remember, Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue, came over here to America fleeing this same sacrament of the Mass, which is known as the Feast of the Yule, or Saturnalia. Remember, guys, they thought the sun was dying. They thought the sun was dying. Oh, hold on. I pressed the button. They thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn, because it has the slowest rotation, on your heliocentric model. Whatever. But they thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun at the equinox. They thought the sun was dying. They were idiots, brothers and sisters. They didn't know. Just like every one of these idiots that walk this rock today that think God's in the sky. Father's not in the sky. There's nothing in the sky. There's no aliens. Alien is not any kind of physical being. Alien is a word. Alien is a word. It means foreign. Foreign. If something is alien, it doesn't mean it's from some outer space. Saturnalia. It was called the Feast of Saturn. The Feast of the Yule. It started out, Mary, as the Feast of the Yule, because this was the Yule wheel. The Yule wheel. Remember? Is that the right way? Whoops. You must just be as steamed as the potter's clay. Turn them upside down. So this was the Yule wheel, right? So once again, they thought the sun was dying. They thought they could pray to their dead ancestors and have a burnt offering. Thanks a lot, Tango. You just ripped the phone out of the charger, buddy. You big tail, big old dog with your big old feet. Why you gonna be so big? Huh? Why you be so big? Oh, you. Uh-oh, we still got it. We'll make it. I go through more chargers with these puppies. So, yes, the Feast of the Yule, because once again, this is the North Star. This is the North Star. This is not too hard to teach, brothers and sisters. This really isn't that hard to teach people this. You can learn this really quickly. Start like this. This is how you teach this lesson. Start with a cross. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily. Oops. That's not very. So we start with the cross. Okay. So this is the North Star. So you put your, because this goes up and over and over. And that is, again, that is the Big Dipper going around the North Star. Right? It actually goes like that, but right, because that's the Orion's belt right there. And that's what that is. So they thought that the sun was dying. They thought that the sun was dying when it hit this equinox right here at 9:23. So they started all their pagan rituals. 12:23, 3 in the spring, 3:23, and then 6:23, like, high noon, the sun god. So they thought the sun was dying, so they prayed to Saturn, right? They thought that's not very good, Saturn. There we go. That's good enough, Saturn. So they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun at the equinox. and they had all their rituals. So remember, from the 17th to the 24th of December, they had an orgy. And in that orgy, they would barbecue a man for a whole week and marinate him in sex. And then on December 25th, they would burn his body to try to offer it as a communion, because they thought they could communicate with their dead ancestors for fortunes. Their little g gods, their deities. Demon was a compliment. It was. A demon was a compliment. That's like OG, if you will, back in the day. But it was. But that's what this is. So people see this symbol and they get all offended. They get all offended by that. Actually, I think I'm going to make this my next tattoo. This could be my next tattoo. I'm going to get it right here in my armpit. What do you think? Right there. Yes. It's going to feel good. We'll get it all in the night sky. So that would be freaking, wouldn't that be awesome out of there? You know? Oh, it's going to feel good. Oh, I can already feel it. I can't wait. No, it's going to feel it in my, I'll feel it in my chin. It's going to be awesome. Heck yeah. Woo, boy. So anyways, so that's your piece, your symbolism. People are very offended by symbols. And it feels like it's about 6 o'clock. What time is it? Oh, 5:49. Well, I hadn't looked at the clock since I got back home. So I know, wouldn't that be awesome, Nathan? You know, I'm gonna get it with, it'll all be in the night sky. I'll get it all lit up, you know, like I said, I'll probably do this in like white. Oh, my skin hates white. Oh, my skin hates white, but I'll do it in white. I'm not that smart, playmaker. I'm still studying, man. I'm still always studying. I can learn more too. And if I make a mistake and you see something, you can correct me. Okay, you got to use the word and you got to use study, but I can be corrected. I'm always trying to learn, man. Don't do what, man? Get in a lot of trouble. Exactly. That's Christ-like. They threw him in prison. They hated him. They stuck him. They stuck him like he was some pig. They ripped his beard out of his face. They actually tortured Christ. Christ didn't hang on a cross. Nobody ever hung on crosses, brothers and sisters. I hope you're not one of these people who thinks Christ carried a cross or hung on a cross. So this is something that has been around for thousands of years. And in 45, you know, Mr. Time Magazine's Man of the Year, you know, HH, which equals what? What does H equal? Here's another one for you. Mr. Warp Speed. Here we go. Remember I told you Donald's geometric number equals what? 88. And what does HH equal? 88. Because H is the 8th letter of the alphabet in the English alphabet. Would you look at that? Heil what? Heil what? Heil what? Why does he decorate his house with 9/11 sun god? And Revelation 9:11 says they have a king. They have a king over them. The king of the, let's do this. We'll learn here. We'll do another learning here. The king of the abyss. Abyss. Actually, abyss is 2 words, brothers and sisters. The king of the abyss. The A in Greek negates. It cancels. It cancels whatever word that follows. The word bis is also the word Bathos, bathos, or Busos, busos. Busos and bathos are the word bis. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, an angel or a messenger of the abyss. Abyss is the word K in English. It's KNOWLEDGE, knowledge. So hell is no knowledge. Abyss. My people shall perish for lack of abyss. I will throw them in the abyss. No knowledge. No abyss. Abyss. Hell isn't a place. Hell's not below your feet. Hell is no knowledge. Busos, bathos, or bis in Greek all mean knowledge. Hell is not a place. Hell is knowledge. Heaven's not above your head. Heaven is the ruling class. Earth is not below your feet. Earth is the ruled. Father didn't create one single planet. Father created the stars. He said there would be signs in the stars. He created the stars, the sun, and the moon. He created the heavens and earth. Heavens are the ruling class. Earth is the ruled. Psalms 19 says the heavens declare the glory of God. The firmament declares his handiwork. And that's the clock that's above your head. So you can't go to the clock. You can't go into the clock. There's nothing in the clock. I know a little bit about the stars. I'm a magi. If you don't know what a magi is, you met a magi. I don't have all these celestial bodies and markers and stars. And did you know back on August 12th, we're going to come right back to this date? And you might want to pay attention. This very important time in our biblical and historical record. When we saw the tetrad blood moon cycle that started this, well, bookends. We're going back to this on August 12th, brothers and sisters. If I have this tattooed on my body, you might want to pay attention to the Great Red Dragon eclipse, the Revelation 12 sign. There's many markers. Star of David, the Star of... Some of these signs have happened in the past. Some of these signs are going to happen. Some, like the Great Millstone, and be cast into the sea. There's another celestial sign that'll come right out of the firmament, be cast into the sea. You start to go after this God in the sky, you know. We don't come from above. When he says meet him in the sky, he's not talking about head. That's not what that's oh, I've got that there. There's your hailstones. There they are. They're right there. They're right there. Here they come. See them? They're right there. Hailstones, the weight of a talent coming out of the sky. So, yeah, I had to get that one too. It's right next to the, right next to the millstone. Hailstones and millstones. See? Millstone, the great millstone, right? The great. So I can't help it. Father does this stuff in me. I don't do it. Honestly, Nathan, I don't do it. Father makes me do these tattoos. Like, this tattoo was not supposed to be what it was. I never even went in for this tattoo. He put a completely different tattoo. And then when he did it, I said I wanted any other color than red. Look what color he made it. So, yeah, I know. My bad. I know I'm on some terrible internet out here. So I actually have Verizon. Hold on. What are you doing, boy? What are you doing? You hanging out with the dad? You hanging out with the dad? You just hanging out with dad? You're such a good guy. I love you, Mr. Bobone. You're my best pants I ever did, boy. All the single boys I ever did have. You're my best dingo. You're my best dingo boy that I ever did best. I love him. I love him. I love you. You're a good boy. He loves the dad. It's pretty warm to be snuggling there, buddy. It's pretty warm to be snuggling. It's pretty warm to be snuggling. Don't you think it's a little warm? You go over there and be crazy for a little bit. Be crazy. You're a crazy boy. I love you. Oh, here comes my other crazy guy. Here comes my other crazy boy. Here comes my other crazy guy. It's my other crazy boy. You guys are the craziest boys I ever did have. You're so silly, Mr. Bowbone. Mr. Bowbone. What are you doing? Watch it with your big tail, Tago. Well, we got Tago's tail in the way. You're so silly. You're such a silly boy. You're the best puppy I ever did best. Or the best boy I ever did best. You know that, puppy boy? I love this puppy dog. I think we need to let him outside. You guys want to go out for a minute? Or is it time to eat? Oh, they're telling Dad it's not time to eat yet. Yeah, I know, probably. Probably. Because I'm moving the camera around too much. Oh, my big guys. I got my boys. I got my boys. My boys are some of the boys. So, all right, hold on, guys. I'm going to get up and let these puppies outside. I'm going to actually go open up the front door. It's starting to get a little warm in here. I don't know why it's heating up. It's already 6 o'clock, but well, it's about 5. You ready to go outside? You ready to go outside? You want 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 to go outside? Tell Dad. You want to go outside? Tell me if you want to go outside. Do you want to go outside? Yeah? Tell me you want to go outside. Outside? Oh, what do you think about that? Oh, okay. That was good enough. That was a good outside. He wants to go outside. He wants to go outside. He just wants to be with the dad. Oh, would you stop it? You're stuck to me like glue. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. You're the best boy ever did best. You are the best guy. The dingoes are the best dogs. I raised dogs, and these are the best dogs you could ever did have. I'm telling you. So, let's take you guys outside. Come on. You see those pretty ears? See them pretty ears? That's why I raise them. It's all about them ears, huh? Look at those pretty ears. You got the prettiest ears ever, Mr. Boy. Mr. Boy, them ears. Them pretty ears. He doesn't like when you're talking about him. He puts them down. He's like, am I talking about you now? Am I talking about you? What about the ears? Where's it? Where's it? Let's put you guys outside. You guys can go outside for a minute. It's getting hot. It's getting hot in the cabin. Oh, hi, pretty girl. There's my pretty kitty girl. I think we're going to peel off the shirt here. I apologize. We're going to have to strip down here. It's just getting too darn hot in here. I'm starting to sweat. I don't want to get all sweaty. I think we're going to take a pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. Give me uno momento, por favor. I need to, take a pause for a minute. William Cooper? Interesting. Whoa, hold on. Oh man. Bill William Cooper? You mean like? No, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just joking. People like to say he's Alex Jones. He's not Alex Jones. Oh man. Amara. Is that what that says? Amara? Amara. Is that short for Amara Can't? I am American. Most people American, but I am American. So. Out. Watch the sun at all, but we're in a solar max right now, towards the solar minimum. I'm not sure how many more. Might have another year or so of solar, or maximum, excuse me, before we're going to dip off back into the solar minimum. You won't see warmth for 5 or 6 years, 7 years or something, maybe. It's going to get colder. The operating radios, nice. I've got handhelds. I've never got an operator's license to operate them, but they're pretty nice for the handheld. They're not the bow fang, but there's some Yaesu. I think it might be 90 degrees in the cabin right now. I ain't been running the fan, so pretty close. Probably. See, there you go. You get the ears on ham radios that are you're not going to hear anywhere else. You can tune Tokyo, baby. Let's see, where are those things at? This one, that's there's my freaking grenade to the face. Just messed me up. Yeah, but they're pretty nice for a handheld unit though. And I've got several, antennas and all got the whole couple sets of them there. Pretty nice setup for it's a pretty nice size antenna for that one there. But anyways, I got a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch of antennas in there. But I've got a couple of these for later. And eventually, because I don't leave the batteries in these. These are submergible. You can put these are submergible in water. Issues with sound on these because they've got that casing on them, but I definitely think that these are the best ones I could find at the time, for the money. So, and these are a 5 band. So, yeah. Yeah, that's nice, something I try to spend money on. Don't blow money. I want to spend it on things that are worth, So, but this is pretty nice little set there for radios. And it's got the batteries and rechargeable batteries and stuff, and the rechargers in there. And then there's some handheld, to do the, but should, later when I need them, I'm sure I'll have somebody like if you were around, you could operate them and know how to help me. I can find somebody to help me operate them when it need be. And I'm sure these operate pretty well. They have pretty reviews. So it's pretty neat to be able to operate like that and get away from the system and don't do this whole, cellular or whatever. Nice. Well, they're crushing our stream now, aren't they? Yeah, that's all right. It's
pretty warm out here. We're not getting really much wind, so that's all right. It's not as hot. It's not that darn hot. Not too bad. We got to use something. No. I'm gonna learn you. Come on, phone. Oh. Pardon me. We're out here in the desert. Oh. Still smoking. Oh wait. A little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. So what's on your radar, guys? What do you see? Just come in here. I could talk all day, but whatever. What are you doing? Learn. Okay, cool. Outstanding. I've always liked to help whenever I can. I like to learn too. Obviously, I didn't just by this wasn't all in my head. I had to learn most of these things I learned from other people. So thank you, Father, for making so many blessed people to have the time to, like myself, be able to study. And you don't want to hold this all in if you know things, right? If you get something's good, you want to share it with other people, right? So they just set another court. I'd never seen him actually use the cameras in that courtroom ever. And they used him today. When I went in there, my name was all up on the case board or whatever, and they had the attorney was up there, but it was quick. They set a court date for August. So not what I wanted, but I knew that's what was going to happen. So remember I said that he's going to set a court date. So another hearing. So my attorney wanted to have more time than they gave him, which was good. So not that he asked for more time, which would hopefully show them that he's going to go through the case thoroughly and look through all the discovery, because he said he had just gotten the discovery and they sent it for August 25th. So, almost 16 months. So, but I'm sure he can ask for more time. I think he's going to put the heat on him is what he's going to do. So he needs to go through and look through the discovery and see what they have and, look through the evidence and see if they have enough to, convict me. Remember, they have to prove what is called, they have the burden of proof for the preponderance of evidence, which means they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And if there's any reasonable doubt, they can't take it to trial. So now that I actually have a real attorney, he could probably show out, hey, you can lose this right here. They're not going to want to take it to trial. So you get what you pay for, looks like I'll probably have to, I imagine they might take me to trial, but we'll see. I don't know if they'll have the money, to be honest with you, in this poor county. You know what I'm saying? John's not new. John's been practicing law since 1982. He's been doing it a long time. But the new district attorney, he's new. He's some young kid. So we'll see. He's young. He's in his 30s. So John will handle him if he can get him on the phone. I'm sure he will. He'll just run him like a pony. Remember the first time I seen John, I went up and looked at him and seen hammerhead sharks and great white sharks in his eyeballs swimming around in there. And I said, well, that's the attorney I need. So yeah, well, new to my case, but he knows, like I said, he knows the case. He's dealt with Elijah. He's the one I hired for Elijah. For the same case, Linda, for the same case. I hired him for the same case. So no, he's more familiar with this case than, he's not new to the case. He knows this is the one I hired to get Elijah out of the, get out. So what's the charge? Hindering pigs, interfering with pigs, harassing pigs, and menacing pigs. So lots of me standing in front of the pigs in the law, standing, because that's Christ-like. That's what Christ would do. He would get in front of the pigs. He wouldn't stand for any of this. He whipped the people selling the doves because they were feeing his people, exchanging the new money to the old and from the old to the new, and a fine, or a fee. So you're not Christ-like unless you're standing up. So my charges are standing up. I'm not a menace to society. I'm a menace to the motherfucking police. because they don't like me because I stand up. I'm a menace to the government. I'm a menace to my senator, my congressman, or woman. Or, well, governor is the woman, my bad. So, yes, I don't do gang. What's the definition? When I was a pig, thug, myself, a cop, SWAT, and traffic reconstructionist, I could put my hands on a woman, but the definition of a gang was a 6 or 8 or more, a large group of thugs, all heavily armed, going around harassing, extorting the general public, all wearing the same thin blue line or color. So they did it to themselves. That's the stupidest thing they ever could have done, is just all put that same colors. Remember? They're a gang. Grew up around the gang culture. I know a gang when I see a gang. So I used to be one of them thugs myself, but at least I couldn't put my hands on a woman. There was no such thing as officer safety back then in that form. It didn't matter. I had to call in a backup female officer. My safety was not for it. I couldn't see. Wow, things sure have changed, but it still didn't make what I did not thuggery. I still work for the corporation and the beast system. So he said, "Come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them." And he rebukes my heart constantly. So somebody's got to point out the hypocrisy, the lunacy, the mass murder that goes on in 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. Talk about reach out and touch somebody. Holy crap. That made Rome never even. It's just an extension of Rome. The Vatican, still there. They had deadly head wound that was healed. Remember, I spoke about it earlier on the live stream. So some of us were bred for this. Well, my mom and dad made me. My creator created me to do this. So if you don't like it, take it up with the creator. He wrote all things. No such thing as free will, or no such thing as luck. You didn't come in here by luck, not by chance. Father created all these vessels of wrath fitted for destruction. Most people go to hell. Remember, hell's not a place. Don't worry about it. They're lost in space. They think space is a place too. Space and hell. Where is space? Where's space? Space bars. You got some space balls up there? Space balls in the sky? Who's your daddy? What are you, from Indiana? Double dribble? Oh, wait. Man, there's some people that like to bet on sports than people back there in Kentucky and Indiana. I've never seen people like to bet so much in my life. Well, there's no such thing as Lucifer. Lucifer is not a thing. Lucifer is not scriptural, nor is it biblical. It's never written in any scriptural or biblical text. It's not a thing. It's real as Chewbacca. Remember, Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet. We're going to go to Mars. Yeah, you can fart and smell it on the moon. You know what I'm saying? I could just send Nathan to the moon 4 times and back on dollar bills with our $1 trillion debt. But anyway, which is if you wrote the debt, just stacked one upon another. It's never mind. But we've been there since 1976, and they steal how many billions of dollars? And remember, he created a space force, Mr. Warp Speed. But no such thing as Lucifer vigilance. That's not a biblical or scriptural term, never written in text. Just to help you out, it's actually only written one time. Remember, it doesn't even. It's not even a scriptural word. So there's no such thing as Luciferian, and they got whole generations that call themselves, I don't know. They identify as cats now and need to poop in this litter box at school or something. I don't know. These generations are lost. These people do all kinds of weird things. They used to think that there were gods in the sky. The sun was dying, and they had a burnt offering of flesh of a man. They ate them. People do weird things, they're sensational. They have what is called fairy tale. Fairy is a Celtic demon. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. There's no such thing as demons like Ghostbusters, like who are you going to call? Put them in a box, little slime. Marvin the Martian, So no gods in the sky. So we're not going to Mars. You can't land on a light, if I'm not mistaken. The light is its own separate light source. Remember, I have many moons. I probably have more moons tattooed on me than anybody you know. I could just keep showing you my moons, but I won't keep showing you all my moon tattoos. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll stop. But I know a little bit about the lunar surface. Are you a lunar chick? I'll tell you what, you probably don't know anything about the moon because it's not 2025. They're a lunatic. You think you know about the moon and it's 2025, right? No, it's not. Stop it. Go play your little space balls somewhere else. I don't know, You Light Up My Life or whatever that, You Light. Remember that song? I don't know. Lucifer. See, they do that. They add to the book. So they add the word Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Are you serious? Like the Dog Star series? People are, and it's only written one time. When they added it way later, like they added the word, what's the translation? Devil. There's no such thing as devil. There's not a There's no such thing as a devil. There's no. It just the word was demonion, or what you know is a demon. Oh, there we go, Ghostbusters again, right? See, stop it. Arab demon is a genie. Remember, rub on my balls. Rub on my crystal ball. Yeah, let me rub on my ball here and I'll tell you wishes or give you fortunes, right? And you rub on your lamp, right? See, what's all this? I'm rubbing it. 3 counts of rubbing it in the parking lot. Hey, they got him on camera. Well, I'm saying, guys, whatever. These people love their space gods. Mr. Clown God, Mr. whatever, paint your face orange, Cheeto or Dorito taco shell, whatever his name is. I don't care. His name is Apollyon, right? No, it's Abadonald John. Abadonald John McTrump, McScrooge? No, Mr. Moneybags, 34 felonies and how many bankruptcies later? And he's still a billionaire? So you sit here and play the silly little reindeer games with him. I'm all done playing this, 58-story tower. I don't give my oath to no towers. So you can't serve 2 masters. Master is Lord. So I don't know who's your Lord. Oh, Lord. Lordy Lord. This they do. They revel. Remember, he had Hillary at his inaugural dinner. Never forget 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. So President 9/11, selected by the corporation, Fortune 500 companies. How do you think campaign funded? It was the Fortune 500 companies that put Donald in office. Don't fool yourself. You know nothing about this electoral college. Remember, I asked somebody earlier about that. Who was that? They couldn't answer. Hey, I tried. Oh, I tried, But anyways, Mr. Warp Speed, Back to the Future. Here we go. We must have a supporter. I think we must have an athletic supporter. It's not. I don't know why they said that. Brother, hey, is that the movie? Brother-in-law? I think that's what that movie was called, wasn't it? Stepdad. Oh, Step Brothers. My bad. Boats and Hoes. You guys weren't out there very long. You weren't out there very long. You weren't outside very long. You weren't outside very long. You like the water inside better than the water outside? Oh, there's my keys. Oh, Dad's got to put those keys back up. I couldn't find them darn keys. I found them, boys. I found them. I don't think we're going to have enough to make more ice cubes, are we? Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, I got to put these keys up. There's my kitty girl. Pretty girl. I seen the kitty. There's Jennifer girl. Dad's still got a piece of this pork that. Oh, man. Oh, last bite of that torta I bought today. Oh, my goodness. That was good. Torta. Oh, man. With, jalapenos. I just had one more. I had one bite left of it. I was like, oh. Oh, it was so good. I only ate half of it. Oh my goodness. That was good freaking jalapenos, man. That was super spicy. So, but anyways, I had a taco truck out there next to the bank, and I had to go run over there too to get the or the credit union to go get the money order for the passport. So working on that, doing that again too. So get that back under my belt, and I won't worry about that when I sue the piss out of Marshall. I'll sue him for the 40 pounds of silver, and I won't worry about the passport, but I should at least get it, you know, why it looks like I'm squatting in an abandoned shack in the woods. It looks like you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground there, Thomas. So, but your eyes are deceiving you because you don't know, once again, your ass from a hole in the ground. So, are you in some big house or something in the middle of, oh, there we go, pushing drugs. Thomas is a drug pusher. I don't do drugs, Thomas. I use cannabis, but I don't do drugs. So quit pushing your drugs on people who drug pusher. Who take you sound like the government. Remember, the number one drug pusher is Ronald Warp Speed. He'll put the old Fent, or he's got the old Jabadooski. Which one would you like? Talk about that. And then you got the people pushing drugs. The government's pushing drugs on everybody. People come in here and push drugs in here. Guys, see why they act like that? Government trained. They're government trained. They are. I'm on the cannabis daily too. Well, if I need it. So as needed. The doctor says, take as needed, and I'm the doctor. All right. Oh, excuse me. Pardon me. Where'd my fuego, where'd my fire go? Speaking of, I think I'm going to take a little puff off the old... Did you guys see the Simpsons episode? The Simpsons. What's up? Hold on. It's my conspiracy theory piece. Oh. Not that kind of peace. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace. So, oh, you didn't see the South Park episode about Mr. Warp Speed? And you need to go check that episode. I don't really watch none of that stuff. I mean, I like the behind the writers, obviously, are part of this. Somebody's paying them. They just got a $1.5 billion contract for 50 episodes. So, yeah, there we go. Obviously, Nate, Nathan, he had these guys, these writers are Masons. So, not hard to figure out how they, get to, Kobe and all, whatever. They always... The Simpsons have never let me down. They're one of my best study tools I've had for, was it I can't believe how many years or whatever, but they give us, it's just almost like a white paper back in the day before the internet. I used to study what was called white papers, and we had to go to the library and study fish, and the slides, the microfish, all the different ways to study. We have all these modern tools that make it very, you know, convenient, but doesn't mean everything's right, even in the library. You got to have some discernment. And so um, most people have very little discernment when it comes to things. And that's why I think they get away with what they get away with most times. Because, I mean, come on. Remember I said Mr. Warp Speed decorates his house with Mithra, the sun god Satan, and people voted him in 3 times. If you think 81 million people voted for Joe Biden, it's time for you to leave. You don't math with me, and I don't math with people I don't math with. That's like Epstein didn't Epstein himself, okay? See, that don't math with me. Does that make sense? Well, now we're doing, dollars and cents, it don't add up. Like ching, like that's currency. That's not money. Money is, that's money. Are you a buffalo herder? You should get a herd of buffaloes. We're going to take these herd of buffaloes and we're going to move them to Ecuador. Well, we might. I think we're going to turn them into Ecuadorian property. And you come down there and visit at the property in Ecuador too. So you're welcome to come visit here. Some of you guys come visit for the end of the summer. Come hang out for a couple of days or something. Come learn to be off grid. Maybe we'll start doing that. Hey, you want to book your reservation? It'll be like a bend over Harley Davidson halo at his Observer Ranch. We still had Silver Rock Ranch here before Bendover had his Colorado Ranch next to the DOJ or whatever where he's at. But you can book your stay out here, and you don't have to pay me. You got to pay him. You can build a bench if you'd like out here. You got to pay him to have a bench. He's got camps you got to go pay for. You come out here, and I won't charge you anything. Come help me set up a camp, not a FEMA or a work camp. Like a concentrate, like orange juice camp. No, I just need people to come out here and enjoy the property. That's my problem always here. I just got the hip camp going back up. So I think I'll get it wouldn't accept my ID. And actually I should have checked it earlier. So probably could have had quite a few bookings all summer, but we'll get some more people, get some more people out here. And now that the hip camp's back up, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see, Linda. I've had people try to come before and they didn't make it. So things happen. So it's like Kevin, when he showed up, that's how there's only been one person ever there's actually been a couple. We had that younger kid who showed up. He was a good kid. Actually, Yashida, I think his name is he came in here the other day. And I hadn't seen him forever, and he's been a minute. And he came out here, but he was just young, and he almost burnt the house down a couple times. He just, whatever. But we had a good time. We hung out in church a lot, and he stayed for a few days, and then he went back. And he's from the city. He's more of a city boy. We're out in the country, and I don't actually have the animals out here now, but leaving, gates and stuff open, letting animals out and things like that. They're just country rules when you live in the city, just certain way of living. But I ain't trying to put anybody, sort of like do that or whatever. Try to just make people, out here, like I said, people, you make it on your own out here if you just self-motivated. If not, this place can eat you up pretty quickly, but there's plenty of work here for people if they want. And then I like the idea always of just, when I moved out here to, it's not my property, but it's a blank canvas, a blank canvas, you start and you build what you want. It's like Kevin, he decided he's going to rock his whole building. Literally, that one whole room, and he's already picked up a bunch of material, and, and I know that's what he's out doing right now. He's out collecting rock, for his building. So that's what I was going to do for my son, and my daughter, but if I can ever find them, I don't think they'll ever want to do it here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. I don't want to make any decisions on what's going on with that. I can only rely on Father with that, but it's going to be awesome. I mean, he's going to have a neat place, and it already is, he's already adding. I got to get in gear and get him help, get him on some things and get him rocking on, some of those things, but 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 anyways, this place has massive opportunity here. It really does. I mean, people can come out here and be left alone, and that's the one thing I don't like about this place is there's not much community. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of good too. But if things break down, you're not going to have small numbers are going to get run over. I don't care how big and badass you think you are. You're not Rambo. You're not going to make it on your own. And you're not, if you ain't ever been around people who like hordes or like, it's like democracy, like mob mentality. Once it starts swaying, one way, it's hard to pull it back. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe you never pushed a cow around or been pushed around by a cow or whatever, been around livestock. I don't know how to explain it to you, but you know, the larger numbers are going to run over the smaller numbers. Hey, are you hungry? Yeah, let's go, man. They'll be motivated by, and they're going to just run over all these people out here that just have just a couple people, so that's always just felt volatile. And I'm not trying to run from anything or fight for anything. I'm actually going to try to make a plan with, um, people to get the hell out of the way. I don't want to fight for anything. Actually, that's why I own a Forerunner, so I can get the cat out of there and not fight anybody for anything. The idea is to have a cache somewhere else and leave that shit behind and let them don't lose your freaking life over dirt. I don't care what it is. I don't give a crap what it is unless it's a human being. That's a little bit, but it's dirt. Go grab the dogs, leave, let them freaking have it. You know what I'm saying? Why would you fight over something in that case unless you had a lot of numbers? And is that what you really want to do, is be fighting people? I suggest you get further away if you think you're going to fight people. See, that's what I've always tried to explain to people. Why fight? Let all these people fight it out and then go back and scavenge or perk them like a Call of Duty game. Just pick up their shit and say thanks. Hey, man, are you using that weapon? No? Well, I don't know. I can't get him to respond. Hey, Kevin, you get him to say something? This guy ain't saying nothing to me. Hey, you using that? Oh, look, are you using that knife? Man, he hasn't said anything, but well, he ain't answering. No, I want to check it. Hey, no, okay, scavenger, bitch. That's what I don't mean to be like that. But why would you sit there and be fighting people for the last box of toilet or roll of toilet paper, or box or bag or canned food? You know, um, you know what I'm saying? So the last thing nobody can say about me is that I'm promoting violence. I don't promote any kind of violence. I promote getting away from violence, and that's important. So nobody can say about, like with the case of what's going on with me. I wasn't violent. They're the ones who assaulted me and battered me and grenaded me to the face and grenaded my son and my daughter and shot my son, and that's on them. Father made him do it. So they're going to have to answer for it in lawsuit. So, um, and, but all that'll get taken care of. Like I said, there's so much opportunity in this valley. People will just, try and, you know, it's a growing valley. So there's just so many things out here that in the next 5 years are just going to, not literally, but blow up. I mean, it already is. It's just unbelievable. There's like 3 new houses going on this road that I live on now, or that I live on. But and I like it. I like seeing that. I love the development out here. I like people coming out here living the dream, because that's what most people do. But we're, again, full circle. They're just not going to do well unless they have a group of people that want to help protect what they have. But I don't know. I'd rather get the hell out of Dodge and go hunt rabbits and chicken, bring my chickens with me if I had a few, and try to keep them for eggs, and then go hunt squirrels and set fall trap, fish, and get away from society and live off the land then, until they come get you or whatever. But I ain't trying to fight with anybody. I'm a pacifist. I'm a veteran. I know how to use my hands. I don't need a weapon to, you know, no birthday next year or whatever you want to call it. But, I'm not threatening that. Remember, I'm not, I don't want that. I don't want to fight with anybody. I don't want to. I hate that. The fact that people aren't more prepared, and they're going to end up, hurting people and being opportunistic, and they're going to lose their head, and they're not going to be thinking with their head anymore. They'll still have it attached to their body, but they'll be thinking with their gut. And I don't think most people are ready for that. And that's upon us already in many places. People are hungry all over this world. I'm just sickened by the fact that I think that there's more than enough resources on this rock that no child should go hungry and die of starvation tonight, and they will. So, you know, I don't know. I wear a heavy weight of the world on my shoulder, and I can't help it. It's the way Father made me. But I know fighting is not the answer, and that's what they want. They want us to fight with each other. There's an invasive hominoid species on this rock called the governance. There's no one world government. It never says that. It never says that one time. One world religion or one world order. It never says that. But anyways, and that's who's, like I said, the big drug pushers pushing their jab. They did it to every nation. Stand on the X. Take the jab. Bow to the altar of Jabba. Warp speed. Do it now. Get the sticker. Play Pokemon. Come on. It's a game. Do it. We'll give you a free Krispy Kreme donut. People are worried about, the most silliest things where they could be getting prepared for all things, not just one, having a narrow scope, like blinders, like a horse at a racetrack, or whatever. They can't, keep it straight. So, but people are people, and I'm not trying to change the world. Don't worry about that. I'm not even trying to change anybody in here. What I'm trying to do is get away from people who are idiots. Get away from people who are not prepared, because those are going to be the people who I am more concerned for than even the governments. I'm more concerned about ill-prepared people, like I said, coming in, marauding people who don't have, being opportunistic, and that's the way society is. People have been run hard for the last 5 years through the whole beer bug thing. Remember, it's down on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, shut your business down. You don't love grandpa if you don't put on the face diaper, act like a child. So it's pretty hard on society. The actual effects of that were probably even worse if you look into it, if you studied it at all. I do. I don't want to take my finger off the pulse of that's something that I'm never going to forget, what they did to society. Push your buggy down the aisle this way and you won't get the bug. We're definitely the stupidest society to ever walk this rock. We just straight went back to Neanderthal type of behavior here. We're more intelligent, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I mean, in some ways, I thought I thought it was blessing. I love that children were home with their parents. But that made a lot of actually children get beat because their parents didn't know even how to handle them, didn't have the money. Children didn't even get fed unless they went to school. So children lost their meals when they shut the schools down. There was a whole generation, and it's just a bunch of public school indoctrination anyways, but still, there's the interaction with other children. I homeschooled my son for many years, but there were some years he wanted to play football and do sports and things. I'm like, cool, you can go to school when you want to go to school, and do public school, but like my dad told me, they ain't gonna teach you how to make no money. You better get good grades. I'll beat the snot out of you. I'll cut you up, put you in the trash can, and send you out with the trash if you get bad grades. But they ain't gonna teach you how to make no money in school. It's the way my dad was, and so I understand, and that's kind of how with my son, I didn't give him that same understanding, but he kind of was easy. He could master school pretty quickly because he knew what he needed to do. So he was always distracting people because he was homeschooled too. But I remember there was a generation that lost a whole graduation that year. Think about that. They didn't get a graduation. That sucks, and they will never get one. And it's not that, whatever. It's not, but whatever. That was just, there was so many effects too with children too. Again, children, they said that were born during that time that they actually have some of these learning. I don't want to call it a disability, but there is a generation during that time, they've already seen the effects of what it did to those children during that time that didn't get that somewhat of a formal education, that it did have, an effect, not having those social skills, having, that's why I didn't like sending my son to public schools, but they needed the social skills. That's another thing that children really missed out on a lot during that time is, and a lot of fear too. It made them not want to, interact with each other. And children aren't supposed to bully each other, but they are supposed to interact and not, and it did it with people. You see it still to this day. People are, hey, I don't mean to go there, but if a cop's getting too close to you, tell them COVID. 6 feet, man. They'll still listen to it, man. It's like that card. You can still play the 6 foot rule card with people. Oh my gosh. The stupidest thing ever, guys. Listen, 25 feet. Do you guys remember when the COVID came out? 25 feet, 25 feet. Oh, it's 25. They started talking about the spray and all that, when it first came out, and they're like, oh, 15 feet, 15 feet. 15, then it was 15, and then every day they just put out 6, 6, 6 X's on the floor. So people stand there at 6, 6, 6 feet apart, XXX. I'm like, dude, this has got to be the most ignorant generation. Did they ever even look into what a virus is? No, remember, but it was like, but do you remember what I'm saying, Nathan? It was like they were having this debate whether it was 25 or 15. And then they just put X's on the floor at 6 feet apart. Nobody ever said a damn word about 6 feet. They never said 6 feet. That's just where the X's were put down. And I caught right on to it. You know what I'm saying? I caught right on to it. People are like, what do you mean, man? I'm like, are you guys that freaking stupid? They were saying 15. Okay, so first of all, a mask, that thing ain't going to stop crap. That ain't stopping anything. What do you mean? You ever seen a painter with the, M95? They still get that. That's not. Yeah, I know. The whole time, everybody's like, Tracy, dude, are you serious? I'm like, no, are you serious? Are you going to stand on that X? I said, are you a rebel because you stand on the X, or are you a rebel, you're helping the cause, or are you a rebel if you don't stand on the X? Wait, do you have a brain if you stand on the X, or you have a brain if you don't? I never stood on one X. I still will stand around them. There's still some down there on the floor in some places. You see them and whatever, live in this little town. They're still stepping around them things. Something like the cracks. Don't step on the crack, break your back, break your mama's, remember that one? Break your mama's back, that one. And, the law of the whole thing, you couldn't step on the cracks. Maybe stepping around them X's, man. Always seeing you standing on that X. And I remember people getting all uncomfortable around me. I'm like, well, then scoot the hell back, man. Get away from me then. He's not wearing a mask. Freaking a bunch of Karens. That made, no, it did. The narc generation, like Sesame Credit, like China. Like you get a good sticker. Because you're a little good citizen, because you narked, you need to put your mask up around your little nostril holes there. And I didn't know that people didn't want to do that. There were people who didn't want that job, but there were people who took it too far. Everybody became a police. Start policing everybody. See how that worked? Yeah, no, he's not what, divide and conquer. Works so nice. Put a face diaper on them, and now these are the ones that face diaper, and these are the ones that say, oh, hell no. A virus ain't even alive. What do I worry about catching something that's not even alive? So, remember the percentage rate of it? Remember if you got it, what the percentage rate was? I can't put it in here because I got a strike for that before. What was the percentage rate if you got it? 100% if you got it. That if you got it, what was your chance of living? Living, not dying. What was your chance of living? 100% you got it. Right, 9.8. So, right, 0.8. And I'm like, so how did you know if it's working? The student's like, oh my gosh. And it was designed, it really was. At first, the whole bug itself, obviously we know the sticker, that did something completely different. The sticker was something completely different. But, you know what I'm saying? That's what I put out. How do we know if it's working? It's 99.8 and now it's 99.9. Is that how we know it's working? The numbers were just like, dude, how is this some kind of I don't want to get the strike for it, talk about it, because, they did. I got a strike for talking about this before on this channel. So I got to be careful and tiptoe around this, maybe speak around the algorithm or something, but yeah, I mean, I was just so offended. I was so offended, as a veteran. Veterans wear masks. That's what I was trying to tell people. At least you have a choice. I don't care what they're saying. Just you do whatever you want to do. But look, I'm a veteran, okay, and I'm offended. Veterans, we do things so you would have a right to choose, a right to choose. It's about the right. I don't care about freedom. Shut up about freedom. I don't want to hear it. Shut the fuck up. This ain't freedom. Okay, look at what they're doing. It's about the right to choose. So don't say freedom to me anymore. I'm just going to walk away from you. Okay. As a veteran, if you want that right, that right, that's what I defended, is your right to choose. Oh, kill women and children in other countries. Women and children. Not battle dress uniform, fighting age men, but women, children, and the best of what the nation has to offer. So you standing on an X and wearing a face diaper? That doesn't sound like freedom to me. So, and it doesn't sound like people have a right to well, yes, you do. If you all keep going with this, and people are like, dude, calm down, man. You're going to get thrown in, shut up. Tell me what's going to happen to me. Father, my day of death and my day, whatever happens to me, happens to me. I know I need to stand against this. And I did it before I came. I said, everybody, hey, you guys, 11 people dead in this China. How many people? How many billions of people? Is there a population? And you're going to lock the whole country down? This is something I've never seen before. And this is one that you cannot. And then I found about the event 201. So it wasn't hard to say, hey, this is the one, guys. I'd look, and that's what I'm trying to tell you too on right now, because I've gone and I don't do the cry wolf. We're there again. I mean, this is the one with what this whole thing they just did with this EpiPen Island. And if you follow this channel, I hit you up with that more than a year ago, way more than a year ago. I blogged about Trump coming out on Truth Viral Television, and he wasn't even running for president. How did you know that? Because I told you I've been reading their white papers, and the Simpsons have never let me down. Remember? Oh, come on, seriously. But I have a lot of study tools. And now I got the web, and I had the dark web, and now I don't go on the dark, but I used to spend more time on the dark web than anything else. I know what I'm saying there's a lot of stuff that, people just never even get the time to even look at. And just because you see something on the web doesn't mean it's real. I'm just, you have to discern these things. So they don't care how much you know, brothers, sisters. It's irrelevant. Seriously, it's like being head knowledge. And if you're not walking in faith, then, then you're just head knowledge. But they care how much you care. So that's why some of us more get shadow banned, and some people could just run their mouth and say whatever, and their channels blow up because they don't have there's no passion in what they're doing. They're trying to do it for clicks and money and fame. And this channel isn't anything about that. This channel is about exposing what Christ would do. He would stand against this perversion, and he would speak up about these things. He's not a sit down and shut up Jesus. He's a stand up and speak up. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around, good women to stand around and do nothing, say nothing, shut up. It's in his word, see? Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Expose them, put the light on them, rebuke them with light. It's in his word. I don't, it's not me. He makes me do this. His word is what gets me up off my fourth point of contact and makes me do what I do. I don't want to be here. I don't. My son is grown, and now he's missing. The hell do I want to be here? Look what just happened to me. I just try to help my son, and now whatever. I don't care. This is how it's supposed to be. I'm doing it because this is what it means to be Christ-like. So you don't know what Bible I'm reading? Well, Bible means book. There's only one book you can read. Everything else is watered down garbage. Throw it away. Burn it. No, you don't have to burn it. Put it in the library. Give it to some later, civilization, whatever that's here, archive it, and they can study like, oh, look how much of an idiot these people were. They fell for all these other religions, just like this book said, the original text, Interlinear Textus Receptus, the old 12th century book where they defined every word. Remember, The Council of Nicaea, I'm not sure what you even have an understanding. So most people are Satanists, and they read a translated book, just like they're transgender Jesus. They're Jesus with breasts, Baphomet. The one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, Mr. 9/11. 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. If you skip Joe Biden, remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the bite in. So Father tells us don't sup with vipers. You know, like two snakes up a pole, they'll be fooled by what? Sorcery. Yeah, in a lexicon, that's the word pharmakia. I think that already happened. Did you get your sticker? Record earnings 20 and 20. So get the interlinear Textus Receptus. There is no other scripture that I read. Bible, that's the word book. It wasn't written on paper. It was never written on paper. It was written on scrolls and tablets and stone. These people are stoned out of their mind. Too many hits on that glycol dragon pen or whatever. I'm not saying people can't intake something. It's not what goes in us that defiles us, him or her. It's what comes out of us, him or her. Man. So I don't read anything else other than what has been defined. Everything else is a translation. There's a difference between a literal definition and your own version. That's translation. Like I could say to you in your ear, I took the Beverly bus down to Beverly Boulevard to Barney's Beanery to buy a bowl of beans. And then you could lean over to Linda and say that to Linda, and then Linda could say that to Nathan, and then Nathan can say it to, it's never going to come out the same on the other end. It's never going to come out. It's not. That's called translation. It gets lost in translation. Like you can't take Hebrew, change it into Aramaic, and then to English. It gets lost in translation. So unless you study the definition, that's why he said, I am the Aletheia. I am. He said, before Abraham was, I am. He said, be comforted, Peter. We've all been Peter. When things get a little rocky, a little storm comes, we try to jump the ship, jump the shark. I am. He said that to Peter, so we know he is Father. So I only study out of the Word. I love the Word. I'm in love with the Word. So why would I study anything that's not defined? So people are lost. Once lost, but now I have been found, and Father found me to the definition, and that's the only way. Hados is the word. Hados Aletheia Horizo. That's what he said. I am the Hados. I am the Aletheia. I am the Horizo. I can't change what he said, or I'm adding to his book. That's froward. The word is froward in Hebrew. That means to add, change, twist, warp, like a candy cane pole. Well, so I only read the text that's accepted because it's defined, the interlinear Textus Receptus. So go see Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. He studies out of that same text, and I reject all the other texts. There's a reason why they're called the rejected texts. I've studied them, but they're not the gospel. So I don't read anything other than the defined. Go study the Council of Nicaea and look at how they took all the words out and used what was called a lexicon in the Old Testament. It's like the modern day Webster's dictionary, if you will. Greek has a lexicon as well. And they defined 150 Catholics. I rebuke them. 150 Christians. I rebuke them. But in that day, they were 150 Catholics. There was 300 men. And they took and pulled out each word and defined them using the lexicon. So yeah, so it's the KJV version, the interlinear Textus Receptus. There is only one version. And remember, there's other versions, brothers, sisters, but that is done when the KJV version was done at was known as the Council of Nicaea. And they took out each word and they defined it. So you can study the other words, but you're building your house on sinking sand. He said, I am the Petra, I am the rock. So you might want to study it in the Greek, in the New Testament. It's an old Jewish book written in Greek. So I told you I'm in love with the word. So I don't, this world, you can have it, all of it. It's not for me. Told you, I don't care. This flesh is just a temporary meat suit. I'm only here for a country minute. I'll be back, but I won't come back with flesh. You don't get flesh after this ride. That's what they're so afraid of. So no, I don't do denomination. I'm not a denomination. I don't want a title, and I don't do denomination because there's no, he wasn't a denomination. They were slaughtering Christians at the time. Remember Constantine, Rome, Council, the Edict of Toleration, Council of Nicaea, all this. Um, he said he doesn't dwell in houses made by hands. So that's what's the biggest threat. That's what they hated in Christ for, because him and Paul, was overcome with his writings. All of Paul's writings are the gospel, but Matthew and Peter and Luke, all of them went out and taught this. Same prophet was it. They were prophets, and they were the apostles, and they went out and shared this same gospel, that we don't need a temple, like Paul said, circumcise the flesh, the outer man. This tradition of these temples and laws and rituals, we're not under the law. Remember, Christ told us that. He fulfilled that. That's what he came to do. He came to fulfill, not abolish. He came to fulfill all the laws of flesh under the Old Testament. He made a new covenant with his bride. He was the testor of that will, and he made a new living will and testament. That's why it's supposed to grow with you. It's not something you just buy once and sit down. It is a living testament, new living will. He was the testor. It's a test of your will. It's more of it's a test of your faith. That's what he said. So we're not, that's right, Nathan. So we're not, he's not in a temple. He's not, he said the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. So he's made that very clear, that be in the world, but be not of it. You know what I'm saying? Be in it, be not of it. Huts. Will that be called a tabernacle there, Booger? Tabernacle is a temporary place of study or worship. Temporary, a tent, like a tent. That's called a tabernacle. That's why they had their Feast of Tabernacles or End Gather. Remember, they wandered for 40 years in the desert because they did not go and kill and scout out the Anunnaki, not Skywalker, the giants in the land of Anak, because they were eating human flesh. Father doesn't want us to eat flesh or drink blood. So human flesh is Masse, M-A-S-S-E. They do their Masse, Christ Mass. That's Satanism. So I don't have that denomination of Christianity because that's Satanism. They birthed their sun god in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ, correct? Birthed in the manger, Horus and Isis. So that's Satan. People are just too ignorant to know what they're going after. And that's not, remember, many are called, but oligos, that word, O-L-I-G-O-S, it's a Greek word that means very few. A puny number are chosen. So Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. So he calls out to his bride not to do the things of this world. And that's the problem with people. They love the word more. Oh, they love the world more than they love the word. And I told you, I love the word. I love the word. I'm going to be a bride. I'm so excited to think that I will have my name called out, and I will be there, and my name will be called out in the book of life. I hope to be with my brothers and sisters, and I won't have to have this flesh anymore. I am so tired of having this flesh. I am not this flesh. This flesh doesn't define who I am. That's why I can mark it and do whatever I want to it, because it's just temporary. I'm not under the laws of flesh. I can mark my flesh. I'm not changing my gender. I teach with these things, obviously. He said, call all man teacher. And he said, be sure no man deceive you. So, not, you know what I'm saying? That's not, we're not here to cross daily and follow after me daily. I keep beating in your head, huh? I just keep saying, why does pastor keep saying that over and over? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. I want you to be able to tell me Matthew 10, 34, 39 without reading it anymore. And it's okay if you have to read it. I don't care if to read it for the next week, month, or year until you don't have to read it anymore. I want you to be able to read that. I want because it's already on your heart. If you are the bride, remember, once written on tables of stone, this is in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. You might want to read Paul's writings. Remember all these laws, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, these were written on tablets, large tablets, tables of stone, altars, and scrolls. And they transcribed these, right? The scribes, and they put these onto paper. This was the Council of Nicaea. I've gone over this, over and over with you guys. So you're not here to turn a goat into a sheep, okay? Most people have no idea. They don't know Christ. I can guarantee you can ask people these two words, halakha and Haggadah. If they don't know those two words, they don't know Jesus Christ. I don't care if they've got a bachelor or, if they've got a degree in, we've had people in here saying they come in here as biblical scholars, and I crushed them in here in a matter of moments. Biblical scholars. And I don't care. I don't need a degree. I've been to college. Went to college before I went to military, did college in the military, and I did college after I got out of it. I don't care. And I still don't have a degree because I don't need a degree. I went there to study, to learn, not to get a degree. So challenge myself, if you will. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Degrees don't matter. I don't want a PhD in front of your name. Remember, that's why I won't take a denomination. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want, that's important. Remember, your schooling is just part of you. This is all part of what refines you and makes you who you are. And so I'm still learning, but I know the things that I've studied that I'm not going to, that I've gone and studied for, 3 decades now. And it's been my line of work. People to get a job. Okay, whatever, man. You know what my job is to share the light. My job is to be a soldier of God. Remember what Haystack said? If I die here on the battlefield, I hope the Father will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I'll live to fight again. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. I'm not talking about we're not here to appease this flesh, brothers and sisters. We're here and this flesh is going to suffer. And if you can't see that, then the gospel's not on your heart. So again, he said, once written on tables of stone, is now blotted out, as all the laws were written on stone. And now they're written on fleshy tables of our hearts with the beard blood that he paid. They striped him, remember? He said, follow after me. Are you out there getting, you know what a chevron or a rocker is? This is that, chevron is that upside down V. The rocker is that like a saddle that's like a private first class would have one chevron and one rocker, right? So that's stripes, if you will, as a soldier. I'm just giving you, that's a E3 in the military. So there you go, sergeant. Now you got 3 chevrons, no rockers. But if you're a sergeant first class, you got 3 chevrons and a rocker. But are you getting your stripes? You got to move up in rank. You got to earn more stripes. You getting your stripes out there? That's why them ladies who got them stripes, those are amazing. Tell her she's beautiful. She's earned her stripes. Just because she has a child doesn't mean she's not beautiful. Thank you, ladies. Some of them ladies earn stripes by bringing beautiful children into this world. So there's, many ways to get your stripes, but I'm talking about stripes in the military. Okay. No. Respect for, well, you're just a flipped upside down PFC filled in with a bird, right? Specialist, E4. So, anyways. But what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, I'm a soldier of God, irregardless of my military tour. I'm a soldier of God before all things. I rebuke my tour in the military. I rebuke being a veteran. I hate being a veteran. You couldn't be more filthy swine than being a military veteran, especially for this war machine. And I don't care which country it is, but if you go outside your borders, and this nation does, and you serve this beast system, you're going against this covenant. So this covenant says, let vengeance be mine. Father used to have a favorite that was called pride, and they were called the heavens. And he required war. Remember, he said, your enemy will come against you one way, and I'll make them flee 7 ways. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. If you agape me, if you love me. You don't go after other gods, little g gods, deities, sun gods and Baal and tree gods, and make up your own laws. Then he had his heavens that were called the heavens. That was his favorite. That was his pride. And that's all been abolished. Remember? No, fulfilled. Fulfilled. Once written on tables of stone is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So I don't know what kind of blood, the sacrifice, and I'm not talking about a physical blood. This is what being baptized is, because baptism is the word bapto or baptizo, and that has nothing to do with water. Same thing, Navy semen samples. Going to drown to be baptized in water. That's the only way. You must be completely overcome, and it's a process. So, yeah, you change. You're not the same anymore, and you're not, I can't breathe. 5G whiz. That's what 5G whiz is. It doesn't have anything to do with the interweb. You're a child. That's not what those towers are there to do. If you think 5G whiz has anything to do with the interweb, you've been caught up in this net and you're a child and you don't know anything about hemoglobin and white blood cells and oxygen saturation. And here we go round in circles. Way to fly high like a bird up in the... Yeah, like I said, you're out of here. Gone meaning dead. Gone meaning out of here. Gone meaning you won't have no birthday next year. Gone meaning your kids no longer got a father because Pops was preoccupied with proving he was harder. Join the damn military. How stupid are you? So, okay. What do you think they use that in the desert? They use 5G whiz. It's a military grade patent weapon. Interweb. Oh boy. It's like Romper Room. Remember? NIC. Oh wait, we're going around in circles. I think that was Romper Room. But anyways, I forgot about it. Remember all that? I'm old. Conjunction, junction. I don't know whatever train you're riding on. Come on, ride that train. Are you on that train? Are you riding the Trump train? So we'll get back to the message. Who do you think's leading this? And that wasn't your answer, Linda. I know you're not on the train, okay? Linda's not like, oh, that answer. I didn't say yes to that. I might be lagging a little bit too. So I really wish people would focus a little more on that too. They get the 5G whiz tower spewing their orange venom everywhere on everybody. Gross. Well, it's Velveeta or G Whiz, Maybe you're the little cheese whiz with a little spray tower. Think about it, that's what those things are. Your little bottle of cheese whiz spewing the cheese all over the place. Consumption junction, what's your dysfunction? That's good stuff. Oh man. Nope. I think, what are we hung up on there? All right, there we go. Silent lives? No. We're supposed to live silent lives, Jimmy. Absolutely not. We're supposed to go share the gospel and share the light. He said, do not hide that light in a basket. Remember, give that shekel to the rich man because you didn't use what you were given. So do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with light. So no, it's not a sit down and shut up and be quiet Jesus. It's a speak up Jesus. He went out and spoke up and lost his life for that. If you're supposed to follow after him, well, who taught you that? Where's that say in the scripture to be quiet? The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. You've been taught some other gospel. And I don't know where, these people, I share the gospel here. The gospel is the word thalipsis. It's the word tribulation. It's suffering, long suffering. We must go through long suffering. So silent? No silent. There's no silent Jesus. Give unto Caesar what is to Caesar, but not silent. There's no silent Jesus. Rebuke. And that means use his word. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. To love somebody, you have to get up off your ass and do something about it, right? Bring them to the light. Show them to the light. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. The narrow way is Father's word. We don't use the word. We don't use our opinion. We don't use our heart. We use put my head, right? That light at the top of your house and let it shine, not like pride that starts shining above others. So, but no, we are supposed to share the light. We're not just supposed to, your actions, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit, right? Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with light. See, there you go again. So, nope, it's not a sit down Sunday and shut up and I believe and I bought some belief and see now I can just be quiet about it. It's an everyday Jesus until you die. You have to endure to the end to be saved. How's that sound like being quiet? Oh, yeah, shut up about that, soldier. That's just pain trying to leave your body. Weakness is just, yeah, no, weakness. That's all it is. Do you think it's pain? That's not pain. That's weakness, soldier. Move out and draw fire. Yeah. Paul said, through much thlipsis we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven. So, tribulation, you ain't speaking up about this. Ain't no, you're just going to shut up, Jesus. You know what? You ain't going through any tribulation because you're not. It says, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family, right? If you deny me, oh, there's a speak up Jesus right there. I'll deny you in front of my Father. You're not here to be loved by this world. Oh, just be loved. Everybody loves you. Look, they just don't say anything. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves Raymond. I think that's a TV show or something, but right? No. If you were loved by this world, you'd be hated by my Father. So maybe that might change there, Jimmy. Whoever taught you that other gospel, wherever scripture, you can rebuke me with scripture if you'd like, but not the gospel that we teach in here. And this is the only gospel, because this is, if you hear what I just said, that's organically just came from my heart. I don't have to pick the book up and read it. I continue to pick it up and read it. But what I'm saying is that he wrote it on my heart. And so that's a good question. And I don't think you asked that in some kind of be smart, or did it out of, it was a valid question. So hopefully you see that it's not a sit down Jesus. It's not a go to Sunday, one day, fun day, and get to live your life. Jesus, you need to speak up about this. Again, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. Any questions? I'll rest my case. I'll plead the Fifth Amendment and be quiet. No, I won't do that. That's not me. I will not invoke my right to remain silent. So, it's not my words, brothers, sisters. I can give you my opinion, but I don't really like to I can give you my life example, and that's what we use scripture for too. We're supposed to use Peter's writings. We've all been a Peter, denied Christ because, it's just maybe easier to keep your job than to speak up or bring the little whatever cookies or something because you don't want to lose your job or, you might not get promoted or something. There's a lot of reasons. Your family, you want to avoid trouble with your family because you want your supposed blood family to get along with you. Many of us are that we're already over all of that. We get crushed all the time because we don't do any of that. And we're set apart. We've been imprisoned. And that's the bride. They've been set apart. Doesn't make them better, but they are the ones who speak up and they are persecuted and they are condemned and crucified for that reason. And they're crucified for speaking up. That's how you know you're a bride. So your life can be, humble, patient, meek, not weak. Meek. Meek speaks up. Weak doesn't say anything. Evil flourishes, while weak men stand around and do nothing. Meek men speak up and say something like Christ did, and he lost his life for that. Remember, you need to read Matthew 10:34 through 39, and then maybe they'll answer your question as well. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. I came to separate a son from his father, a mother from her daughter, a son-in-law against his father-in-law, a man's enemies to be the one of his own household. You are your biggest enemy. He who loves the Father more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves the Son more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves this dirt, brothers and sisters, I don't care what you call it, he who loves the dirt more than me is not worthy of me. And this all came from the dirt. You, I, everything in front of you, everything behind you, everything you've ever owned, taste, touch, smelled, it all came from this corrupt dust. I am a man of this corrupt dust, man of the land and soil. I'm not sovereign. I don't claim citizenship. I don't even like my name. I love the word. That's what I know. Okay, but that's what he says. He who loves this dirt more than me. Anything this came from this dirt, it's going to go back to it. Okay, came from the dirt, it's going to go back to the dirt. He who loves the dirt more than me is not worthy of me. He who is, not willing to give his life for my Shem, for my Agape, for this covenant, for my authority's sake, is the assurance, is the promise of eternal destruction. But he who is willing to give his life for my Shem, for my Agape, for my authority under this covenant, for my sake, for my name's sake, is the promise of eternal life with me. That is the gospel, brothers and sisters. That is the gospel. That's why I want you to read that book that tells you how you need to live. You're not here to be loved. He's here to separate who is his flock, who are the sheep, and who is the shepherds, and then who are the wolves, if you will. He has his shepherds, brothers and sisters. That is your mother. And that mother is found in the instruction. That's what your mother is. That's what he was, the shepherd, correct? He was the Lamb of God, correct? So we know who he represents. We all need to know where our place is at. We're all given a very unique. Give that shekel to the rich man. He was the poorest, but he didn't use what he had because he didn't use the ability. He didn't speak up. And what we are supposed to do under this covenant is speak up and share this light. Brothers and sisters, there was no such thing as salvation. There was no forgiveness of sin. There was no such thing as a baptism, as a process to be forgiven, being rebuked and then walking in repentance and then forgiven. That wasn't a process. One sin was death. We had no salvation. This was not the Father gave us such a blessing, this time for us to live right now in this time where we have salvation. Sozo, but we must endure to the end if we want to be saved. If you're going to endure, that doesn't sound like that's some little jaunt, little sprint, barely get your heart rate up. I mean, this thing is going to be a sticking marathon. It's going to be a long race, and you got to endure to the end. So you got to pace yourself. That's why he said extra oil. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Not the angels in heaven, not Christ, only Father. I am. He's the creator. He's the writer. He's the author. So he knows the clock of the great and dreadful day of the Lord of his return. But we are to have extra oil. Not only have our lamps trimmed, but have extra oil. And be girded, he said. Have your lamps trimmed and be girded. See, it's not a sit-down Jesus. It's a stand-up, carry your cross. Girded means loins. Girded means you're not sitting down. Your loins aren't girded when you're seated. Your loins are girded when you put that shovel in, you're doing God's work. Hallelujah. Right? Putting that dirt, moving that dirt. Don't love the dirt, brothers and sisters. Love the word. Be in it, but be not of it. And that's why I know that Christ isn't some quiet Jesus. He spoke up. You do the works of your father, the devil. These are the synagogues of Satan, he said. These women are out there whoring themselves to literally feed themselves. You have not released them from that bride contract. You entered into that bill of marriage with them. You went to that public place. You nailed that contract, that bill of marriage to a tree, and now you have not released them from that bill of marriage by going back to a public place and releasing them, nailing top and bottom a bill of divorce and having two witnesses and giving them half of what you own. Does that sound like a little silent Jesus? That's the Jesus I love. Yeah, half of what you own, and they're having to sell their bodies just to feed themselves. Hallelujah. Does that sound like the Jesus you know? That's my love. He stood up to the Pharisees. He wasn't a quiet Jesus. They hated him. They striped him.
They stuck him, they hung him from a tree and stretched him back so they couldn't breathe. They came to break his legs, but he was already dead because nobody was hung from crosses. Nobody's ever carried crosses. They were stalked or staked to a yoke. They were staked to a stalk. Pegged. Va, va, va. 666. Unleash the beast. What do you think your Monster Energy logo represents? That represents the 3 nails they put in my love. Shiloh. Yeah, that's what those are. Look it up. Va, va, va. In Hebrew, hello. 2 hands nailed to a stalk, pegged, raised on a tree, stretched back so they couldn't breathe, staked their feet to a cleat, raised them, and yes, this is what they did to a man so they couldn't breathe. Why do you think they gave you your ritual of 9/11, blind 11? I mean, I can't breathe. Remember the thermite, the dust? Oh, wait, let's talk about this ring around the rosy. Remember the beer bug? Remember Eric Carpenter? He was selling cigarettes. Oh, wait, it was George Floyd. Put me on the ground and I'm high on fentanyl, but hey, take me out of the car and press on my chest so I can't. What? That's what they did to you, brothers and sisters. They staked you to a stock, okay? Or literally, and they would cleat your feet with that same stake. So he had 2 in his hands, and he carried not a cross. Nobody carried a cross. That's blasphemy, and you were warned about idolatry and imagery. You were warned of this. You were warned of this. That's why he said idolatry, warned of idols. I mean, even look at this modern day image of the Hamashiach. That is the Borgias. Remember the Borgias? That was a pope. He was a known homosexual who had a gay lover. That is the image of the Borgias, Caesar Borgia. That is your picture of Christ Jesus that you go after, and he warned you about imagery, idolatry, idols. Those 2 thieves are going to steal your cross, your crown. So they hung people from trees. This was called a crucifixion. Remember, Peter was still being rebuked by Christ because he had denied Christ 3 times. Christ hung from a tree. Peter asked to be hung upside down. Peter asked to be hung upside down. This is your peace symbol, you idiots. John was hung on an X, crucified on an X. You know nothing about Roman torture. Don't speak up about Christ Jesus, my love. You offend me. You're making me feel like I can't breathe. That's the word theolobos, right? Pinched down like pneumonia. Air. That's what they did to you, brothers, sisters. They stretched you back so you couldn't breathe. The only way you could get air into your lung was to raise up on your nailed, peg, staked feet. And then when they came to kill you, they would break your legs. And they couldn't hang a Roman citizen, by the way. And they couldn't leave you there on the Sabbath. Had to take you down. If the birds hadn't pecked your eyes out of your head. You ever had cow tongue? That's called lengua. I'm sure birds love people tongue. You got that earwax. They just love getting into the side of your cranium so they can start tapping on your brain. Ha 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 ha. Like little Woody Woodpecker. Yeah, like knocking on, yeah. She should find that very offending, and not these little TV thorns that they show. They put a crown of thorns that went into his cranium, brothers and sisters. Put a label over the top, King of the Jews. So that's right. That's what they did. And Nathan, what's so beautiful about that, okay, is that he fulfilled the prophecy. This is another one of the prophecies that he fulfilled, that he was the unblemished sacrificial lamb, becoming the last sacrifice. So there's no more sacrifices. We don't have to sacrifice at the altar. He made the last true sacrifice and that's what's so beautiful. If people would teach this to if these wolves and dogs clothing, isn't it though? Isn't it so beautiful? You know what I'm saying?
how he fulfilled all the prophecies. And that was the prophecy, because again, when the Pharisees, remember, it was Pontius Pilate, remember, that, some people talk about, but, he didn't want to kill Christ. It was actually the Pharisees that wanted him hung. You know what I'm saying? The cross is just a term, Fuzzy. It's just a term. It's called a crucifixion, because he formed a cross. Remember, they would take and they would yoke a man. Like, remember, they would put, like, sometimes they put your head through a yoke. Remember, they put your head through one of these, and they put your head through those, right? And lock you down. There's many styles of it. This is called a yoke or a stock. That's why you're part of this U.S. stock exchange. You don't understand what they've done to you. That's why I won't participate in the system. And if they kill me standing against this system, I'm totally okay with that. Father's got my sins covered, and I don't care. Jimmy Crack Corn, I don't care what it costs me. Thanks for everybody who's helped support this ministry. But you're a stock. That's what they would stock you. So they nailed him to this stock. So he was nailed to this stock like this, okay? Like this. And he carried this stock. It doesn't, I'm blowing it up a little larger than it is, but so you can see. So his hands were nailed to this. He carried this, and he was raised on a tree, forming the cross. Forming the cross. He formed a cross. But nobody was hung. Nobody was hung from crosses. Actually, the Roman soldier that stuck him on the side of his side, which proved that nobody was hung from crosses. People are idiots. There was a stake. They called that a stake or a pole, and they use a lot of these same terms like peg, stake, or pole, but it was a tree. It was an actual tree. And then they would hang this stock, and they would cleat your feet here, down here, and then nail your feet here. So this is the 3 Monster Energy drink nails. That's your Va, right? Va, or your WWW, or your that, or that these represent the 3 pegs on the Unleash the Beast Monster Energy can. Va. These represent the 3 pegs that they put in Christ, that where he formed the cross. Good stuff, Jimmy. Most people can't read a tape measure. They can't use a framing square, and they couldn't build a building straight to save their life. That's okay. But this is what they did to Christ. So nobody was ever hung on crosses. They were hung from a tree. To say this in the book of Acts. It tells us in the book of Acts. Cursed he who hangeth from the tree. Because they crucified him. And it said when they took him down from the tree. So this is where the cross comes from. Is they formed what is known as the cross. The cross is actually the Ankh. This is paganism. This is where this comes from. That's where your cross comes from. That's the Ankh from paganism. This is an idol and an image that he warned you about, and this is why they did this to him, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand that. I hope you see where all this comes from, and he warned us about this. I already told you where this all came from. This comes from Constantine, where he allowed all this paganism and this idolism and this imagery into the church. And that deadly head wound that was healed, right, was rebranded, and that's why we have all this imagery in the church today. And it's blasphemy, and he warns us about it. So you must be as esteemed as the potter's clay and turn their works upside down, brothers and sisters. I'm telling you. You'll be like Peter. Don't deny what you see. 3 times he denied Christ. 3 times Peter denied Christ. So as the rooster crowed, right? Father wrote all things. So you're not going to change anything, but crucifixion, okay? We must be crucified by spirit, brothers and sisters. And our flesh suffers. It is what it is. Not everybody's flesh suffers the same, okay? Some of us,
more of a mental thing and a separation thing, and maybe we don't physically suffer in flesh, but maybe some of us do. So what? We'll be covered. Anybody? It's the word sozo. Sozo. S. Come on, right. S O Z O. Sozo. Sozo. This means to be picked up from a beginning point here, carried, lifted from a beginning point to an ending point, and then healed. Healed on the other end. Healed over here. You don't get healed until you get over here. He will heal. Any pain that you suffer, he will heal. Anybody who wronged you, he will right. He will pour out a just measure when he returns. So we must endure to the end to be saved. 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 To be saved. To be saved, you must endure to the end to be saved. No such thing as being saved. That's not a thing. Can't be saved. Nobody can save you. Christ can save you, but you must endure to the end to be saved. That's right. Yes, Nathan gets it. You're going to heal this flesh. You're going to burn it off of us, man. You don't need it. You don't need it. Nathan, you're not. I remember I said, I don't need to see your profile picture to know your energy. I know who I want to be with on the other end. I actually kind of not like being able to see the people, because then I can not know you by visual. I can know by your spirit, Hokadesh, Holy Ghost, who you are. And that's who I'm going to be with after this flesh. So it's kind of awesome to be, because I don't know why they do that with me with YouTube, but I can't see anybody's profile picture. So I don't know anybody by their picture. I only know them by their spirit, if that makes sense. Or so I think, but that's awesome because I get to know people without flesh. So that way I'm not attached to what I think I know about them, because sometimes we judge a book by its cover. And he says, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we need to try to get back to that, to that understanding. Yeah, it is who we are. We were spirit before we came unto this. Now we're childish when we're born, but that doesn't mean that we're still not eternal and that we haven't been here forever already. And again, I don't have any past life memories or anything like that, but I know this ain't my first, go around or rodeo, if you will, and I don't mean like I'm better or anything. There's things that I haven't studied, and I'm like, how do I have this understanding? How am I gripping this? And because I've talked to other people, and I know people who are eternal like me, and they're like, man, you're freaking old, like, don't go there. We're all eternal. So they're like, wow, you talk about things that I only talk to people that know these things that are from like back there, So I study history. Nah, I know, but these are things that you're not, well, that's what I'm saying. And I don't like those, honestly. I really wish I didn't get those. I wish I didn't get those in this life. I'm glad Father gave me a blocker like that. I don't want to know anything about my past. How many times I might have been here, whatever. It doesn't even matter to me. I want these 6,000 years, baby. And I don't think we've been here for only 6,000 years, but I want to focus on this chunk of time and the gospel. That's it. That's what Father makes me do. Obviously, you've been here. I mean, I know he talks about some of the logistical things that are going on in my life, but I'm super gospel, gospel based, gospel, because that's the only thing that's going to get us out of here. It's the gospel that gets us out to Father. The only way to the Father is through the Son. And that he is the gospel. That's why we don't do gospel Thomas and Enoch and Lilith and Jasser and all that. I could, but it's a waste of time. It's a waste. He said, I am the Hados, I am the Aletheia, the way, and I am the Horizo, I am the divider. I'll be there. If you do not judge them by their cover, you know them by their fruit, right? Do not condemn them. Don't condemn. Because remember, he's the one who separates. He's the divider, right? No, he's the divider. He is the horizo. Remember? not the scorpizzo. The scorpizzo causes the sheep to divide. He is the separator. Remember, do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. I am the horizo. I am the divider. The dark, I separate the dark from the light, right? And remember, this is how we get the same image. It's the horizo. Every a.m., the sun would come up at the horizo. I separate the dark from the light. I pull them from their dark flesh to my light. Father doesn't exist as flesh. So if we're going to be with Father, we can't have this dark flesh. This is what causes us to sin. Why do you think Christ told us to, right? Cut it off. Cut it off. Paul said, circumcise the flesh. Cut it off. Get rid of it. You don't need it. It's you don't need it to be with Father. You need to die to self daily. OCD. Right? Because you know what I'm talking about. OCD. You need to die daily to flesh and be born from above. Be born from above without flesh. You need to act like you don't have flesh, because if you're going to go be with Father and you're so hung up on this flesh, you're going to be like Lot's wife. Remember, she was turned to a pillar of salt, correct? He who loves their life more than me is the assurance of eternal destruction. And what happened to Lot's wife? So here we are. We must endure to the end. He will pull us every day from our dark sins, our heart, and we put him and we use him as our light. Put him at the top of our house and let it shine. He tells us, in the book of Matthew, he says, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily, and follow after me. See, this goes like this. N-A-T-E. Look at that. Nate. C-H-R-I-S-T. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily, and follow after me. See, when you start out as a baby believer, see, Christ is really small inside of you. But that's big old Nate over here, right? Or big old Tracy, big old, we put self. I said to put self, deny self. Just put your name here with the bigger letter, right? With the bigger N. All right, so this big N, big Nate, baby believer, but big old Nate. But every time Nathan's willing to deny himself, the more Nathan gets smaller, the more Christ grows in Nathan. You see all that? This works the same for all of us. You can put your name right here. This is the narrowing. That's why he said, I am the narrow way. I am the way. I am the hados, right? And he grows inside. This is the less than, lesser and greater than, or the horn of plenty, right? The more we cut off, okay, so Jimmy, you've been in here for a country minute, and I just let you sit in here, and we're not supposed to sup with vipers. So go ahead now, Jimmy. You got the floor. Speak up. Speak up. You don't even know what the word believe, Jim. You don't even know what the word believe means. You're a complete idiot. Tell me what the word believe means. Make your point here, because we'll listen to you. Everybody's these 10 people that are in here right now. You got their attention. Speak up there, Jimmy John. Their Subway sandwich, whatever you are. Speak up there. Put your meat in here. Give the people meat. You think you can get people meat? If you think you can get people meat, give it to them right now. Speak up. First of all, I don't think you know what the word believe means. You're an idiot. Don't be offended. You probably don't know what the word idiot means either. So speak the hell up. Rebuke me with word. Rebuke me with scripture. Use scripture or get out of here. You're just some childish idiot. that doesn't know your ass, that means somebody has an unwillingness to learn, a stubborn, like a mule, like a donkey. This ain't Shrek, okay? You know, like layers and onions and all that whole, you know. Probably not. I don't think you've ever read the gospel. I don't think it's on your heart. Otherwise, you'd be speaking up right now. You could rebuke me with the gospel, but you can't. We're stopping the whole thing for you, man. You've been here the whole time intaking all this information. And Father tells me don't do that. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls before people who are low energy, swine. And I can smell the stench coming from your swine. You know, you can put lipstick on a pig and high heel stockings and fishnet, you know, whatever. I'm not gonna, you know, give you a kiss. You're still acting like a pig. So I'm just asking you to speak up. You've been in here the whole time, and you just keep intaking this. So why would you stay in here? Why would you just leave? Oh, I feel bad for this belief. You don't even know what the word believe means. So we're stopping for you. Just for you, Jimmy. You feel special? Like short bus? Get a little padded helmet on or something? Too much tap water? What happened? Tap the buttons. Come on, man. Too many taps with the jab? How many boosters did you take? Updates did you get? You're slow to speak. Took you quite a while to speak up. Are you stuck on dumb? You mean to tilt you like a pinball game or something? Reset you back to zero? There's no such thing as zero, by the way. It's just a placeholder. Is that what you were doing in here? You're just sitting there as a placeholder? I think you're out of your league, man. I think you're like Little League. I think you're like T-ball. You're hitting it off a little stick. I think you're out of your league. You've all had all this time to sit there and speak up, and everybody's speaking but you. So, did you speak out of line? Yeah, no worries. We're just in here teaching. They said that they feel bad about this. This is, you should go to your local Sunday fun day, one day, other Jesus church. What's your denomination? Christian? I rebuke all Christians are idiots. They are. Where do they teach this in? Which church are they teaching you this in? This is the word. I'm giving you the word. I've given you the scripture. So I don't have to give you each letter or each number before it. Then I come off some religious idiot. I actually prefer not to use the numbers before scripture. I try to stop myself from doing it. So, but because it's just, like I said, I don't like religion. Religions are vain, you know, worthless. Okay, well, D, I can't disagree with you, but I don't like either party, just so you know. And they would arrest Christ Jesus right now. And they would arrest, you know, most of these people who are standing up like I do and talk about this immigrants that came here. This is a nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. But anyways, so it's not about Republicans though or Democrats. Please understand there is no party. It's a uniparty, and your vote doesn't even matter. There's something called electoral college. It was, you know, the campaign funding of the Fortune 500 companies that put Donald in office. So, cool. Well, you can watch Bambi. That's fine. You know, if you don't agree with me, I don't know why people would stay in here. You know, and that's fine. They don't have to. Thanks for speaking up there, Lars. And you don't have to. You didn't have to speak up. I know there are people who stay silent in here. I'm totally okay with that. I am. I think that's awesome. I've had people come in here and say, I've been in here for years and I didn't speak up. I decided to today. So that always, it's just a blessing, you know, that there are people who just sit in there and watch. They don't have to make a comment and they can glean whatever. They can say, oh, honey, grab a screen grab of that. This dude's crazy or whatever they want. I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep or a sheep into a goat. It's not even possible. Father already chose who are the sheep and we'll have their names called out in the book of life. And by blotting out is the only way that there's not going to even be a change in the exact number. Father knows, and it's not 144,000. Okay. We just talk about whatever. We just brought up some just the Word. I talk about the Word because he's the Word. Awesome. Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing that you went out and went camping and hunting because you went out into the ether, man. It's good to get away from the cities, guys. It's good to go out into the nature and the wild and spend some time and get away from these radiation, microwave towers, and electronics for a little bit. If you want to go do your thing in the city because you got to be there, understand not everybody can get out of the cities, but if you can get a chance, guys, and I mean it's summer, we're dog days of summer, these are the times you can go out and enjoy the ether, the natural ether that's been taken from us. And the ether, I don't want to go into what that is, but it's a, we've got this covering over us, and they've taken that from us. When you go in these cities, it diminishes. And I've lived in the country for so many years, for over a decade, longer than that. I've lived, out of the city and away from people and away from those electronics. I really feel that stuff when I go into the cities. It's like going into like a stew. You can't feel it because you live there every day. But man, I'm telling you, it's better. You probably won't feel it when you go back into the city, but you might. You might go out into some nature and go fish for a little bit. And yeah, so it's okay. I know not everybody can get out of the cities, guys, and if the city life is for you, but I like the country. I'd rather be, this is how I consider this. Watch, guys. I know this sounds kind of strange, but we'll just use a little visual, if you will, because I don't know, but everybody's got their own thing. I'm a minimalist, so I like to live with, minimal means, but people like their creature comforts, and it's not like you can't have creature comforts living in the city. You know what I'm saying? But they've got this city, and everybody lives, in these grids, system, you know, and they got these little slices of pie. Well, see, I live right here. I live on this same. Well, that's not exactly, but we'll make it ratio. I live here on 20 acres, but I don't live in the city, and I have another 20 acres down the road, and I got another 5 acres down even further down the road. But I don't need all this property. But anyways, come out here and hang out with me. I got property for sale if you want to come out here. So you guys live in this nice big old house in this little city block or whatever. Well, I'd rather live in this little house over here on this big piece of property. Now, remember, I live out here. You live over here in this grid system over here, in the city. And I live quite a bit of a distance to get to where I'm at. But see, you live here on this block, and you live in this big house in this little, I'd rather live out here in this little, because actually I have 3 houses out here right now that I could move people into. It wouldn't be the best, but I could build if more people would come out here. I'd make them even nicer than they are. So I could put how many houses? I could put 100 houses on here, and I still wouldn't, because you guys are all gridded out. You know what I'm saying? So if that's where you got to stay, that's fine. But I would rather live in a smaller house, like I'm in a 10 by or an 8 by 40 building right here. Right, this is 40 feet from one side to the other. And I'd rather live out here in the city. No, I want to be in the country where I can have many houses in many places and a lot of room to roam or run or move around. I could just, I could go lay down anywhere on this property and I can hear Father. It's really hard to hear Father in the city with all these big city lights and all the grid system and all this. I can hear Father anywhere on this property. I just lay down in the driveway. That driveway is like out here to the road, and I could lay in my driveway, and I guarantee you nobody will come. I get somebody down my driveway like once every other month or something like that. Sometimes I go months and nobody comes down my driveway. That's how you want to live, brothers and sisters. That's how you want to live. You want to live where nobody comes down your driveway for months. And if you lay in your driveway, you can park and fix your car in your driveway. Nobody will come down and worry about, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, guys. You tell me. I'd rather be out here. If this is your thing, don't let me change it. But man, I'm telling you, I can have all of you in the chat. I get every one of you in here. Well, I don't know if I want all of you here, but you know what I'm saying? I could have you guys all here. If you guys all wanted to move out here and say, hey, Tracy, I want to do this, man. Let's do this. We could do it. There's enough room out here. We could put 15 houses out here, and I guarantee you, single level, I'd still have room. We could. I got a really good chunk here, or I could put, you know, that's more than I'd want here, but we could still make it work, you know. So isn't that beautiful? Thank you, Father, for having, you know, the ministry. So this ministry is going to provide grace and truth paid off. $47,000 is what it cost me to pay off this ministry. But it was done. Thank you, Father. Done. We did. I took and paid it off instead of getting my lawyer bill, which I still owe $5,000. If we go to trial, I still owe $5,000. What I took, because I had about 27, you know, and I paid the ministry off instead of paying my. So now I just took $15,000 in precious metals, which I didn't want to, and I paid my attorney bill. Frick yeah, guys, I never spend money on me. But hey, if I don't stay out of the minute, if I go to jail, then we can't get the Ecuador property down in South America. We can't get the Ecuador property, right? The Ecuador, the Ecuador property, and we'll have a dual ministry. We'll have a North American ministry paid off. Remember, this one has a shelter to come get away from hailstones if you think that's ever going to be a thing. I'm not here to try to save my life, but we're going to grow food down here. We're going to grow food, brothers, sisters. We're going to grow food. We're going to grow all organic food on this 5-acre parcel, and we're going to ship this food all around to the 4 corners of this rock. You know what I'm saying? All 4 corners of the rock, we're going to ship the food from this ministry all around the rock. I'm so excited about that. So I got to stay out of jail to do that. You know what I'm saying? I got to stay out of jail to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I got it. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I went ahead and traded the precious metals, which, I really would have wished I could have just got a load, but it's okay. They're gone now. It is what it is. But now we can continue to work on this. So this is what I'm doing right now, just so you know. And I have had somebody who has made a contribution to this portion of the ministry. Now the ministry, just so you know, and I'll leave this alone because I don't want to do finances. I'll get this taken care of, guys. Is $38,000 for the property in Ecuador. But we have had somebody who made a donation, just so you know. And it was the largest donation I've ever been given, ever. I've never been, it's mind-numbing for me. But anyways, so we have, a little bit. I'm not putting it towards this. As a matter of fact, I put it actually into a precious metal so it can't be spent and locks it in the price. And so we chipped away on some of this. I don't want to give the total, but we're working on this, just so you know. I got a court date, August 25th. I don't know what's going to happen after that, but we're moving forward, brothers and sisters. Something's happened. I'm trying to keep some kind of, but anyways, the main thing that I've got going here is that today where I was able to, hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And you guys, you don't have to make any donation to be a part of this ministry, to reap the benefits of the ministry. You could be one of those people who just sits here in silence and gleans. Okay. There's never, ever a monetary to be a part of this ministry. Know that. If I mention finances, nobody has to donate. Appreciate it. And actually turn off the monetization, because I don't want to give AdSense the 30% that they take for channel doing monetization, because they already take a portion of the super chats. But that's the only way some people can donate. So I do appreciate it, and we will definitely put that towards, because every penny counts. And stay with the ministry. This ministry is years old. I think if we can keep going, I don't think we're going to strike out on channels. I got to be careful about what we talk about, but and they come be a part of it. I really wish more people would come out and visit the ministry, and I can't make people come out here. I've tried for 10 years to get people to come out here, and nobody came. But well, Kevin did, and he bought the 20 acres that I own, so I can, pay this one off. So, heck yeah. But I'm always working on something. So, you know, Father has me busy, busy, busy. Okay. But if you'll stay with the ministry, guys, you'll see where your money's going. I don't spend money on anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't buy anything. You know, if I had to buy something right now, I'd probably buy a power inverter, or I'd buy another headlamp because my headlamp took a crap on me. So, and I'm going to need that for summer or for winter time. But this one I'm using is a studio light right now. Is this broken studio? Well, we're in the thing here, so I got to get another headlamp, guys. Other than that, I don't really need anything right now. You know what I'm saying? I just need the headlamp to operate at night and do whatever I need to do. So, other than that, and that's just to work with. So, but I bought that one, and I thought I spent like $50 or something on it, guys, and that was a lot more than I would ever spend on something like that. But and it didn't last very long. I don't know. I dropped it a few times, probably 25 times. I probably did it. It probably lasts, but I kept using it as the studio light, you know, up against the side of this where I set the platform up, and it would fall down when I bump it. So probably wouldn't do that if I didn't drop it. So it's my fault. You know what I'm saying? It's been moderate here, honestly, Nathan. It snowed more last year than it did, you know, the year before, but it was pretty moderate. We didn't get, I don't think we had a snow that lasted more than a week or something like that, a couple weeks, maybe a month, you know, but I don't think so. I think, you know, most time it melted off. And so, but it's been moderate. We haven't had a 100-degree day out here. You know, it's been in the 80s, just 90s, hasn't been very hot, you know. And actually where I live is freaking in the zone. It's in the zone, you know. Just look at the weather over this place over the last 5 years. It's like the weather keeps going around this area. I don't know what it is. I've showed it to Kevin, and he's seen it too now. It's like this place has like there's an energy in this area, in this valley, and I've seen it. I've shown on the live stream the way this will move around this valley, the way the weather moves right around this valley too. So, but this, like I said, this is you know, this part of the ministry here, I'm glad that we got this all taken care of here so people can come enjoy it, because it is tolerable. It's not super temperate, like it's just 70 and sunny, but this place does average like, you know, almost 300 days of sunshine a year. So, you know, the sun shines here. It's not some dark and gloomy place, and it's a high desert. So it gets hot during the day and cools off at night. And I love that because my body can cool off. I don't like that back east where it's, you know, it's sticky when you get out of the shower. Take a shower at midnight, and just because it's hot outside, and you get out and start sweating again. So, and if that's where you live, stay where you're at. But it's tolerable out here, and it is a good place. It's, you know, I'm so glad. I love that Kevin's here. He loves this place so much, guys. I'm so glad Kevin has gotten to be here. I'm so glad that Father sent Kevin here, and that he bought the 20 acres next to. He's working on his building. He's going and getting, I mean, he's been doing some of this. It motivates me because he's doing some of these things on his own. And I don't need to carry people out here. And that makes me want to help him. You know, I like to help people who want to help themselves. So, and it's fine. He can sit out here and do nothing because he has everything he needs already, pretty, you know what I'm saying? But he wants to just improve it with the materials, you know, rock and concrete, and just add to it. So it's pretty awesome, you know, to see him enjoy. And he's organic like me, and he's a minimalist like me. He has, you know, he said he's got retirement. I don't have a single dime coming in at all. So, but I don't need that anymore. Actually, I don't know. I'm going to soon probably sell that 20-acre parcel that I have up the road. I don't want to. I don't know.
I don't want to think I want to look after it. You know what I'm saying? I could go put a cabin on it and rent it out for $500 a month, and it would really help somebody out here, tremendously. And because there's just no places to rent out here. But I don't know if I want to look after it right now, and then I have that payment on it. But the payment's only $250 a month for a 20-acre parcel, and it's probably the nicest parcel I own. Well, I don't actually own that one, but it truly is just it's a beautiful parcel. It's got an amazing view of Table Rock. It's got power. Tango, all done. Tango. It's got power. At the road. It's all the properties that I have out here have power at the road. So nice. Awesome. Good stuff, man. I love the steel saws. I got a steel saw. I need to get it worked on. But there's something about being out here again and being a minimalist. But you could come out here. Somebody could come out here and be totally have every amenity. Just being off grid doesn't mean that you can't have every amenity that you don't have on the grid. But just like like Sis said that cutting their own firewood, maybe they don't have to just depend on electric. If the power goes out, they still got a wood stove. Well, that's pretty smart. Okay, well, maybe you don't have a wood stove because you live in a city. Maybe you ought to get one of them My Little Buddy heaters, a couple of them propane tanks to make it, a couple few days or something a week, just freezing to death, all huddling over, in one room. Or, there's ways that you can move around a lot of these things to become much more self-sufficient. And so that's what I want to be able to teach. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to teach people how to do this. So I think once I free up, you know what I'm saying? And especially with this legal thing, that I will be able to move around and do more things like this. Like I'd like to bring in people to hold some classes on off-grid survival. And I think this is a good climate to do that in, because we do get a little hot during the day and a little cool during the night. So you're going to get a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? And, it's just, there's hills to go climb. There's just too much here to do really good survival training that you could do out here. Just basic survival training, you know what I'm saying? But I think it'd be awesome to bring people out here and just offer it for the ministry. Like, do you want to learn how to live off grid? You want to learn how to hook up a power system or something, and teach people how to hook up a power system. Maybe teach how to set a fall trap, or, skin an animal or something like that. How to process, game, or how to process birds. Maybe you've never processed a bird, a chicken, or a rooster or something. You got an extra rooster and you want to get, you know, you, there's so many things that we could do out here and just give to the ministry where people can learn, and that's what the ministry I'm hoping again. So it'll expand, guys. No matter what, at least I'll die trying. I'm gonna die trying, no matter what. I've tried for 10 years to get people, and nobody came out here, and I haven't given that. I've come close a few times and shut the people coming off because I didn't want people coming during the winter. I don't want people coming out here in the winter when they like right now would be the perfect time for people to come out here. There's still enough, and it's going to turn winter out here, and it goes pretty quick when it does, but you can still build in the winter. I'm just talking these ideal days. And get somebody could get peace totally set up for winter and be ready to just chill, relax. You know what I do during the winter time? I want to make sure that I have enough wood that no matter what, I can throw wood on my wood stove and never worry about, oh man, I'm using too much wood. That's what I like to do during the winter. And I build and stuff, but I don't want to work hard during the winter. I work hard during the spring and the summer, and but then the winter I chillax and do whatever. I don't. I built a rusty cabin. I was busting my actual broke my hip, you know, dropping that 400 whatever pound beam off that damn ladder, but I'm still here, nice. Good stuff, guys. Wisconsin. So, and if you can't do, like I said, what I'm saying, talking about here, do it where you're at, guys. Do it where you're at. Oh, hey, guys, it's time to feed my mules. I got some hungry mules. Look at this mule. Look at this mule right here. He's a big old puppy. He takes up the whole couch. Oh, I said other puppy, and look at this one here. I'm just laying here with the dad, with my dad. I'm with the dad, and I got my boy. Oh, you guys are ready for some dinner, huh? You want some dinner, big guy? Oh, you want dinner, don't you? Okay, get back, Mr. Pants. Okay, let me get these puppies some food. These are my animules. I didn't mean literal mules. You don't like YouTube. I don't like YouTube. You can call it the Hollow Needle channel. How about that? That's what I call it. The tube. You know, the Hollow Needle. Like you knew I was a snake before you let me in, like Mr. Warp Speed, and then he let the bite in. Get it, bite in. Double Hollow Needle. Two tube. The two tube. Not YouTube, the two tube. Get it? The two tube? Not you, that's single. Two hollow fang needles. The bite in. All right. Like a viper. Ooh, starting to cool off. Nice. We're getting a crossbreed. Oh, we got to feed these puppies. Hold on. Let Dad take a BH here real quick, guys. No, we're going to wait. Actually, we'll feed you guys. It's a little later. Oh. Put our shirt back on here. I hear Mr. Benz. You boys are good boys today. You're my best guys that I ever did have. You're the best. You're the best. I love you, Mr. Bobo. Mr. Big Mo. You're the biggest guy. Oh, for a kid. Let's go get the kitties some food first. Kitties are first. Get this. Good kids. There you go. Todd goes first. Good boy. Some puppy gravy for the puppies. All right. Yeah. I don't believe the USA is a corporation. The USA is a corporation. What do you mean believe? What do you think the stock exchange is? A Metallica. A Metallica. Like you got the garage days revisited. That might be my favorite Metallica album ever. She's out there eating right now. I saw her outside when I went out there, my little Juniper girl. My little sweepy. Hold on, I'm getting some of this other medicine here. Some of these other meds. So, well, I got a court date today. So, a hearing on the 25th. I don't know. It is what it is. Should be somewhat a little bit more excited, don't you think? But that's all right. I didn't say it was to the USA. I just said all these corporate debt slaves that are stock, cattle, merchandise numbers, capital letter names, corporation. They go by mandates, codes, and ordinances, all revised statutes. There's no crimes being committed in this country because it's not a country, it's not a nation, it's a corporation. All crimes are crimes of commerce. Yeah, a revised statute was not adjudicated through the House, Congress, or Senate. Therefore, it's repugnant, and it's not part of the original constitutional republic. It's called a corporation, and that's why everybody's enslaved under this merchant number, which is known as your bond. So that's sold on the stock exchange. But you're an idiot, apparently, when it comes to any of this information. So most people are. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. There's only one Article 3 court in this country. So the only way they could actually charge you with a true judicial crime would have to be through original Title 18 statute and an Article 3 court, period. So all crimes are crimes of commerce. And everybody who serves this debt corporation slave by number is a debt slave and a corporate debt slave for the corporation America. It's not a country. Everything you see is a rouge. It's a country, a nation that traded its paper payments, right? Oh, wait, minerals, gold, and silver? No, this is a corporation. Federal Reserve is the one who, what? With interest? Well, that's not constitutional. So it's definitely not a constitutional republic, and it's not a democracy, because democracy is a two-party system, and it wasn't originally a two-party system. It's called voting. Hello? The democratic process, most people know nothing about this country, so. They don't know about the Act of 1871. They don't know anything about how we were taken off the Bretton Woods Agreement. And, well, Trump just said he contacted the Secretary of Treasury and said, stop minting the penny. And that makes no sense. So that's enough to lock them up forever. That's treason. You can't take away our means of exchange. Oh, wait, they already did that because we're a corporation. We're out of country, so get over it. Go ahead, Mr. Pants. And the sooner you figure that out, the sooner you'll stop paying these stupid freaking, men in ivory tower to, how many millionaires are there in Congress? Look at the percentage of millionaires in public, and then look at the percentage of millionaires in Congress. I think we got a problem. See, it don't math with me, so I don't hear it. I'm going to hear it, but don't add up. So, it's too bad. But if this was a constitutional republic, then why did Donald Trump get campaign funded by the Fortune 500 companies and selected by them? Who do you think paid to have him put in office? Hello, the corporation. The corporation. So nobody wants to say that. Nobody wants to listen to that, though. Everybody just wants to act like there's some democratic process going on here, some voting, and that's not who put Trump in office. You just don't follow the money, and so it's all about corporate debt slaves. That's called your merchant number. If you have a social security card, it's called a credit, and they took that from you from birth. So how do you fix it? We're not going to fix this. The free markets, the road to return all our money to silver and gold, just like it says, minted by the Treasury without interest in silver and gold. That would be the first step. Okay. First step would be to return the money to gold and silver. How about that? Like in the money, not backed in some vault in Fort Knox. I don't want to hear that bullshit. There ain't no gold in Fort Knox. France didn't get the gold they put back there in 71 that they put in there in 45. So I don't want to hear it. There ain't no gold in Fort Knox. So how about return the money to gold and silver? Money is gold and silver. Everything else is just credit. Jamie Dimon. JB Chase Morgan. Chase, Manhattan. I'm not sure. So, that's what they're doing. They're destroying the system so they can turn this into a communist digital bit debt slave that'll be ruled by, credit, social credit scoring you. So it'll be digital communism. That's what they're changing this from, paper communism to digital communism. What's the difference between socialism? Well, looks like shit's got 3 bikes, so we're going to give one to, we're going to take 2 of his bikes. We're going to give one to Nathan because Nathan doesn't have a bike. And, David gets a bike too. So David sounds like he got, I don't know what happened to David there, but that's called socialism. Yeah, how do you measure your wealth? In dollars and cents? That makes no sense to me. Like paper payments? Or do you measure it in acres and ounces? A nation that traded its minerals for paper payments. What the hell? I know it is. It is. There's communism already. What's the difference between socialism and communism there, Walker? What's the difference between socialism and communism? Oh, I got to do it. 6 months. Kevin Breidenbach. Couple years. Okay. All right. Right on, Nathan. Kevin said 6 months, only a matter of time. One always leads to the other. One always leads to the other. You know what I'm saying? One always leads to the other. Just a matter of time. It becomes the have and the have-nots. You're going to get paid the same for picking bubblegum off the bottom of a desk as you are to perform braid surgery. Socialism, there's road to communism. One always leads to the other. You know what I'm saying? So you got it. Good way. Socialism is the road to communism. Exactly. Because one road always leads to another, and it's only a matter of time. Nathan said a couple years. Kevin said 6 months. He said that one day. I'm like, that's awesome, dude. 6 months, pretty much. It doesn't take long. So truly, to get our free markets back would be, to return to precious metals and get rid of these puts and stops and stays and derivatives, and the whole stock market's a freaking sham. It's a big Ponzi scheme. And these people, the only people who win are the people at the top. And people don't think you can make money when you lose money, but that's how they make money on both sides. They do this during war. They may sell you bullets and band-aids. They come in with a solution to a problem that they created. It's called Hegelian dialect. No, we don't need more ICE. We need to lock up ICE. These people are thugs, and you're an idiot. Get the fuck out of here, child. There's a nation of immigrants trying to keep out the immigrants. What kind of shit do you think you know? You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Get out of here, child. You need to lock up these tyrant pigs. These are contracted by the corporation, you dumb fuck. Private prisons. You're a fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here, you child. These men are being paid, contracted by corporations. They're not even fucking. They're private prisons. You're a dumb fuck. Get out of here. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about this country. You don't know anything about fucking prisons. You ever work in a prison? I have. You ever work in a federal facility, a regional confinement facility? I have. So shut the fuck up, idiot. Seriously, you need to look at who these fucking ICE agents are, you dumb fucks. Where you come in my chat and come in here and start speaking some dumb shit. These people are private contractors, brothers and sisters. I told you they have a guaranteed. They're finding bodies, brothers and sisters, off in other countries, shackled and handcuffed. Airplane flights are going out into the ocean and not even going to these countries and returning, making a fucking circle. So there's a lot more things that are going on here than you think. So I'll come in here and talk some shit. These people are fucking thugs. Paid mercenaries. I told you we had them already, guys, and then they stepped up their fucking game. Food first, Mad Hatter. Food first. Water filters. Make sure you got, a couple of these at least. I don't know how many are in your family. Get this first. I'm not giving any advice. You put in what you are, but I know you won't go poor because gold and silver's never gone to zero in the last 8,000 years. It's not a quick fix like a stock or a lottery ticket, or it will retain its value no matter what. So that's all I can tell you. But make sure you have a way to protect it. Water filters first, and then some rice and beans are going to go a long way, because you could be sitting next to a big old chunk of gold bar and starving, and you're not going to care. You're going to be, man, I wish I would have had some food and not this big old gold bar that I can't eat. So nobody cares about a gold bar when they're starving. So rice and beans, there's better ways. Obviously, long-term food storage is the way to go. Buy things you want to eat. Buy good quality food, especially if things break down. You're going to need some quality food. You don't want to be dragging ass when times are a little more rough and you need to maybe be on foot or be carrying something or carrying somebody else. So, monopoly of force. No, the most valuable thing is your water filtration. Dead soldiers that have no force because they can't drink 3 days aren't going to be doing shit from Shinola. So, but best thing to do is community. The number one key to survival is community. That'll be your most valuable thing. I mean, you need to be right with Father and right spiritually, but the most valuable thing that you could have is community, because you're not Rambo. So numbers, not too many chiefs, not enough Indians, but is going to be your biggest asset, and like-minded people that want to die hard. So you know what that means? Not like a woman. Any woman I ever got on her back, she was screwed like a turtle. They have no kick in them. No, just kidding. Some ladies got kicked, but and not all. Well, never mind. I'm just kidding. I'm just using what I'm saying. People want to die hard. They don't just want to lay down and take it deep, right? So, man, that didn't come out right. Oh, my bad. I don't know what's going on with my vernacular here. It's a little off. But Bic lighters, yes, absolutely. And I have that other Bic lighter too. Where'd that thing go? Those Bic lighters, guys. Have you seen this, Nathan? Hold on. I want to go get this. We're getting a little bit of rain. Have you seen these? Why didn't they make these all these years ago? A candle lighter. This is freaking awesome, dude. Bic lighters are the best. Why didn't they do this all these years ago?
Off the chain, baby. Very valuable. Go get some of these, guys. This is what you need right here. This is good for getting in that fire pile, you know, when you're trying to light a fire. Grill lighter, but too, when you're lighting a fire, this can get down when you're making that, you know, teepee and you're making a fire. You want to get those things down in there. You can get that down in that, you know. Very valuable. So, and you know a Bic's going to freaking be off, you know, last for a long time. So, you know what I'm saying? That these are really valuable. I mean, to light a fire, having this, getting in there and just trying to light the edges, getting down in the middle of that and getting the fire down, you know. Isn't that brilliant? Why didn't they have these? Where, I mean, have you ever seen that Cheech and Chong movie? Like when he picked up Chong and he says like, hey, Double Bubble, which way you going? I'm going that way. Where you been all my life? No, never mind. So, but where are they? Yeah, where you been all my life? Why hadn't they had these, man? Could have had these a long time ago. And they ain't gotten any more. They got no more of these. Look at that thing. Look, every time. Look at that. Some of these have, well, I gotta say, why did it do that? As soon as I said that they lights every time. Look at the girl with the Daisy Dukes on. So, all right, let's take a chooch with a candle lighter. It looks like it's starting to rain. Hey, I got to bring that Katie's food in. I don't want it to get all soaking wet. You've only got 8 subs. Sean, you're an idiot. Get out of here. You can't surrender yourself to Jesus. You're an idiot. Get out of here, you Christian idiot. All right, guys, we're gonna have to go out there and show you guys this outside. We got some pretty skies out here. No, stay, boys. It's starting to rain. These pinks, really pretty pinks. The whole sky's starting to turn pink. There's my juniper girl. Look at these clouds, boys. We're getting pink. Boom! See that? Woohoo! Stay out here. We're gonna get rained on. We get some of the best lightning out here. Come on, hit me again. I feel it. We got more lightning in the air. Oh yeah, here she comes, boys. I feel her. Come on now. Don't be silly. No, that's not fire smoke. This is the sunset out here. Look at this. We're gonna miss this. Hold on, we're gonna miss it. Hold on, I feel it. Come on, one time. We get this whole cloud's a turkey. Out here, look at this. Even behind me, look at that. Come on, lightning. Woo, baby! Come on! Alright, we're gonna turn around and check out this sunset over here. I mean, everything turns pink out here, but look at these things over here. And it'll change. They'll start turning orange in a minute. Look at that pink. Look at that brilliant pink right there. Hi, pretty girl. Oh, that's my kitten boy.
And then big old cloud. There's the maiden back there. She's laying on her back. Yeah, I know. I'm outside. See the maiden? She's laying on her back. The sky changes fast out here. My little pea, my sweet pea. You hanging out with your brother? Hey, get out of his butt. What are you doing, girl? You're all up in his grill. Oh, sweetheart. Where is she? What we got over here? She's getting pink. We're getting a little more orange. I like where it gets more lightning. A whole lot. I feel lightning. Why do I feel lightning? I feel lightning. Yeah, this used to be 400 or 500 feet under the ocean. This is the last inland ocean in North America. They used to fish off this mountain right over here. Table Rock. All right, let's go back inside. It's starting to rain. Oh, there's gonna be more lightning though. Watch you guys see the lightning out here. It gets good. Come on. I feel it. It's in the air. Oh boy, it's getting too rainy. I better go inside. I'm standing out here with a cut-off shirt and shorts. Oh, those are cold. So the woods are right here. The wood line's right here. This all woods. I'm standing in a bad spot apparently. I feel like it's gonna get lightning right over here. Hold on, I gotta go inside. It's starting to get. Look at those pink clouds. We're out here at Silver Rock Ranch. There's the cabin. All right, here we go. There's the cabin. That's where we're going back inside. Whoa, we're going back inside the cabin, guys. We're doing our live. There's where we're doing our live from. So you can see where we're out here in the cabin. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. Why is your stream all? Well, I ain't got no neighbors. Don't have neighbors. So let's go back in here inside. There's the rusty cowboy. I took your food. Pants. Pants. Let me sit down there, buddy. Pants. Let me sit down there, buddy. Scoot over, man. Scoot over. Scoot over. You little knucklehead. Some space, please. Thank you. I love you. I love him. You're my better. I'm a single guy. You're the one that I love. Shh. What a good guy. All right, thanks for going outside. I thought I'd show you guys a little bit out there, and it was seeing some of them pink skies out here. Sometimes they're orange, sometimes they're pink, sometimes they're red, sometimes they're purple and red and pink. And so, oh man, the skies out here. You guys should come out here. You're missing out. The skies are even better. This phone isn't doing it. I got a crappy phone, so you can imagine what they look like in person. You're just seeing it over the phone, so it's even better with your own eyes. You see what I'm saying? All right, did our phone charge? Oh, it's worth charging. Good stuff. Davu's live. Davu's live. Cool. All right, wait there. I need to put this back up. I gotta put the ham radios back up over here. Uh-oh, we're about to lose our light. No way. All right, oh well. We'll just use our other light. We will. All right, yeah, we're gonna switch lights. we're going with the blue light. The LED. The LED. Well, that's a whole different tone there, boys. Girls, ladies, and gentlemen, germs. They come before you to stand behind you to tell you something I don't even know about. Oh, just kidding. What did I do with my lighter? Uh-oh. Where do we put the lighter? There we put the lighter. Western Interior Sea. I'm on the last inland ocean. This is the last inland ocean in North America. This was 500 feet under the ocean. Silver Lake, Christmas Valley. That's crazy how fast that power went down today. We didn't get good power today because I didn't go switch the solar panel like a ding dong, but that's all right. No worries. We got another light source. We got more light sources. Well, them kitties are out there wondering where I put their dinner at. Poor kittens. It's raining. I didn't want their food to get all wet. We'll wait. I think it's going to keep raining. It's going to keep raining. But I better keep an eye on this battery. Better not be on here all night long. Get rid of that thing. Apologize for that in the word. Come here, my buggy. My biggie guy. He just wants to come say hi to the dad. Just love the dad. Pants, get down. It's Toggy's time. It's Toggy time. Pants, get down. It's Toggy wants some loving this time. He's a good boy. Toggy's a big guy. Pants, get back. All done. Pants, all done. Oh, what a good guy I got here hanging out with the dad. Hanging out with the dad. Did we get all froze up? We might got froze up, huh? We're all froze up. Whoa. I don't know if we are or not. No, all right. Oh, my kid, my biggest boy. What am I worried about? Some stupid. Take your skin flute somewhere else. Go blow your horn there somewhere else. There, Peter Pan. Romero. Is that Romero? You better watch out. Ice couldn't come get you. Ice is going after people who have different names. I don't care if you got card or not. They're just going to get rid of you. So you better be careful with a name like Romero. So, just saying, you better look at what you think I'm kidding. I wouldn't say that. I'm not playing. Freaking on people like white on rice. And this, instead, it's just ice on rice. Well, whatever flavor they don't like. This time, are you going to be the next one that's on their list? They're doing it for money. So, you better get over it. I don't care. I'm going to keep bringing it up. You're going to get deported out of here, and you could even be an American citizen. Imagine that. They just might put you on one of those planes, take you out to the middle of the ocean, and dump you off. Maybe they'll send you over to their incinerator machine over there at Crocodile Island, or is it Lunat, or is it maybe it's Alligator Alcatraz, huh? Crocodile Island. So better be careful what you say. You get put on their list, they'll be coming to knock on your door, and they ain't playing. They're getting paid to do it. So I want to bring this up. It's happening. It's happening in your country. Here it goes, guys. This is it. This is how it goes down. This is how it goes down in America. They're just disappearing people off the streets of this country. People with masks, and they could be, anybody can be these people right now, brothers and sisters. I don't think you understand what's happening too. This is a major thing that's happening. It's like just getting swept under the rug, and they just keep funding more and more. Actually, I don't have a total source on this. I need to go back, and it was something I was trying to find a second, and I always like to find a third source, but I was watching this blog, and it was talking that Warp Speed has given authorization to use lethal force against protesters during ICE or anybody who stands in the way. Lethal force. Oh, I know, Nathan, but not blatant like they're doing right now. That's been happening. I understand that, moving people into these underground facilities and doing. I've been explaining that for some time, but they're literally these are bounty hunters. That these are people who are paid. This is a whole different ball game. This is something completely different, and that was going on. I totally get you on that. I mean, there's many ways. I mean, look at all those people that disappeared in San Francisco. Where are the kids from Lahaina? I mean, they've been doing this for how many children were on milk cartons? You know what I'm saying? But these people are, you got to listen. These people are being paid by the corporations. These are private prisons that are funding these people. This isn't our regular prisons. Look into this for me too, Nathan, because you seem like you got, the ability to, you looked into some of these things. You can discern these things. This is insane. These ICE agents aren't funded by the federal government. These are funded by these corporate private prisons. This is crazy. This is crazy what they're doing right now. And this could get out of hand really quick, because if they're motivated by money, that's right. That's right. It's just a paycheck to them. That's right. You're starting to see what I'm saying. And they could pick whatever flavor or rainbow they don't want next, whatever. You'll come up on the list just because of something you said, did, you look a certain way. Remember in World War II, your parents were born in Japan, and they in turn American, citizen. I've been talking about this executive order 11004, or they can in turn American whole actual communities, a whole community, and put them into a work camp. And they've done it before. And I'm going to be the crazy one, and I don't care, because I'm not going to be the one going down in history going, hey, this is the first time. I'm telling you things that have happened before in the past. And they like to repeat and recycle. Nothing new under the sun. It is. That's the 923 that I was trying to tell everybody. Thank you at least for understanding that. And now you see on that wheel. Do you guys see why 923 is so? Let me show you why 923 is so important to them. Because it's not the date of 923. Once again, this is not totally, this is not hard to understand. That's why. That's why, brothers and sisters, every year this happens. This is an equinox ritual. This is their dark ritual. This is their dark ritual. They didn't pick 123 executive orders for no reason. Under the 44th administration, 44. Like I keep telling you about this ether, how they do this. Look, this is the ether sign. This is the sign for ether. This is 44. 44. 44. This is 44.
That's right. Because that's right. That's right, Nathan. Thank you, Father, for sending me Nathan. Thank you so much. Somebody's getting this. If you take that box triangle and they put those triangles, remember, 4 of those make a box. Here's your triangle coming down here with this side. Here's your triangle here. That makes the box. That makes the trade center. And then you've got your 4 triangles up, your 4 triangles down. That's that box. The 4 triangles make the box. Nice. Good stuff. But you see what I'm saying? See how that building is formed? That's how that whole building is. You know, it's the triangles up, 4 triangles up, 4 triangles down to make this box, to make the box, to make the square. Each one of those 4 triangles is the 4 portions of that building. 4 up, 4 down. As is above, so is below. Like I said, I'm glad you see that, Nick, because it's so blatantly obvious, but people don't. That's why they had to drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, right? Building 7 to re-erect a one world 44 single phallic tower. Cool. Right on. Thank you, Mary. What is it there? I'll erase it with my shirt. I don't care. But do you understand on this here? I don't want to go off too far on this, but because again, this is their 323, 623. But this is why this is so important to them, brothers and sisters. This 923. This is the start of this dark ritual. Remember, we did the yin yang symbol earlier. Somebody asked what that was. I showed them what the yin yang symbol, where that comes from. Because this is the equinox, equal day, equal night. Equal day, remember, night. It just gets more and more darkness as we go into the winter, and it comes over. Same thing here. So this is the beginning of their rituals, of their Samhain rituals. So this is a death ritual, whether you understand it, of darkness. This is what is known as the abyss. Many ways, I've taught you more than one way what this is now. Now you're going to have a different eye to see. See, they thought the constellation, like if this was the Great Sea right here, right? And this was Israel right here. This is Israel, this nation right here, right? Up against the Great or Mediterranean Sea. They thought the constellations were going under the sea, under the sea. When they looked out at the Mediterranean Sea, they looked out at the Mediterranean Sea, and they thought the constellations were down under. So they're gods, they're trident gods like Zeus. This is where you get your Little Mermaid movie. They love to mock people who don't understand the gospel and understand this historical and biblical record. But this is their, see, again, they looked out at what this was called the Great Sea at the time of Christ. It was called the Great. Now it's called the Mediterranean Sea. That's right. They're water gods. Tammuz, the son of Satan, birthed in the middle of the winter under the sea. Good stuff. Mary, you got it. Or marine. That's why we're under this maritime or merchant law. You're getting it, Mary. You're getting it. It's coming together. That's good. Thank you, Father. Some people we live in the apocalypse now. Apocalypse means to lift off the cover, to remove, to reveal, to lift off the lies. The truth has been there. It's just been covered by lies for thousands of years of deception. put over by the church. And now there's people where you can't hide. Remember, it says the elect will not be fooled. So that's right. Under the sea, you'll like it better when she's much wetter. Take it from me. No, that's not what it said. My bad. I just made that up. So, oops. All right. But anyways, Little Mermaid. Okay. So under with the crabs, you know, man who goes fishing in other man's well is bound to catch crabs. So stay out of other people's well. Where'd that come from? All right. Hey, we got to throw a little humor in there. Wise well. We're here. Hey, we're only here once. But so this goddess, right, of heaven was the Big Dipper. But I want you to understand where this comes from too. Where a lot of people don't realize is that they thought all these constellations were going into the dark, into the sea. So in these dark months, this all wheels together. This is all one. This is your Christmas wreath. And if you watch this channel, you know what you're looking at. You're looking at the Big Dipper, you know, going around the North Star, right? The Big Dipper going around the North Star. Boy, that is horrible. What are you doing there? There we go. So I want you to understand why this 923 is so important to them. The 923 starts this, and it is also part of this 1945 equals to World War III or World War II. And I think it was Nathan who first said this. in this chat. Nathan said World War II, and I met this. I think he's the first person to actually put it in words. It said it equals World War III. Wasn't that you who said that, Nathan? Was it that you who told me that World War II equals World War III? And then I knew you were starting to get this 1945, 923 ritual that they're doing right now. Because that's part of what I'm trying to, I think so. I think if I'm not mistaken, I got to give credit where it's due, you know what I'm saying? But you're right, though, because they're doing it again. Nothing new under the sun. World War II equals World War III. That's why we're going to see. So I think you did. I think you were the first person that I think you were in here because you were getting it. You're understanding what I'm showing you, that this is all part of this Alice symbol, all this together. All this is piecing together right now. Everything I've ever studied for 30 plus years is all it's all pointing to this time. It's that same time that I'm trying to explain to you, where it's time overlapping itself. It's the serpent eating its own tail. We're here. That is the hail. That is the angel. That is that messenger. That's that white angel on the shoulder and the red angel on the other. Remember, they're both devils. The world thinks nice, cool. But yeah, see, most people aren't getting, guys. There's nobody else on YouTube right now. There's nobody else on Twitter. There's nobody else on X. Nathan, you seem to be, I'm not sure how many platforms that you frequent, okay? Guys, there's nobody else that I know right now that's showing you this 923. I was showing you this back like 10 years ago, guys. I was telling you about this 923 on the channel Truth Viral Television. Truth Viral. It's Truth Viral. It's what it's called. Truth Viral. Okay? And I was telling you about this on this platform. Me, this ugly mug, 10 years ago was talking about when Vomit 44. Brothers, sisters, so you see how this is all starting to come together? But they're doing this, brothers, sisters. I don't want this to be happening. You think I like this? I don't like carrying this at all. But I have to reveal what I am seeing. Why is 923 so important? Why would they pick 923 executive orders? That they don't do these things by chance. They do them by the number, brothers, sisters. That's why we keep seeing this same ritual being performed. So Nathan was right. World War II does equal World War III because we're seeing the 923 1945 ritual of this 923, where eventually, brothers and sisters, I told you it's going to lead to Walmart work camps. Okay, led by, because if you paid attention, and then what I'm very concerned about was back during this administration, the 44th regime, okay, the 44th regime, that again, they can relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. You guys, we're just seeing the prelude to this. You don't understand it's happening. We're just seeing what did Nate from Canadian Prepper say? He said there's no such thing as military exercises. There's only World War III disguises. And he's right, because they have these exercises and we're having massive amounts of them right now. And this is how they put, this ain't a checkers game where it's a couple of simple moves. This is a 5D chess game that's very thought out, very ahead of time. You know, you have to be cautious about, you know, sometimes you put out pawns to entrap you. There's you know, very simple. I'm being crude there, but it's a 5D chess game. That's why I'm trying to tell you, this is way too complex for most people to understand. They're not going to be able to concentrate. It'll be too late before they're one of the people that's on the list and going into one of these situations. And it's getting worse, brothers and sisters. Now I'm hearing again about bodies washing up ashore. Like 31 of these bodies now have washed up ashore, handcuffed and shackled. And they've tracked some of these flight logs. I need to double check this, but they were going out and looping back. They're not even going out to drop these people off. This is getting, and they got these mercenaries in here in America. If they start getting too many people, brothers, sisters, now again, I just heard, don't have a double on this, that there was a couple, this man and wife, that were asked to contract incinerators at Alcatraz Island. Remember, China had their incinerators going the whole time the COVID was going on. Those things never turned off. You could see them from satellite, from the heat. You know, we have LiDAR, radar, we have, you know, thermal imaging. We have abilities to, people have forgotten how far advanced that we have our tech, and they don't give it to us. They don't let the GP, the general public, have it, you know. So this is starting to roll out, brothers and sisters. I'm wanting you to know this is here. This is here. They're taking people off the frickin' streets, and the corporations are paying them to do it. And I said Walmart. 923 executive orders allows. Now, remember, nobody's going to listen to me. Please listen to me on this, brothers and sisters, because nobody's listening to me. And I think Nathan, I'm not saying the rest of you guys aren't hearing me. Yes, and we already know that, Nathan. That's a huge part of what is about to happen too. As is above, so is below. That's why I've been talking about the Hopi and the ant people, and I've been trying to get to bring you guys attention to what they're doing. Boring. They've been doing this for a long time, okay? So what I'm saying is, when I told you back during Truth Viral Television, nobody's hearing this. I need you guys to hear this. If nobody, just please be a witness, so you guys can, somebody please be a witness, because everybody, like right now, Nathan, I appreciate you guys hanging out here, and you guys are getting this. Under these 923 executive orders, when they declare a national emergency, when they declare a national emergency, not martial law. Martial law is done at a state level. At a state level. Martial law. A national emergency is different. Okay? Just hold on, guys, because things have changed so fast. Things are happening so much faster than you got to keep in mind what just happened in California. That was another test run they just did on the public, and allowed military, 700 veterans on the streets. And I've been warning you of that as well. I've been warning you of that, okay? of those. We're not supposed to have military on our streets, brothers and sisters. Our founding writers of the Constitution warned us about a standing army, and they're talking about the state troopers, the ICE now, brothers and sisters. You better pay attention. Obviously, these writers of this Constitution knew where this was headed, and we're here now. So I'm not being sensational. You deal with this and glean from here and just go about your business, or you do whatever you want. But when this national emergency is declared, the seated president, the seated elected president, the one who's commander-in-chief of the military, steps down, and the Federal Emergency Management Agency takes over. There we go. Now listen, Mary. This is why. See? You nailed it, Mary. See? This is under these 923 executive orders. The president steps down. Now, he's a talking head, brothers and sisters, but this is who's running the country. What did Trump do when he came into office? What's the first thing Trump did when he came into office? He declared what? And how many times has he done this now? We're here, brothers. Says he did this during the COVID too. He did it already. Because he did it during the COVID. And now he's doing it again. He did it as soon as he got in office. And we saw what they did in Hurricane Helene. We saw what the people did during Hurricane Katrina. Do we want these people running the country? Because that's who's running the show. I know it looks like the pretendant and he's good at what he does, but he's an actor. Don't forget who they put in office. They put an actor like Ronald Reagan was an actor. They're all actors. Retired actors go become politicians. The good ones, right? They become millionaires. So if they don't get it in Hollywood. So this is happening. And when this happens, under the 923 executive orders, this one that I keep telling you about, the Executive Order 11004, allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. Brothers and sisters, they're going to do this. They're already doing this. Listen to me, please. Now, please listen to me. I'm not some kind of prophet. I just pay attention. They're already allocating people, some of these people, and keeping them here. And have already seen that the Trump administration is going to be giving some of these migrants back to the farmers and putting them under prison wages, paying them like slaves. So everybody they ship out of here might not be going back home now, brothers and sisters. Are you hearing me? They're going to give them back to the farmers, and the farmers are going to be... You guys, it's freaking happening right in front of your faces now. How many times can this happen and it just keeps progressing? We're here. This 1945 ritual is being played on you because the reason why I said they did it during World War II is they went after and singled out, because they were at war with Japan, those people who had parents that were of Japanese descent. They were born right here in America. So don't think they won't be on that list. You think you're safe because you were born here in America. You got another thing coming, brothers and sisters. You got another thing coming. You ever Judas Priest? I think that's who's saying that. So I'm not trying to be sensational. You do with what you will, but I see not one other blogger. That's why this channel is shadow banned. I don't care, and it's fine. Many are called, but few are chosen. I hope that you're understanding, and I'm glad that I got this whiteboard. It just makes me a little easier for you to start this, but to understand. When next are they going to be coming for you? Look at how they did this. They've got multiple ways that they're doing this right now. This could be done under this emergency management agency, under the national emergency. And I already told you. Now watch, brothers and sisters, they could take and they could do this. Watch, they could do this very easily. Does anybody know what a bunker buster is? Does anybody know what a bunker buster is? See this? This would be what everybody sees. Okay? It still shoots out what we know as the plume. The plume. But what this is designed is after fighting over there in the desert in Afghanistan and they're deep in the hills, we have learned how to penetrate. They did this, use this same kind of technology over there in Iran. That's why they doing this, brothers, sisters. That's why they did it in Iran. I'm telling you, that's why they did. They use this technology. This is called a bunker buster. And what this does is unlike an atomic like they used during World War II, where it pancakes out and all the radiation plumes out. See this? See how all this energy comes out and everybody worries because then everything blows. This goes down in. It drives all this force down into the ground. And this is hydrogen. This is not atomic. So this doesn't radiate. This doesn't radiate. Pancake. It doesn't pancake. It plumes down and it goes down. Brothers, sisters, this is all they have to do in a city and say that it is atomic and not let you in the area, and they can take over anywhere they want in this country and relocate. Executive Order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. Anywhere they want. We've already seen that, Nathan. So they used a freaking twister to do that, right? Obviously, a derecho. You guys, a freaking hurricane does not go 100 miles inland and spin for 7.5 fucking hours. And I apologize for cursing, but that is stupid. I have watched hurricanes. That is disgusting. Thank you for making a mention of it. It's bull crap. So if they could do that, then they could do this. Thank you. Brothers, sisters, we're talking about anywhere they want. See, they can say it did this, but it's not. All they have to say is it's atomic when it's not. Then they can use this executive order, not let you into this area, and now they can relocate wherever they want for whatever mineral they want, for wherever they want, anywhere. And everybody's going to put this on their phone. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Yeah, they're planning on that. That's what they got everybody all juiced up with being a narc during the COVID, you know? You know, people watch people get, a man will sit there on his phone and let's watch a man beat the fuck out of a woman and he'll film it. That is disgusting. I hate being alive right now for that reason. I mean, I'm not going to take my life, but I can't stand that I live in a time where a man will sit there and just watch a woman get the snot kicked out of her by a man, and he'll just be over there filming it. Well, I don't want to get involved. All right, anyways, moving on. But everybody's got a phone, so everybody's going to get to film it, right? Oh my God, it's the end of the world. Yeah. Executive Order 11004 allows them to relocate whole communities and then put them into work camps. It's already starting, brothers and sisters. They can just take whoever they want off the street right now, using these private prisons, contracted corporations, and that's who these people are funded through ICE. This isn't a federal thing. This is not like what you're thinking. This corporation that is doing this. That's why I'm telling you, you better get it through your head. Anything that they do the opposite. If America says that they're, you know, that they're doing good, then they're bad. I'll just put it very simply. You can do that with anything. The satanic cipher, remember, is 26 is A. You just turn everything. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So whatever America, this Western type culture attitude, you just do the opposite. Whatever they say they're doing, they're going to be doing the opposite. And almost every single, that's their motto, is to turn everything completely upside down. And this is what you see, that they've got everybody believing this. That's what I'm saying. Lars, look at where that fire went through in California. We're starting to see these people don't give a crap, guys. I mean, I don't mean to go there, but look what they did in Ukraine. Oh, we'll make a deal with you, Ukraine, if you give us all your minerals. What the hell does the USA get their minerals for? Oh, we'll stop worrying if the USA gets the minerals. That was the Trump, the art of the deal. We'll stop worrying, but we get all your minerals. So this is an age of assets, brothers, sisters, we're moving into. You know what I'm saying? That's right. They do this. Hegelian dialect, order out of chaos. Emmanuel, didn't he say, no, do not let a good crisis go to waste? They know what they're doing, brothers, sisters. They're good at this. So don't think that they're not going to do this. And please don't be surprised when you see something like this. The only reason I say this is because they're doing this by the 1945 ritual. So you should see this times 2. Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Remember? Pearl Harbor, Nagasaki, Hiroshima. Tariffs, embargo, sanctions, Pearl Harbor, Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So here we go. Be ready, because this is come on. If anybody's following me, you'll start picking up on some of these other things that are happening that I'm missing, because I can't be in this, guys. I'm fighting a legal battle for 15 months now with the state of Oregon, Lake County, and possibly the federal government. In this case, I can only do so much research. I only have so many, and I spend a lot of hours in here that working for the ministry, because I don't care. I care about the gospel. But this is important, because he said, be wise, virgins, don't have extra oil, and to go out and not put our head in the sand. Remember this speak up Jesus that, I brought up. So do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness, rebuke them, show them to the light. So if they're doing this, I don't want you to be involved. I want you to know what's happening, and don't be fighting people over fleshy things. They're going to do this anyways. There may come a time that you might have to literally put your head on a chopping block, if you will, son. Daughters of fathers, the sons of God will stick their necks out, will they not? You may be one of those. I don't know. I'm not saying. Who knows? I don't want it to be physical. But would you put your neck out for this word right now, for this gospel? Would you give? Not, I'm not saying a physical thing, but, if they came to you and said, because see, with me, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know what the hell they do with me, because I'm not religious. So I don't worry about none of this religious nonsense that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Yep. My pet goat. Yep. And why do you think they did the iPet goat, Lars? I'm sure you know about the iPet goat. 2 as well, remember? Anybody in here seen iPet Goat? The series they put out by the Helio font? Helio meaning sun. Font, like, dialect, glossa, tongue, sun talk. Oh my goodness, you couldn't be more Masonic. But okay, guys, I want to please, do you understand what I'm saying here, though? Are you guys getting this? This Executive Order 11004, please don't be surprised if you see something like this happen. They might not just go after, like I said, a single, and they're doing that right now. Don't be surprised they have an event like this, brothers, sisters, and just go after a whole community. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff, Nathan. Good stuff. I love. There's some good people. Casey from Enter the Stars has done excellent decodes on iPad. There's a bunch of good decodes on it, and Logic Before Authority. Daniel Alexander Cannon, he does good decodes on iPad Goat. Yep. So there's some good decoders out there, guys, that are really done a really good job at showing you what it is that these people. It's like a Simpson thing, you know what I'm saying? These people are
I'm so thankful for this, blessing, guys, to be here in this time where we have this interweb. It just seems so amazing that we can, that light's getting, such as Casey. He is the best decoder on this rock. There's nobody who decodes better than Casey from Enter the Stars. He by us how in our face this stuff is. It's in music, it's in television, it's in commercials, it's in everything. They orchestrate this in every single thing. These people are master craftsmen. The devil is wise, and not this, I don't know, this leotarded red devil pokey Jesus or whatever, pokey red devil. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness, Randy, that's crazy. What does Bob say? Pedos and politicians, the documents end up missing. Here we go. The big, what is that? The big pedo list or big beautiful list or whatever. Yeah, we want to see the big beautiful list, don't we? I mean, come on, guys. Pango, there we go. I mean, it couldn't be any more in our face. I mean, it's just, this, we'll go on. I would have, okay, we'll go back where we're at now. 47, right? He decorates his house. Well, 4 plus 7 is 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. So President 9/11 decorates his house with Satan, the sun god, Mithra, Apollyon. And he gets voted twice. Well, selected twice. Campaign funded by the right corporation. So he decorates his house with Satan, Mithra, Apollyon, the sun god. Can you be any more in the people's face than that? I mean, how about the 58-story towers? I mean, is it by chance, when we know there's no such luck or chance, but that he lives in a 58-story building that has 66 floors? He lives in the 66 penthouse floor of Trump Tower. Remember, Satan had a 58-story Manhattan tower. I mean, Babylonian tower in Babylon. And Trump has a 58-story Babylonian or Manhattan tower in Babylon. I mean, a Babylonian tower in Manhattan. I'm just screwing that up on my brothers, sisters. I don't have to do that. I'm just acting. I'd be lying to you if I told you that I was just screwing with the Babylon and the Manhattan. Okay, I am. I don't want to come off like I got to be organic in this. Sometimes I don't say anything, but I got to mention it this time. So they're just not going to see things like this. They're not going to understand that they're blinded by Democrats or Crips, blue, boo, right? You're feeling blue or whatever, black and blue, or red, right? Crip or blood became blood, and all these people are acting, and people fall for it. I'm glad that I'm not one of those people that just is like, hey, honey, I'll tell you what, I'll let you go get some bigger boobies if you let me get some bigger wheels on my truck. Or, yeah, football. I'm glad that I'm one of these people that actually looks, because I know that not everybody gets a chance to, or not by chance, has the ability to have enough time to study. You know what I'm saying? And if you've been blessed with enough time to sit down, people would die to have the time that we've spent together, guys. Seriously. So I feel blessed that, the serpent is wise. So if you're understanding this, you got to remember, a lot of the world doesn't see this. They're Democrats or Republicans, or they're thinking that their tax dollars are fixing their roads. Football, you know what I'm saying? Football. I don't say, I'm not, that'd be like a vacation, guys, to be that guy, beat your head over the wife, take her to the cave, bang her. That's the end of it. I don't know. It's like caveman mentality to me, just like, ugh, like Cro-Magnon man was much smarter. He had a bigger brain and thicker skin than us. I don't want to hear that Cro-Magnon man was, we have degraded, remember? They used to fight over kingdoms and, actual gold and silver and princesses, and now they fight over, once again, pieces of paper, debt notes, IOUs, and tennis shoes. Michael Jordans, Air Jordans, remember? Hello? Okay, push your buggy down the aisle this way and you won't get the bug. That's real smart. Yeah, remember, wear your fit, just tantrum, kick your legs and your feet. Be a child, wear 2 masks, right? So that's real smart, right? Go inside, flatten the curve. We're all going to die. I know, we're all going to die. You got that one right. So, but all this other nonsense, right? I mean, it just, well, no, I'm saying it just, how are we wiser? We can't even build buildings on this, megalithic structures. Yes, we could. You know what I'm saying? If they unleash the tech, but if they did unleash the tech, brothers, sisters, we'd already killed them, or all of ourselves by now. So, you know what I'm saying? We would have already killed ourselves by now. Dump knows that you can't get out of here, yet he invented a space force. I did it again. I know it's space force. Force. They had to get more money, remember? Not a space agency or not a swim agency, like they've been screwing around corners or whatever. They go up and come back down, remember? Oh, I know, Mary, too. That's what I can't stand. Seriously, we have a $1.5 trillion military budget now. I think they raised it. Oh, wait, no, our military budget's $1 trillion. It's our debt, it's our GDP, it's our debt that's 1.5. So how is it that we spend all this? We have 1,000 military bases, Mary, in 180 countries. You wonder why our infrastructure is crumbling in this country and why they have way better infrastructure, train systems, rail systems in like China and Japan. People have never been out of this country, think it's all America. They never left this country. This country is a pile of crap. It's a third world piece of shit. Well, the infrastructure itself is garbage. There's beautiful places in nature, the infrastructure. I'm not talking about nature. America is a gorgeous, beautiful. I heard this the other day. If you watch TV, brothers, sisters, and you watch television and you watch this world is disgusting. It's horrible. It's terrible. But if you're in nature, this world's a wonderful place. Get back to nature like we were talking about. Somebody came in earlier and told us they went out and went fishing and hunting and trapping or something. Seriously, the whole world sucks when you're looking at this stuff, and it does. When you're looking at the television, you're looking at the black box and the things that are going on. But if you're in nature, this is an amazing, wonderful world. So try to get back sometimes to nature when you can. Seriously. But let's get back to this crumbling infrastructure that we have. Our tech is just, they have over rail with electric trains and, speed trains. Our system's so stinking dinosaur here in America. Our bridges are falling apart, cracking and what was that? Thought I just heard a puppy. Where's Pants? Oh, there he is. Was that you barking at the door? What are you doing at the door? Do one of the puppies? Oh, I'm going to go see if one of the puppies is at the door. Sometimes they like to come over and visit. Oh, yes. Okay, good boy. You just sort of had to get back. Okay. Good boy. You're such a good kid. You're the best boy I ever did have, Mr. Pants. You are a good boy. You are the best guy I ever did have. So yeah, our infrastructure is crumbling, and it sucks because we have the ability. We have a larger military budget than all the other countries on this rock combined. We spend more on our military. And I told you we have 1,000 military bases in all 180 countries, over 1,000. We have people dying in the streets of our own country, and we're feeding other people in other countries. And I'm not saying that we can't be charitable, but there is a limit, and that's what's crazy about this country. I don't understand why people think this country is such a wonderful thing. We have talked about how, and I will, brothers and sisters, and I think we should all think about that. And that's why I'm trying to get out of this country too. If I can get out of here and I can get through this logistical thing that I have going here, I'm going to get out of the country for a little while. Okay. It doesn't mean I've abandoned this ministry. I'd hope that maybe there'd be people here still wanting to stay here that can't leave, that this will provide before I even take a vacation is what I'm considering. I'm not running from anything. I just need a vacation. I need to get out of this country for a while. I've been here and I've put in a lot of time here, especially these last 15 months. It's just been absolute grind. And so, a vacation, and I'm not going down there. I got to do a lot of work to go down there. It's not like just go down there and do nothing. I'd have to go down there and get that farm up and going and stuff. But the idea is to get, out of this country and go to a place again where we had Elsa in here. She said she has a family of 6 kids. She lives in Paraguay. She's got her husband and 6 kids, and they live comfortably on $700 a month. The fuck are you doing in America? If you don't have to be, and I'm not saying you have to sell everything, but you could live a completely different life too outside this country. People in America, all they think is America. People in America, all they think is America. So I need to get down there, and if I'm going to allow me to go, then I'm going to go, and I'm going to get that set up because I want to invite others to go be there. And they can bring their American money. What I, kind of relating to what I was earlier saying. When you're America, you're constantly thinking about the things in America. Imagine too, as I said, being on the other side of this war machine, being one of these people that's been forced to pay for oil with the US dollar for 50 years at the threat of the war machine. Like Nathan said, at the threat of the war machine outside this country. Imagine being somebody who's been threatened by these Navy, military, Air Force, Marines, year after year, war after war. Must not be easy to be outside this country, but there are people who live what you would consider, a regular life, and they don't have the effect, and that's what I'm saying. So that's what I think was going to be a blessing about getting this ministry out of this country and getting down to South America, is providing people like that. Or, wow, I'm glad I made this transition, and maybe I should go ahead and sell the property I have there, or took it, or whatever. Some people, I told you don't even need to sell. You could have people get on methamphetamines. I ain't never done methamphetamines. And people get on meth and get all hooked on drugs and get Social Security. I'm a fucking veteran. I don't even get veterans benefits. I served this country. I have an honorable discharge. I was a single parent for almost 8 years. Mom and dad. I didn't get a dime of child support. How the fuck can somebody be on meth and they get Social Security? But if I could have had, and I paid taxes and Social Security since I was 15 years old. And I never asked when I tried to, and I fought Social Security for 7 years trying to get it and said, I don't want a check. And I could have used a check back then. I was a single parent. I said, I want the money I paid into the damn system. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that I can't work just to get the check, the money that I paid it into the system, and you've been using my money for how many years? Since I was 15. So I don't get a check. And man, that would be nice you could go down there on a Social Security check and live comfortably. If I got $500 a month, I wouldn't even know what to do with that. I feel like I was rich. Well, $500 that if somebody, some kind of Social Security, disability, veterans benefits, something. So, but it's okay. I work for what I have. Remember, the ministry's paid off. I bought the other property. It's paid off. I've been paying on the other one for years. Everything's good. But what I'm saying is that you can take your American money and you can go live in another country. You know what I'm saying? And live comfortably on $1,500 a month. You in Ecuador, $500 a month is about the average that it takes, and you could have a nice apartment, 1 bedroom. I don't want none of that, but the average person, 1 bedroom, furnished, clean, nice, decent city. $1 to take a Uber across town. $5 in some places at the most. $2 and $3 meals, dollar plates, food for $1 off the carts, 3 and 4 and 5 tacos for $1. It's $4.50 for a taco the other day when we went into town. You probably get 5 tacos for $1 someplace. Crazy, the price difference. 90s prices. So people get stuck here in America, and I'm not saying you have to go, but please look into this, that maybe there's other ways to make your money go a little further. I just had to shell out $15,000 of precious metals because I can't keep my mouth shut, I guess, right? Because I'm standing against the law. I don't care, because I'm trying to do what Father tells me to do. But either way, it's still, I'll get there. We'll get there, but I got to take care of me, yeah. Canada's Canada's worse. Canada's more expensive to live than America. Shit, Canada hit freaking $50 silver in Canada. I love my brothers and sisters in the north, man, but it's hard as hell to live up there, man. It's crazy how expensive it is to live in Canada. That's right. We're there, though. Mad Hatter, we're there, though. You should see this. That's right, though. That's good. You see it, but most people don't. Thank you for understanding. It's just a cycle, and we're already pretty much, if you look at like the Wile E. Coyote, we've already gone off the cliff. We're doing the running. I actually think we're already sinking. I remember when I was younger, and I was telling my son how, we weren't off how if you 51-49, you get too far, you can't come back onto the cliff, right? The whole democracy, mob rule type of going off a cliff, and the little twinkle noise they make when you just kind of suspend an animation. I remember when this country was there, like, you guys, we already went off the cliff. I was like, yeah, everything's awesome. Like, we're about to drop. So obviously, anytime that a nation's GDP exceeds their military budget, they're in free fall. And remember, it was $1.5 trillion, not the $1 trillion that for our military, we're there. $33 trillion, you could never pay the debt back, ever. Technically, it cannot be paid back. And we just hit 37. If I came back here every day and you met me here, Hatter, every single day, and I paid you $1 trillion or $1 million to pay $1 trillion off, you'd have to come back here every day and meet me for 360,000 years to just pay you $1 trillion back. So it's not sustainable. We're absolutely in free fall. They've got another plan, and I'm sure that they'll stabilize, start looking for price controls, capital controls, like during the 70s. I think they'll eventually release the precious metals, and they'll let them run like crazy because they've got them all now, so they just needed to get them out. That's why it sucked about having to get rid of $15,000 worth of precious metals. It took me a long time to, the way I work, to come up with, because I have to trade and barter and sell. Shut up, get out of here, Eddie. It's not fine. It's already, the dollar's lost 9% of its purchasing power. Get out of here, child. Go spend your little paper payment somewhere else. Get on your little digital screen, your little 0 and 1 in here, like a virus. Get out of here. I don't hang out with viruses. So, but anyways, it's expensive, super expensive to live in Canada. And it's unbelievable how in many other countries it doesn't need to be like that. So I'm speaking to my Canadian brothers and sisters too. You can take your Canadian money to many countries. I encourage you to look up on the internet, ask friends, look up places that you can live for $1,000 a month comfortably. You'd be blown away at how many countries you can go and live a normal, really nice, like I said, in, $500 a month. You could go move to, a country like Ecuador, where they have the cheapest cannabis, and internet's $20 a month to go get, a full teeth cleaning. Is $10, $12, $15 to have, a full body exam, a full physical, 10, $15, $30 for a full visit with some kind of whatever. They had to give you some kind of prescription or something. They found a little something, the yes, that's going to be that, and it will. It will, though. I don't disagree with you, Hatter, and that's part of it, because everything's tied to the petrodollar. Everything's tied to the dollar, so everybody's going to have to pay the piper. But there are a lot of nations that are getting rid of this, that are getting their self-positioned in precious metals, such as China. Look at India. I mean, look at some of these Russia. Look at some of these nations have bought into assets, and they're going to a system where they're going to be able to use like these BRICS type of exchange with their SIP, Central International Payment System, instead of this SWIFT. And then, they've got the BRICS nations to go around this. It's like the largest infrastructure right now being built on this rock that's going to dwarf, the Large Hadron Collider is that Belt and Road, that rebranding the old Silk Road, bringing all those trade routes from Africa into the into the Asias, and there's not one U.S. dollar that's being spent on it. So Russia and China have made deals, and Brazil and in India and Africa. There's many nations that are like, for example, Saudi Arabia has taken the basic thing that kept this whole thing going is that we've been able to capitalize, because since 1971 they brokered us off what was called the Bretton Woods Agreement, where our dollar was attached to gold, and it took us off that. And then overnight they repriced all oil in the U.S. dollar, and so we became, the reserve currency back in 1945. But that just sealed the deal, because that made sure every time that somebody bought oil, we made money on that. And that's what's been able to keep this, so we said, okay, well, instead of worrying about all that gold in Fort Knox, just shut up about that. And now we're going to guard with the greatest military ever, the Saudi nations. And we'll protect those OPEC nations, all the oil fields, and we won't let anybody come in there and so that's how we've been able to keep control since 1973. Because remember, we lost World War II. I mean, we lost, Vietnam War, and we did. That's the last war we won was World War II, and we haven't won a war since then. So don't think we're badasses and we're going to go kick everybody's ass, because that's not how it works. China now has a larger navy than us. That's the other reason why we've had, Iran Contra. That's why we've been able to stop everybody too, brothers and sisters, because we've had the largest navy. We've had the largest navy, and we don't have the largest navy anymore. When you control the supply chains through ports, brothers and sisters, 100%. Canada is a prime example of how the populace is, so to speak, and not so much in Canada, but Canada itself is how Canada, like 90% of Canada's populace lives right above, at the northern border of America. Okay. At that line, there's very few people who live up in the, there's very little of Canadians' population that doesn't live right by the border of America. Now, as a whole, I don't want to hear this overpopulation bull crap. 90% of the populace lives within 100 miles of the oceans. Why is that? Well, there's a constant food source coming out of the oceans, iodine, things like that. But ports, harbors, trades, brothers, sisters, trade routes. Okay, trade. So if you control the ports and the harbors and the trade, you can control the supply chain, you can control the world. So we have had the largest navy. Okay, that's helped. Now I want you to know that remember the Saudi nations are taking the only oil thing that they would take for oil was the US dollar. Okay. And I want to show you too that there's something else that has happened. Remember the Basel III and the Bretton Woods Agreement, again with gold, that in 2023, the central bank started buying gold. Actually, they bought more gold in 2023 than they had since the history of the inception in 1913 of the central banks. So they made gold a tier one asset. The only tier one asset since that time, brothers and sisters, was the bond, the U.S. Treasury. That's your safe haven asset where you put your money, you know it's going to be there. Brothers and sisters, they made gold a tier one asset. That shows you where this is headed. The big money moves first, always, always. The big money moves first. So I want to hear this system's going to collapse. How much billions of dollars does why is his name not coming into my starts with a B? But anyways, Berkshire Hathaway, all the, look how much money they're sitting in cash right now, silently, like I said, waiting for the system to just completely unfold so they can go in and buy up all these assets, brothers and sisters. So, but anyways, this system that they have going right now, brothers and sisters, where they're putting everything back into an asset class, and they're collapsing it. They just took $11 trillion or something out of the market, a month or two ago. It's disgusting what they've done with the system. So the whole system right now is being collapsed around, this dollar. And again, it's already lost 98, almost 99% of its purchasing power, whereas an ounce of gold will still buy you what it would have bought you at the time of Rome, and it'll still buy, at Rome, it would buy you a steak dinner, a toga, finest toga, I don't know what the thread count, and a bottle of wine after, a nice steak dinner with your lady. 1800s, $20, something like that. Finest tailored suit money will buy, nice steak dinner and a bottle of wine. Gold's at what right now? $3,300 plus a premium. That'll buy you a nice Armani suit, one of the finest suits money can buy, nice steak dinner, and take your lady out for a bottle of wine. It doesn't lose its purchasing power. So the money's already moving, brothers and sisters. And so there are things that are happening that people aren't watching. Remember, they brought back 200,000 tons of gold from the LBMA, the London Bullion Metal Association over there in London. I thought it was to try to cover this. No, I was talking about, he's old, white dude. So, he's got a son that's taken over for him now. Whatever. He's an evil dude. He's ugly. And I'm not talking about George Soros either, the other guy. It's Berkshire Hathaway is the owner of that. I don't know. I'll stop thinking about it and I'll remember. But on the middle of Canada, part of the 27th. Right, nice. Good stuff, Sabrina. I like living near the border and everything. I don't live population, but if you're starting to see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters, this is all controlled, and it's Warren Buffett. Thank you. So this is happening. This system is all collapsing around us here in America, and they're bringing the new system in already. You know what I'm saying? With the absence of civilization, absolutely, Mad Hatter. They're going to always be worth it, no matter what, whether we're here or not. That's kind of like that theory. If a man's wife's not in the forest and a tree falls, is he still wrong? Oh, never mind. That's not the way it goes. Something like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, the national debt clock. I haven't gone on there and looked at what's going on with that, Nathan. I seen that new one that was up there, but I haven't gone back in there and looked. I think these are amazing times too, brother, sister. We're living in it just sometimes. These times are just unfathomable. This is something I never thought we would see. You know, I never ever thought we'd just NERP, let alone ZERP. Zero interest rate programs. Negative interest rate program, NERP. That's one I never thought I would see. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It is. The times are just incredible. These times are hard to live in, absolutely. But what we're getting to witness, man, is change at a rate of change where you guys got to remember. I'm a little more old school, and I know there's people might be a little bit older than me in here. I'm seeing my generation that watches, but something used to happen, brothers and sisters, and it used to stay on the front page. You might not know what a newspaper is, but these are these things we used to read, and they had ink on them, and there were these big books, we'll call them that, without any binding or, okay. They're a newspaper, right? And the thing was, something would happen, it would stay on the front page for a week or two, or maybe weeks sometimes, and it would take a long time to come off that front page before it worked its way, to the second or third page. And that's not the life we live in. We couldn't even have newspapers anymore. And I know we do, but things happen so fast that they're irrelevant. A newspaper is something that, I know they still print these things, but you hear what I'm saying? It doesn't even matter anymore. Things happen at a rate of change that it wouldn't even be relevant to put something on the front page, because it would be at 30 minutes from now, it would be at the back at the rate of change, at newspaper change, if you understand what I'm saying. Everybody remember that change? It'd stay on the front page for a week on the front page of the newspaper. That's how fast our world's going, just in case you ain't figured it out by now. I know they print them, but I don't know how that works. It's fire paper to start fires with now, huh? Like the penny saver or but I think it's rather alarming that you forget how rate of change is, how fast it's happening. This world used to be a lot slower, brothers and sisters, a lot slower, so we have definitely, we're cooking. This is what I'd always talked about before 2000. You know what I'm saying? I know it'd be changed by the time they print it. It would be that's what I'm saying. It'd be irrelevant. It'd almost be irrelevant to even print a paper anymore. Cool. No, there's not. Hey, look, Mad Hatter, you can't take away precious metals. You'll never be one of these people that can come in here and talk any kind of shit about precious metals. You can't eat a bar of gold or silver, okay? They've used silver since time and millennia for medicine, okay? They value gold and silver 1-to-1. Gold and silver have value because of what they are. You can't change value. It was the first currency, money in scripture. So you can't talk no shit about gold and silver ever. Ever can you say not a fucking thing about it. It's never gone to zero in the last 8,000 years. So it's always going to be valuable. People are always going to freak out and act stupid over gold and get gold fever like they get buck fever. Like guys see titties, that's all they can think about. Titty fever or whatever. It has value because it always will and it always does. And as a matter of fact, silver should be worth a lot more than gold. It just has way more uses. It's the most conductive, most reflective metal on this rock. It's used in more electronics. Obviously, it's much more affordable in many cases, but it's been used throughout time and millennia to keep it. What's the most purest thing on this rock? Water. They use it to purify water. Now that's freaking amazing. So, yes, it's an antimicrobial, antibacterial. What's they saying here? I understand humans have a sign value to it, but ultimately, their civilization what stops it from taking. Okay, well, if there's no civilization, you can just shut the fuck up, okay? And don't ever fucking say anything again. How about that? That's a stupid fucking question. You know that? If there's no civilization, shut the fuck up. That's my answer to that one. How about that? Any questions? You've done it a couple times. I just kind of blew past the first time, but I can't hear that again. Get the fuck out of here. If there's no civilization. Let's compare to things when there's nobody here on this rock. Dude, get out of here. You're an idiot. You know, I never used to think there was no such thing as stupid questions, but then the COVID came along and it did shit to people like what you just said. That's the stupidest fucking thing. I have to file that in one of the stupidest things I ever heard. Well, is this going to happen when there's nobody here? Who fucking cares? There's nobody here. I mean, are you some kind of bumbling idiot? People call me a freaking rambling Bob or whatever, but you know, I'm just saying it's not, brother, it's worth whatever you'll trade for it. What will you trade me for about it? How about a free market? You forgot what a free market is? If you and I agree that it's worth this much and we shake hands, that's what it's fucking worth. Shut up, idiot. Thanks for silencing that ding dong, whatever, Mad Hatter. That guy's out of his mind. Telling me when there's no civilization what something's worth. How do you come up with something like the COVID fucked people up, brothers and sisters? It really messed with people's minds. I've been on the internet for a long time, and I noticed this too through my sales and stuff. People just ask the stupidest questions that I never had, ever, until COVID. I'm serious. It just ruined people. And I don't hate them. They just say the stupidest things. You know, things that just don't make sense. Like, what in your right mind would you even worried about anything if nobody was here? Well, who in the hell would come up with that kind of, who comes up with that's what it does to people? It just twists them, turns them into some kind of, I don't know. And I'm a kind of person, I think about a lot of things and I want answers to almost everything. But it's got to be relevant. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be relevant is all I'm saying. So, and maybe it's not the jab, but I'm telling you guys, I have seen such a change in society because I've worked myself on the internet. I've made my living that way. That's how I've been able to do what it is, be a single parent, still be able to do what I do. And, you know, whatever, it's given me a great abundance of time. But I'm telling you, since the jab, people are just, I don't understand their questions are just like, you know, where do you come up with these things? Or you'll just tell them too that, you know, I'm not going to answer questions like, no, I don't have a picture of it right now because I'm not where it's located, you know, can get interior pictures for you right now. And I'll put it in big, bold letters. Do you have any interior pictures? I'm like, dude, what is, oh, the other one, since the freaking watch, guys, since the COVID, guys, since they had all this stuff ready to go with this DoorDash and Uber Eats bullshit. You guys, I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. I live out in the middle of nowhere. So I know people are going to have to, you know, I get people a better price because if they're going to come out here, they don't come out here for no $100 items in most cases because it's going to cost some money to come out here. But I ain't never had anybody, you know, let's say I got a $3,000 item and they're going to, you know, and I like a bargain. I like a haggler. I like somebody who tries to haggle me for price. I'm good with that because I'm going to put it up a little bit, but close to market price. You know what I'm saying? But these people are going to, maybe they get me down to something like $2,000 or something like that. Right. And I'll work the deal and I'll get it all figured out or something. And then they're like, okay, will you deliver that to me? Motherfucker, this ain't Uber Eats. What the hell? And I don't care. It could be a vacuum. I did it when I had it when I actually was in town for a little while. People did the same shit. What the fuck? I ain't never had anybody tell me to deliver anything. If I contact you on the internet, you're coming to my fucking house. You know what I'm saying? Or you're meeting me. I don't deliver shit. This ain't fucking Pizza Hut, motherfucker.
And I apologize for cursing, but why did I never remember anybody doing that? And if they did, they'd be like, hey, man, could you bring this to me if I pay you an extra gas money, or not freaking Jew me down, get me down $1,000 and now you want me to deliver this thing to the other side of the state. And then you got to try to even pay me for gas to deliver it. Hey, guys, I used to work a deal. I mean, I listened to 99% of people's bullshit to get 1% of something I thought that I was valuable. And maybe a little bit like that on a deal. I don't deal with none of that shit now. None of it. Somebody asked me a stupid question, delete. I don't give a shit. I don't want to hear it. Where did this come from? Who the hell, why, who makes you think I'm going to deliver you something? And then they don't even want to pay you or offer you to drive to where they're at. It's just like they're entitled. Now bring it to me. Everything's DoorDash. Everything's Uber Eats. This freaking generation is lost, brothers, sisters. I've dealt with the public. I've been in law enforcement, and I don't hate people. I just watch people, and I cannot understand what the hell has happened to people. And I don't remember people ever doing that to me ever before the COVID, ever. Well, then that's fine. You need to tell somebody that and that. You understand? Kip, if that's cool. I do totally understand that. But people don't have to cater to your ass because you don't have a fucking car. And if they do, then tell them. Tell me up front. I would deal with that different if somebody was up front with me, is all I'm saying. And I could work with them. Then I would know. But don't blow it on me at the last moment. You just Jew me down to grand, and now you want me to deliver the motherfucker. That's different. Hey, man, I don't have a car. Is there any, that's different. Because a lot of times I'll go out of my way to help people, So that's all I'm saying, If somebody's in a situation, I totally understand that. But people have this entitlement attitude, like everything's DoorDash, and everything should be delivered to them. And it's not because they don't have a car. A lot of these people got cars. Kip, they got cars. They motherfucker got cars. They want me to deliver it to them. And that's just like, what the hell, man? Well, this guy ain't got a car, and he's going to pay me an extra $100 to deliver it to him, because he ain't got a car. Shit, dude, I'll meet you halfway. I'll do it for $50. It ain't going to cost me that, So it's convenient. Okay, Mars, right? Because it sells better than anything. But I don't ever remember, anybody doing that, guys, ever. And if they did, they just offer to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? They say, hey, I don't want to drive all the way over there. My old lady don't want to drive. That's a long way. And, I'll pay an extra $100 if you can deliver it to me. I've done that to people. Pay me this if you can bring it out this way. If you're in because if not, I can hook up with you tomorrow. Today I'm, or something if I'm busy. But I'm going to pay somebody to come bring me if I'm going to contact them. And they're going to bring it to me. If I contact you, I go to you. That's all I'm saying. It's just getting different. You know what I'm saying? And I understand there are seniors that can't, you know what I'm saying? It's not that I haven't had it happen before, but it's just never been like, okay, I'm going to get Uber Eats and convenience sells next to sex, the insinuation of not actual, but a low cut dress or a guy with a nice bulge and a pair of sweats or something. I don't know, just people's mind a little bit to wander, but convenience is something that people want. People have gotten very used to convenience and they, and a little bit of a, that's where it's getting though, brothers, sisters, and like I said, I would, even if somebody was up front with me, kind of go out of my way if they needed some help. I'm a senior. There's times I'm not going to bullshit you guys. I'll use that. Hey, can you give me a this rate? I'm a veteran, and I can. If you help me out, help a veteran out. People will. So people will give me a little bit better rate because I'm a veteran, and so I'm not afraid to ask. So if somebody would ask me up front, man, hey, I don't have the ability to come pick this up. I really need this right now. I want this and I can't, are you in the area or something? And if I can, I will. If not, then
And that's how that's all I would ever expect, people to do, is just say something, but people don't. And it just always blows my mind. It's like, you get all the way doing something, you get all the way through, and they're like, yeah, now deliver this thing to me. I'm like, hold on, let me get my Domino's pizza thing. Just put it on the top of my card. We'll just deliver that to you, okay? No charge. No charge. I got to drive $50 worth of gas out of my car, and and a lot of people too, like, oh, will you bring me that car? Well, I got to hire another driver. That means I got to have somebody to drive me back. So I got to actually pay 2 gas tabs. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That's the other one, guys, because I sell a lot of vehicles, right? Will you deliver that vehicle? What, I got a tow truck or something? You want me to bring it on the hook or something? Or what do you want me to? So that means I have to have another driver. And that means that driver's going to have to drive me back. I have to pay for the gas. Where do these people get this shit, guys? I don't know where they get this. I'm like, people I've got in a world that's gone mad, brothers, sisters. Everything's Uber Eats, Johnny Depp. Well, your name's after some star, so you have a stupid name. Anybody would name themselves after some movie star is an idiot. So, Johnny Depp, get out of here, child. Seriously, you're going after some all famous people go to hell. So get out of here. This guy's trying to talk about his nuts or something about nuts. He was talking about. Anyways, we don't want to talk about his nuts. The man's nuts. Grab him. Hold on. Let me shut my front door. You stay inside, boys. All right. What time's it getting to be? We better wrap this bad boy up. We're having too much fun here today. Too much fun. Hold on. I'm going to take me some cannibal lectors here. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can name your name after a famous person, but that's an idol. Seriously, an idol? You're gonna go after some idol? Is it 10:13? Hey, it's only 10. I thought it was a little later. Oh man, that torta I had today. It was a good torta. The only thing it was actually missing was some aguacate. Didn't have any avocados on it, but it was excellent. Maybe it's just so good because I was thinking jail food. When I be eating jail food, I was like, oh man, this tastes so good. No, I'm not going to get thrown in jail. We'll see. If I don't do anything stupid, right? Stupid means to be nice. I'm not going to be nice. Oh. I'm not a nice guy. Not trying to be nice. Oh man, I'm almost thinking about eating one of my gummies. Hey, Lucifer 666. You know there's no such thing as Lucifer, right? Lucifer is just a made-up name, so there's no such thing as Lucifer. You have a name that doesn't mean anything. It's just a made-up name. Never existed in history. Not a biblical or scriptural name at all. Hey, we got one of these Luciferian idiots in here, brothers. They think they're Lucifer or some kind of I don't know, something made up like a devil. That's another made up word, devil. There's no such thing. Nowhere in scripture does it say the word devil. Why do you keep adding this book? It changes everything when you add to it, so you don't have any understanding what the book means if you start adding. So you don't live on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. Who the hell told you live on a planet? Who the hell told you hell's below your feet? Hell's not below your feet. Neither is earth. Heaven's not above your head. It's not 2025. We do these same things over and over here. Try to check you guys. Make sure you're not in here being some lunatic. Stop being a lunatic. Your lunar worship, your lunar calendar. Lunatic's about to steal the show. Call the cops. I see a robbery in progress. We'll do a little Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Nelly. Oh, yeah. That was a good one. That is some purple Hindu. Man, I got some shit that'll put a hump on a camel's back. Remember Cheech said that? That was the movie Up in Smoke. Man, those are for real diamonds, man. All right, how much battery we got left here? All right, I'll stay in here for about another 10 or 15 minutes, and I better makes money roll out. Thanks for the $1 super chat. Somebody gave a $1 super chat earlier. Appreciate that. Well, that's a big drink. Puppy's still laying on the couch getting a drink. He's got his feet on the ground. He's still got his butt on the couch. You're a silly dog, Tango. No, don't come by me with your big slobber jaws. You're gonna no. I knew it. Oh man, I'm not happy. I'm just out of my mind because nothing happened. So I'm just trying to roll through it with the punches, if you will. I mean, I'm always happy, just not nothing's cracking for as of now, but it's okay. The bong sound. It's starting to rain in here again. Raining here in the desert. Oh, what a day, what a day. But I didn't go to jail, so I'm happy about that. And no matter what happens, I'll be okay. So I just want to know where Elijah's at still. I'm not letting it go because nobody else is looking for him. So we'll see what happens. I just don't like the stall, I don't like knowing that my son could be injured or hurt or even murdered at this point. Nobody seems to give a rat's ass except for me, but that's okay. That's all I can do is just let God beat the snot out of me like he always does. Just hold on because he's steering. I'm just the ship, that's the vessel. I don't have control of the ship as much as I think I do. I don't. And I don't make plans because he'll crush them every single time. So, but I'm okay because I can't change anything. If I could, at this point, what am I going to change? I don't even know how to react. I remember how I felt when I thought I might see my son back in December, and here it is. Wow. And he went missing in September, so that means he's looking over his shoulder tonight, and he's going to potentially die at the threat of a gun, and he's already been shot once by the cops. And I got to put all my trust in these cops, so, and the system that's failed me. So it's just a little perturbed at the system, like I said, I want to get out of here. I want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be in this country right now. I'd like to take a vacation. I'd like to go eat some tacos in Ecuador, or maybe go visit Elsa and her husband down there, something, but I got to get through this. So, I'm sure some of us, Kiki, aren't done when we're done from here. Some of us, I'm sure, will be able to rest, and I'm sure some of us, we're not done. Some of us will still have to be girded in his service. Absolutely. So I know that It seems like that's not what's going to happen, because people think that this heaven is someplace that is in the sky, but that's not what heaven is. So if your loins are girded in his service and you're spiritually girded, then it's not your servant. So you're never going to stop working. Once in motion, stays in motion. So wouldn't that be awesome to continue? Like Haystack says, I hope if I die here on the battlefield that Jesus will bless me and reincarnate me as a soldier so I will live to fight again. Right? So, no, I don't think all of us are going to get that, though, to be 100%, clear from what my study. I do believe that some of us will continue our service and many of us will rest, but there will be some that won't, and that's fine. That's, I'm sure the rest will be very similar to what we find our rest and suffering like we do here. So, if that makes sense, because we find our rest now in that in that girded service, in that suffering, in that walk in Christ. That's where we find our rest. So I know that's what makes me feel better. It's what calms me down. It's what makes me feel settled, where I'm not spinning and stirred and feeling, chaotic, if you will, where I can have a calm and a stillness is when I'm in Father's words, and I know that it's the truth, and I don't find that in anything else. So that's why I love to sup with my brothers. Sam in Idaho, nice. I miss Idaho. I like living in Idaho. I like potato heads. I don't mean to say that, but I lived in Idaho a couple times, so definitely liked being in. I've been to all 50 states, lived in Alaska and Hawaii, but many states, but definitely enjoyed my time in Idaho. Oh my goodness. Huh. There are a lot of people who moved in Idaho, I'm sure, but there's some pretty more down to earth people when I was there. You see some stuff in Idaho you don't see in any other state for sure. So don't tell me like Idaho's like any other state. I'm always pretty clear on that. So, yeah. Remember, Kiki, like I said, it's something again that he'll pour out a just measure. So when he returns, so we'll all be given according to our work, according to our works. And it's not works. If faith without works is dead, it's not works that gets us to his inheritance, obviously, but it's faith and faith alone. Only faith. That's just adding to your faith when we do these other things, which is nice, but the faith is what, if we stay anchored in faith, anchored in that faith as our faith, then we won't come adrift, if we will. So Red Dragon, nice. Thank you for the remember Revelation 13 said, and there'll be another great sign in the firmament, a great red dragon. The great red dragon. Heads of state, mounts, and 10 horns, or diems, right? Or crowns, right? These are, remember what these represent in scripture. So Revelation 13, a really beautiful time in history that I got to be a witness to in my days when I was here on this rock, were followed by the Revelation 12 sign. Remember, these things celestially don't always happen back to back, and scripture is not written like a book, like chapter 1 or 2, although there's a sequence of timeline, but the book's not written. They're just not written like that. You need to study one word at a time. Much better way to study it. But we did see that. I hope you understand in our timeline. I don't know, Red Dragon, if you were a witness to that, but that Revelation 13 sign is a firmament marker. That this is known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse of 2017. And this is when the sun went diagonally, the moon diagonally crossed. I have the Great Red Dragon Eclipse of 2017 tattooed on my body. I've done a lot of work on this ministry, on the 7-year Aleph symbol that took 7 years to create the Aleph or the X symbol over, but starting with the Great Red Dragon Eclipse. So, not sure what your name means, but dragon is something that is part of scripture and very biblical reference. The red dragon of 2017. We saw the Revelation 13 sign. Oh, hey, don't worry about it, man. I really would give it all, if you couldn't, because I feel like you need that. So please don't even, you don't have to ever give anything. Good comments are what I prefer, but I do appreciate just a mention, adding to the ministry. There's no minimum or no maximum that you have to contribute here. It never has to be monetary. I let you know that. Comments are more than gold and silver. Their weight in more than gold and silver to me, at least good comments, because it's a pretty amazing time. Most people don't know what I just told you about the Revelation 13 sign. And it says its tail will cast a third of the stars to this rock. So, and it literally did that on this rock. If you go back in the ministry, you can see the work that I've done on the putting the scale of the Draco, the dragon, the largest of the dragon constellations in the firmament. I don't know if you know much about the firmament. I don't know every single thing. I know the things that are relevant or revelation. I am revelation. That's what I reveal, is the celestial markers of past and future that, like astronomy, that align, in a certain time or in a certain location. I don't like to do the theory and astrology and all these other. I understand it more, but it's a little more complicated than people have to understand the Yuga cycles to start understanding that. And I don't want to try to sidetrack people with Yuga and the Kali, going back to Kali, the cycles of the. Yes, it started in 2017, and that was known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse, and that started that Alice symbol, which is pretty neat. Is it's all fake, dragon? That was all fake. It's all a bunch of Horcus Corpus, like the Catholics. They do their Horcus? They do their old smoke ritual. Seopoli, this magically turns this cracker into the body of Christ. But it wasn't real. And because if you study eclipses, and you can go back and see the work, eclipses happen at the nodes, and they happen as what's called the horizo, or a horizontal plane, and not at a diagonal or at a vertical plane. And they did that. And so I was able to nail these things before they ever happened, and made, quite a stink about it on the internet, like I'm making now about this 9/23, 1945, World War II equals World War III. Thank you, Nate, for that. I do appreciate those that have been able to follow. I bring in some pretty complex issues, and people have the attention span of a fly these days. They really do. And I know you guys don't, because you stay in here, but some people, it's hard to hold their attention for more than, a minute, 2 minutes. I talk to people, so I know. I'm not afraid to talk to anybody. So I can tell when somebody's not into the conversation that I'm saying. You can't fool me, especially if you're standing in front of me. So I do appreciate people who can have a attention span, larger than a fly. And you guys do spend a tremendous amount of time in here, and I do go through some pretty complex, some things that Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm just a dude, and I mean, I love the word, and I love the celestial firmament that tells this word that's written in this book. I mean, imagine Christ gave, and I don't do religion, but Christ gave this Revelation 13 sign to John at the island of Patmos, and he spoke of this sign of the dragon, the tail of Draco, which was above the ecliptic plane at the time of this sign of Revelation 13 that I'm telling you. And it literally took, it's Draco, the constellation, was above the ecliptic plane, its tail, and its body was below. And if you've studied Draco, you'd understand there are certain times where its body comes up and down, and it's very rare for it to do what it did. And again, it's just something you'd have to understand the cycles. And again, I'm not one of these persons where I know every single constellation, where it's at every single. I know the firmament markers that are in Scripture. I know the ones that it talks about in past in Scripture. I do know other star markers, but my trek through the stars is more focusing on these times where I'm birthed before the line to declare the line of the age, for one, which I'm always here. I don't ask for this. I'll always be here. And I know this sounds a little crazy, and I'll just be crazy like, no, but I'll always be here. If you're here at the time of the birth of the age, you'll always see me here. I'm always here. This is what I'm here to do. I'm here to declare the line. I live on the line. I'm trying to get back to the line. I know that probably doesn't make any sense to you, but I'm trying to get to equal door. Equal door is the line. That's the equator of this rock, rock that we live on. So, and I live right on one of the most important lines on this rock. I live where the actual oldest clothing on this rock was found, that predates anywhere on this rock. And actually, they've already said, in the cat's out of the bag, that Oregon, where I live in the Northern Hemisphere, is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. It will be announced what this place is someday. You'll all find out what this place that I live, and there are other places. It's not like that, but this place has history. They didn't find the oldest clothing right where I'm at for no reason. And if you look at geological features and topographical features on this rock, you'll start to see there's something different, very different about this place that's not anywhere else on this rock. And so that's why Father has me here too. So, I mean, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to move out here. This is where I've gone through hell since I've been here, and not a literal, but it's been a wild ride. But there are times too, brothers, sisters, that I want you to understand, like being at the right place at the right time. That's all Father's timing. But some of us are birthed during a certain time for a certain thing. I've been speaking about this through, kind of all day, about this unique ability that we were given. I didn't ask for this. This is who Father made me. So if you go back to the time of Christ, okay, he visited John at the island of Patmos, not John the Baptist, and he gave this revelation or this message to John. Remember, this was the gold mines, and the Revelation 12, we won't go over that, but 13, it said, then there'll be another great sign in the firmament. And this is one of these markers where Christ said, it talked about Draco, and it said the dragon. There'll be another sign, a great red dragon, the greatest of all the constellations in the celestial firmament. There's more than one dragon, is Draco, the dragon. And so Christ was speaking about a time where the tail of the dragon would be above the ecliptic plane, and it says that it will have 7 heads and 10 horns, and its tail will cast a third of the stars to earth. And what this was talking about is that Draco, the constellation's tail, was above the ecliptic plane. Its body was down here, down below. You could take, at the time, I already showed this, and you could take like the horizon, right? And you could take a third of the tail of the stars, because the way the constellation was moving, its tail with these stars and this third came down the way the rotation of the sky, and it took those third of the stars and it brought them down to the earth. And everybody was taking this as some literal physical, oh my God, the stars are going to come out, it's Armageddon. And I'm like, you guys are idiots. Just as the Revelation 12 sign was given, this was a celestial marker that he spoke of, was to be in the stars. The first birth of Christ was the physical birth. The second is in the celestial firmament. You got to understand the firmament, the way this works, or you're going to fall. You're not going to understand any of this. And that's fine. Not everybody gets it. I know that. Many are called, but few, or the word oligos, are chosen. So you don't need to know this to get to Christ. But I do know that Christ, my love, the word that I love so much, his words, he spoke these words to John, and he gave him this Revelation 13 sign where I was could be a witness in my own time to his words coming to celestially to life in the firmament. So now I have these words in this book that he spoke of 2,600 years plus ago, now coming to life in my own time in the celestial firmament, and I get to be a witness. Now, I don't care if you missed it, but I want to make sure when I'm here, because he births me, that not only do I declare the line, which is the age, that's why I am Revelation, I am Apocalypse, I am the last book. I didn't ask for that, remember? That's who I am. He birthed me to be this, who I am. I didn't ask to be Revelation. This is who he made me. He made me this. I minister this apocalypse so you can be lifted. I don't lift you. The word pulls the lies. That is the word Nephilim. Remember, Nephilim is a bully or a daemonion or a distributor of fortune. You call that word devil. Okay, that's not a word. That doesn't exist in Scripture. You add words to these old texts, you get a whole different meaning. That's why I try to bring you back to the aletheia, which is the word truth, so you'll understand that these truths are spoken in the celestial firmament. There's a clock above your head that's telling you the time. If you knew to where to look in the sky, it says there would be signs in the stars, in the sun, and in the moon. There would be signs in the stars of the second coming of Christ. So that celestial firmament marker was spoken by Christ to John at the island of Patmos, and you got to be a witness of it in your day. Is that not freaking insane? The words of that book are now coming to life in the celestial firmament above your head. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. I am Apocalypse. Welcome to Revelation. This is the new age. This is the age of error, where the kings, they'll be crowned. Remember, I come quickly, Revelation 3 and 11. Let no one take your crown. There's two kings. The skies will roll back like a scroll. The pit will open, brothers and sisters. It's here. They're doing this already. Welcome to the super 12,000 years. 6,000 years ago, this rock was flooded with water. Remember the promise of the rainbow? He's going to bring the fire. Remember, Lot, get your wife. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey. Turn yourself around. I'm bringing the fire, baby. Well, here we are, 6,000 years into the future. Water, hello? Somebody a faucet leaking there? That's deception. The age is over. We came into the age of air at the birth of Saturn and Jupiter, the same way they birthed Israel, little there that's in the desert. Jacob was a man who Father loved and called Israel. Let's get this straight. Remember, he was a man, and that became the tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel. When it mentions Israel in Scripture, just so you know, it's not talking about that place in the desert. So you know, these are things too that you would have to understand, the celestial firmament markers in a 1939 triple conjunction of Saturn and Melchizedek in Scripture, Chronos, the time marker. This is how they created this nation, 2,600 plus years. Remember, it's still a nation. I don't care. This nation, it's got its own issues. The United Corporation, stolen? No, Father allowed the genocide of this corporation, nation. Well, that's what you see now. Actually, he blessed this nation as the Mayflower Nation. It was a 400-year blessed nation, but that time's up. That started right exactly of the New Age. Wouldn't you know? That sign of the Mayflower Nation. Remember the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria? How did Father put that in Scripture? What do you know? Another nation founded by Masons.
All right. So I hope you understand where we're at. We're at a time where Christ spoke of this celestial firmament marker over 2,600 years ago. Were you a witness to the Revelation 13 great red dragon, celestial firmament marker? Do you have celestial eyes to see? He said, look up for your redemption. He's the Redeemer, the one who paid the price. It's a bought and purchased possession already from the foundation of the world. He already bought his bride. There'll be a wedding. This is about a wedding, not some religion. So glad he know that happens to be 5 million acres set up from light pollution. That means you ain't coming out here with your light. You better get a place out here before they sell all the rest of these places out here. I got a place for sale right now if you're interested. I just tapped my own thing there. Look at that. I'll sell pond water to Eskimos in Alaska. Careful, I'll sew you the shirt off your own back. No, just kidding. Hey, whatever. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not kidding. 2.5 million acres set apart from light, protected from light pollution. That means we don't want your lights out here. We'll put your lights out. Oh, just kidding. No, it's a great place, guys, to see the, if you ever wanted to see a place to see the stars, I'm at 4,500 feet. I mean, you can get up at 6, 7, 8,000 feet, not too far from here. And the view of the stars out here, there's just no lights. There ain't even no yellow light in this town. Oh, Mr. Toggy, you're going to knock over the live stream, Bago. So it's one of the most amazing places I've ever, honestly. If you looked earlier in the night sky, showed you all those pink clouds, lightning and stuff. It's the view of the stars out here is, I'm sitting at the very edge of the rim of the Great Basin. Okay. Very rim of the Great Basin. And this used to be underwater. Remember 6,000 years ago, I told you, this place was flooded. The whole rock flooded. Well, this valley, when it all dried out, this left an inland ocean. There was an inland ocean here that was fed from, this was a different time, but this was all 500 feet under the water. And they spoke 13 tongues in this valley. Native tongues were spoken right here in this valley. And people wandered from all over this rock. That's why the oldest clothing on this rock was found right here in Cow Cave, right here in Fort Rock. And this is a biblical place. This place is known for a lost tribe of red-headed giants that roam this valley. I've been invited to see them, and I don't want to see them. I already told there are people in the Hopi and this whole underground, these chasms that are under your feet that you've never been to, and I don't want to go. And I will never go. I'll refuse. I will never be taken underground, ever. I'm a surface dweller. I'm not born to go underground. I have a shelter 28 feet under the ground from where I'm at now, but I'm talking about literal underground cities that you don't see and you don't know anything about. And they've been here for thousands of years because they escaped these cycles from the sun. And we're in it now, just so you know, we're in it now. This is their time, where I told you earlier in the stream, where time overlaps itself. So we're in the super cycle. This is the 6th extinction cycle. You have already made it, believe it or not. What, 5 years into the 6th extinction cycle? You thought when you heard extinction that everything was going to die, huh? You don't know anything about extinction. You don't know anything about evolution. You shouldn't speak on any of those subjects at all, because 99% of the people I talk to, I don't care. Darwin renounced his theory of it. That's not what I'm talking about. Evolution is not growing a new thumb. That's not what evolution is. And extinction doesn't mean everything dies. So you need to stay. They actually go hand in hand. And extinction events, evolution, it makes, in a nutshell, extinction means species die down, not die off. Now, obviously, we've had die-offs of certain species, but they're still carrots, right? So carrots made through the last extinction 5 events. We still got bears, right? Lions, tigers. Oh, my. We ain't got no unicorns here, do we? We got rhinos. I mean, guys, come on. Extinction doesn't mean everything dies, but species die down and others will evolve in that time.
and flourish because of new species spring up. That is evolution, not man evolved from apes. Take your planet of the apes and go somewhere else. Father didn't create any planets. Hashtag ice wall. Hashtag beyond spaces east and west. There's no space. I'm a magi. I would know. Nobody's going to the stars. There's no such thing as big feet. Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok. We have giants, but not big feet. Alien is not a physical being. That is a word. Alien is foreign. Foreign. That means foreign. Not physical. There's no physical alien. Like it's a foreign dialect. It's a gloss of the tongue is foreign. Like it's alien. Alien tongue. Somebody slip you some alien tongue. Starting to sound a little predator up in here, huh? Too much television. There's no such thing as big feet. Yeti. None of this is all nonsense. There's nothing scriptural about any of it, so I just reject all of it. So if a man evolved from apes, once again, I'd like to see some monkey fossils. Big feet. Yeah, right? Remember Chewbacca had Wookiee with the Yeti? Oh, I mean Ewok. Albino Ewok. So we got a Yeti now. So giants are definitely a thing. People like to sensationalize things and make them bigger than they are, larger than life. Like a fairy tale. A fairy is a demon. That's a Celtic demon, and a demon is a liar. So most people are Nephilim. Nephilim is a bully. Nephilim is not a giant. Giant doesn't have any. Giant is the word Anunnaki, not Anakin Skywalker, idiot. Like I said, fairy tale. Fairy is a Celtic demon. An Arab demon is a genie. A demon is a liar or a distributor of fortunes, by definition. So, remember what Eddie Murphy said? Gus, your wife's a Bigfoot, isn't she? You shaved her down. You taught her how to walk. I can't do Eddie Murphy right now. I better get off here. Let's see what time we almost did 7 hours. Cool. I lost my shoe. Anybody old enough to remember Delirious? Any kids? They Bigfoots too, Gus. I know the Bigfoots. I took them over to the lake. They slammed their poles in the water and they put their heads down. They came up with the fishes in their mouth. They were looking at themselves. They said, "Goonie goo." Uh-oh. Some lady in red speaking the goody goo goo. So, all right. I had to do some Eddie Murphy before we go. I don't know if you guys are, none of you guys are that old in here, are you? Do you remember Eddie Murphy Delirious? So, we had to give you a little ape talk, your planet of the big feet, or the planet of the Yetis, or whatever you call them. Planets. What kind of person thinks they live on a planet? You don't live on a planet. There's no such thing as a planet. Where do you get the word planet? Where does that come from? Where do you get the word apes? Well, okay, there's apes, but where do you get big feet from? The Anunnaki? Those are giants. The word Nephilim does not have anything to do with how tall somebody is. No, you don't live on a planet. You're an idiot. Get out of here, child. Nobody lives on a planet. There's no such thing as planets. Too much childish television. You got stung by the spelling bee, didn't you? Started spelling spells and curses and spelling curses in cursive and too much tap water, I think. You got schooled, I can tell already. Public television, public schools, right? How many thousands of propaganda, indoctrination. Nation. Oh, go with the nation. Go with the flow. Do what we tell you. We went to the moon, right? We landed on a light, right? Hashtag beyond the ice wall. Welcome to outer space. All right, never mind. You guys are just too into this little realm, spinning on a ball, huh? Are you on a ball? Are you spinning on a ball? Are you in the ball camp? Which camp are you in? Band camp, ball camp? This one time in band camp, where you sticking your flute and who's paying pie? American Pie? To the Jews, oh, the white soul. That's pretty hilarious. Well, there's no such thing as Jews, but please translate the Farsi. Oh, you with Dr. Farsi there, James? You're the highest paid government official in the U.S. is Dr. Farsi. Or it's Falsey, never mind. But what are you doing in here, UFC? Now, why is it? What's happened to UFC? Let me have a conversation here. What the hell happened to UFC? They straight went woke, and I don't like how the change is all. It's stupid now. What happened to the UFC? Now they're gonna have fights at the White House and whatever. Trump's been calling people inside the ring and going to all the shows. So I'm losing it for the UFC, and I don't care how good the fights are, but it's just starting to, man, oh man, I spoke up too soon, guys. Thinking that this thing was, I still don't think we have staged fights at this point, but I was saying it was kind of more like a professional thing, like a sport, but they're just making it more entertainment now. And so it's losing its, it's losing its luster, if you will. It's shine. It's facet face. You get licked in a few times in the face. It gives you a chance to shine. You know anything about a facet and a diamond? Shine bright like a diamond, harden like a diamond. Oh, never mind. It'll cut through glass, remember? Those aren't for real diamonds. Nobody answered my wonder if orange hair will get in the ring. You wouldn't want to see that in the ring. That man take off that suit. He does not look pretty. You've seen what the Simpsons just did. They did a pretty good. I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to his body size. I don't think they overdid it. So. Well, no, it wasn't. It just that's fine, and I understand that because I don't do left or right, but it wasn't about that. The UFC wasn't about that. See what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It sucked because it wasn't about that. It was like two people could beat the snot out of each other. We're not trying to curb stomp each other and be professionals about it. And I said, hey, I think this is the only thing that's actually organic right now. Everything else is a bunch of freaking nonsense. It's all rigged. It's all paid off. The NFL's not real. Basketball. It's all, these people go in there and put their hearts in this, and then they don't get overpaid as far as I think they're not overly wealthy or rich or somewhere really true, and there still are. But the whole thing itself is just taking a very slippery slope with the political nonsense and the, yeah, that's where I think it's just, it's going to go fast now too. Watch it. They're just not going to, I don't know. We'll see. I looked a little bit of that update of that last card. I didn't really get to watch much of that, but I don't know. Kind of like Bryce, Bryce, was it Bryce Mitchell bringing up the whole flat earth and I like that he brings up Christ. I think that's cool and all, but they're just politicizing that too. They're making him look like he's some idiot to take away from the whole. So I do like that there is good fights though. And at this point in time, I don't think we're seeing staged fighting. So, which is awesome because, it seems like everything else out there is just a big act, you know, kind of like the Tyson Jake Paul fight or whatever. I mean, come on. Just and we would know with that because that's boxing. That's always. I mean, Don King. We know that they set that, you know. But uh, I don't know. Maybe I could filter it, filter it for now. And but I don't know. I don't know. Too much Trump. Too much White House. Too much political nonsense. You know. Because I really think there's some really skilled fighters that go in there and you know they're very skilled. That's a I grew up rolling around on the concrete, so I can appreciate guys that are not trying to kill each other, that can hurt each other without sending each other, literally to the emergency room. Some control, I guess, if that makes sense. Much easier to take a man and make him stop breathing or whatever, put him in a whatever. We got a lot of pressure points. We'll leave it at that. I don't want to start talking, but this isn't something again where I think that any of these guys are coming in there and being paid to throw fights. So maybe I'm wrong, um, but I said what I had said is recently, and then I'm going to get off this subject. We'll leave it alone. Is that I thought that Sugar, the Sugar Show, um, he was overdoing it a little bit with the. I don't care that he does the hair thing. He can get a little jazzy or whatever, do whatever he wants with his hair, but the whole cannabis thing with him, it just got a little too far into his. It's okay if they do it. I don't care if they do it. I use cannabis, but it just got a little overblown, and he started getting a little too big. You know, um, you know what I'm saying? And I like, and he kind of scaled it down, and I thought that was pretty cool the way he kind of did it on his own. He just scaled it back, and I thought, well, that's pretty cool. I mean, it seems like there's not too many fighters. I mean, you got the Conor McGregor and you got some, but it never seems to get overblown. But they went straight into this politic crap. So I don't know. I don't know how much more of this stuff. Like I said, if they keep doing this politicizing, fighting, having Trump show up at every match, and I don't know if I even want to watch it anymore. I'll turn something off like that real quick. And that sucks because I've always, since Pride fighting, I always thought that's different than what they got going today. Back then, they were trying to beat the brakes off each other. This is a much more like a sport, and it's proof that two guys can get in the ring and beat the crap out of each other and still be friends. And that's what I thought that was really cool about it, is that, yeah, they would kind of make a good guy and a bad guy, but not overdo it, not too much, a little bit. And then they go in there and they'd shake hands at the end of the match. It never was a nothing. It all got squashed right there. They shook hands and it got squashed, because that's the way things used to work when I grew up. Because I'm old. You had gotten to deal with the school bully half the school year. You'd be tangled with each other. You finally went out there and knocked the crap out of each other. Not to try to, just. I grew up. That's why I grew up fighting. So, but anyways, you knock the crap at each other and you get up, you shake hands, and you're best friends for the rest of the year. And it was done. It was over with. People could settle a squash it, something. And it wasn't always like that, because, some people are just kind of have a little ego or a chip on their shoulder. And I used to warn people when I was younger. I said, I don't fight everybody, because my dad taught me that, you don't need to fight everybody. And I realized that some people are going to have to fight 2 or 3 times. They want that title. They think that title's theirs. And when you take the title from them, they want it back. So careful who you throw, your hands with, because some people don't want to just fight you one time. Well, that was back in the day. It's kind of a little bit different then, whatever. But, like, people are known for that. You fight that guy, you're going to have to fight him 2 or 3 times. He won't just, you can beat him up, but he's going to want to come fight you again, but then see, that was the same thing. It was like he was trying to get the title. That's how me and my brothers always fought. for the title, if you will. You know, it wasn't like you were trying to hurt somebody so bad that you were going to send them to the emergency room. You were just trying to get or keep the title or earn the title. And that's the way kind of, if that makes sense, you know. So it's like my son growing up, you know, he was very rowdy, you know, Elijah, I remember him and, you know, his buddies in Idaho and stuff, they used to freaking beat the snot out of each other. But they weren't trying to hurt each other. They were wrestlers, you know what I'm saying? Too. They all wrestled. So they were trying to get each other, and people used to like, dude, they're going to hurt each other in there. They'll be all right. They're boys. You got to let boys be boys. You know what I'm saying? Nobody lets boys be boys anymore. You know, like I said, I grew up in a time where we weren't trying to kill each other. Like I said, beat the brakes off each other. What you were trying to do is just get the, yeah, no, we're still shadow banned, obviously, but, and it's not like that. And that's what I thought that was kind of cool about UFC fighting, is that they can come in there like grown ass men or women, make up a little bit of a story for them, a little bit of a good, little bit of bad promotion. They fight each other, they shake hands, and they come out, and it's, you know what I'm saying? It's done. It's over with. It is, you know, the fighters get paid and they move on to the next fight. That's what I always thought. It's kind of classy, is what it was. And now they've just politicized it. So I'm not sure why they needed to take this thing. And it's probably because I opened up my damn mouth. So, you know, it's all right. That's what happened. So, and Trump had already showed up, you know, I think once or twice, you know, but I remember the first time he showed up, I'm like, never seen no seated president show up to some sporting event. I mean, this has got to be the stupidest thing ever, but leave it to Trump to do something like that. You know, he's going to, I don't doubt anything can happen. Look how far are we into his administration right now? Seems like it's been 50 years since Trump's been in office this time. Freaking, it's a nightmare, man. And I don't care about the dude, but just the whole situation is just out of control. So, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that testimony about Elijah. He just did. He is always, Elijah's just been he did that a lot. He liked to give away his toys and stuff. And he liked to share and liked to share the word. He liked to talk about God too. Elijah never worried about talking about God and never cared about what anybody said. And so thanks for making that conversation more than a dozen. But she knows, I don't say knew, but he's just, like I said, he was a good kid compared to me. I wasn't a good kid. So, uh, yeah, there you go. Stuff like that, painting the car, just things like that. He just liked to do little things, and it's the way Elijah was. I'm very blessed to have him. I didn't even think our guys was going to ever have kids. So to have Elijah to me was something like, it was like my miracle, you know, because I got tested when I was married with my wife, and they told me, look, man, we didn't need 3 samples, or, you know, I didn't think I'd ever have a kid. And to have Elijah is such a blessing. So pretty neat to have him, because I got told from a young age that I probably wouldn't be able to. I wasn't sterile, but I was riding that line, you know, of being, you know, um, so he is my blessing. Elijah is my blessing. And I know that um, he just, like I said, to me, he's a miracle. And not like that, because father, he was birthed, obviously, but I just never thought I was going to be able to have a child. And that really deflated me when I was young and when I got tested. And so it hurt me. And so, um, nice. But he was growing up, and he loved to share, and he just wasn't mean and ornery, and he played with kids that are younger, and he could play with kids that were older, and he just seemed to, you know, he was all around. Like I said, he was just a good kid. He wasn't perfect. Elijah wasn't perfect. Things he got into, but he didn't get in trouble in school. He never got expelled. He never got, he got in trouble with the teachers, but not like in trouble for like questioning the teachers and talking about things that he shouldn't be talking about that were a little more advanced than because I'd homeschooled him a lot about, or the ways he was being taught. I could teach him ways that they weren't teaching him in school. And then, he kind of have it, well, how I'm still getting the straight answer. I'm still getting the right answer. My dad taught me to check my work. They were trying to teach him not to check his work and do this. And I'm like, so he'd have little issues like that, but he'd never got in trouble. And so things like that, I never, like I said, and I think that has a lot to do with me. It does. I'm the first one to ever get him in trouble because it was Dad's political doing, because you can ask even, like that's pretty amazing because you remember at the time when I'm, like I said, that's crazy how long I've known you. That was like at the time of the Boston bombing and stuff. Remember back then? And this was in like math, right? And the way I taught him the basic way, if I'm older, the basic way of algebra, very simple, how to check your work. You always know what you're going to have, what your grade is. No, they want them to learn all these weird, it's like this Common Core crap, 2 + 2 = 5. I don't know how the hell they get these children. They confuse them is what they do. And what they do this on purpose. I know what they do this on purpose. They do this so you can't teach your children. So you can't sit down and spend time with your kids. Because the way we were taught and the way they teach them is something different. And that's why he could learn the way they want him to get to the same answer. And he knew that. So he would challenge them on that. Well, why can't I just want to do it this way. Let's go to school and be social. And when he was younger, he did. But, when he got older, pretty much, it just became a challenge. Everything became a challenge because he was far more taught by me. Many things I could teach him that were, these things are these high school things he's teaching. He's talking about things that he's supposed to be in college, and I had that thing when he was in junior high school. These are high school things he's talking about, and he's in junior high school, or what they call middle school. So they didn't want him to get too far advanced because he was distracting sometimes, not getting in trouble, but being distracting is to get his work done too soon, or he wasn't challenged enough. He's a smart kid. Elijah could talk at a very young age. You know what I'm saying? And Nicole could remember that because he was like a little keychain that he could say so many things at such a young age. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But anyway, so yeah, but like I said, everything they teach him now is a completely different way of teaching. There's not the basic, it doesn't matter. All the basic they taught us was all completely different. They have a whole different, this Common Core teaching is this. It's like ways around. I don't understand how the 2 + 2 is never going to equal 5. But they've got these kids figured somehow that this is okay with these answers. And so you guys, we're going to find out later in history that they just literally just try to confuse the hell out of these kids with that Common Core crap because it doesn't make any sense. I've looked into it and I understand because I had to bring myself up in math. I couldn't read, write, add, subtract, multiply, divide in the 4th grade. I had to learn how to start like rounding up and to help myself learn how to whole numbers, and I self-taught myself, but that's kind of like their Common Core, but it doesn't make any sense. It just does not make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Yes, 2 + 2 = 5 in Common Core. They're chopped Stewie. And we know that. So don't come in here and be some dipshit trying to support this fucking Common Core math bullshit, okay? apparently you don't have any fucking kids and you don't know what you're talking about there. You take your old chop suey ass out of here. Absolutely. They've got so many variants in their incorrect problems to just confuse the shit out of these kids. So get out of here. Apparently you didn't do anything and you didn't spend any time with your fucking kids to teach them the basic math and then teach them the way they're teaching them now, because it's not the same. Not at all. And they just teach them to be slaves, okay? They teach them to be slaves. Teach them a bunch of false bullshit about a bunch of fucking lies. I found out when I went to college and got out of school that most of that was just a bunch of bullshit. So I'm glad that I was able to homeschool my child and keep him away from a bunch of the bullshit they taught him, and that he could filter off a lot of this. So, anyways, they do confuse the shit out of them, and 2 + 2 does equal 5 in this stupid Common Core bullshit, because I've seen it, and there's more than one way for them to get to that same equation, which doesn't even add up. And it's okay because you're close enough to like in Oregon, they don't even have to pass fucking grades. They don't even teach these kids anything anymore. They don't even have to pass any tests and shit. It's disgusting, some of the stuff they've done to these children. Just absolutely just confuse them, basically, is all they're doing. Just telling them one thing and doing something else. Just pure evil, Oh, well, guess what? Trump's going to get rid of the Department of Education. Everything's good now, remember? So, no, it's crazy. I don't agree with parents sending children to public schools. It's indoctrination. They don't teach them how to learn, even in college. I went to college before I joined the military, when I was in the military, and after. And I got a 8-point GPA in college after, and they teach you the same damn thing in college now. They teach you how to test. There's not a lot of learning, not a lot of thinking, not a lot of theory going on. It's not in the book. It's not up for discussion. They teach you how to get the right answer. They teach you how to be a worker bee. They don't teach anybody how to think. Not really. Not very much. Not like they used to. They used to have an actual, college was actually a place where a man could, theorize, or a woman, and use the scientific method and use the scientific. Not anymore. Like I said, if it's the constant, it's climate change, but it's our sisters. Like I said, I know that most people don't see the public school system for what it is. They just use it as a babysitter for their children. They don't really give a shit what happens in their children's lives when they go to school. It's minimum. It really is very low. It's gotten to where, again, I think it's better to keep your children away from this public lies, public school. They're schooling them to be servants, worker bees, and they're not teaching them how to think, critically think for themselves. And not everybody can do it. I know that, Nicole. Not everybody can do it. It's not everybody can do it. It's not easy to do. I understand that. So I hear you. But you're a part of his learning. Some parents don't do that, Nicole. They don't step in and question. And, I used to go to the school a lot. Remember, I was a single dad, so I could be involved in his life. Was a contractor, private contractor, so I had time to, work for myself. I could be involved in his schooling a lot. And when he was going to school, it seemed like I was, having to go there and kind of help the teachers learn how to navigate themselves the way that Elijah was. He wasn't some average kid. He wasn't a bad kid at all, because that's not who it wasn't his problem. He was just a little too more advanced, than just taught him a little too much, a little too early, I guess. It always kind of got ahead of him, Yeah, that's the old school, man. I miss my boy a lot. I hate thinking that he's looking over his shoulder right now. I was explaining that to somebody else, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to ever stop looking for him. And one day I'm going to find him again. And I found him, and I know I found him. I know where he was at. I really wish the cops would have went and at least looked for him. But, somebody's got to advocate, because nobody's going to look for him. His mom doesn't care. Cannot believe that I found out that she brought all his stuff to his stepdad's house. She just doesn't care about him. So I feel blessed if I don't ever see him again. At least I got to spend 25 years with him. And I told him that, before I saw him last. I said that we were blessed to get to be together for so long. I only got to spend 8 years with my dad. So I hate to think that he's alive and he's looking over his shoulder and his wife is with him and they're suffering, or they're not living a regular life. They're not living a comfortable life. They're not comfortable, but they have to be looking over their shoulder, and I don't want that for him. And again, if he's suffering and he's in pain and I'm not out there looking for him, what kind of father does that make me, or what kind of dad does that make me? I don't care that he's 25 years old. You don't stop taking care of your kids when they turn 18. That don't work like that. Not a true parent. And he's not trying to without having to worry about getting in trouble when he already did everything he was supposed to do times 2. So I don't know what to do other than to keep looking for him. And like I said, I just gave $15,000 worth of precious metals up. It took me a long time to get that. I mean, not that long, about 15 months, but I was supposed to pay for the ministry, and I had to take and put it towards the attorney. So I had a court date today, and they set a court date for the 25th of next month. So we'll see. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Nicole. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That leads me to believe that there's something he could have. How, and please don't give up his names, but how many names, you know what I'm saying? No, it's not. It's just a hearing. Nicknames, to get away from him and be so third party that it wouldn't even be. And it doesn't even have to be contact. It could be, I'm alive, I'm dead, I'm here, I'm kidnapped, anything, something. Nothing doesn't make sense. Nothing makes more sense that Marshall has taken him and put him somewhere, and he's either holding him against his will, or he has killed him. And that's why I reported him as murdered. And Adron, and they won't do anything about it. Remember, they won't do anything about it. I reported my fucking son dead, and they won't do anything. Instead, I got threatened to be thrown in jail. And then I reported it last time when they wanted to take me to trial, and then they threatened to throw me in jail again. And said it was gibberish to say that my son was possibly murdered in the county that the judge was from. I've been threatened how many times to be thrown in jail trying to help my son. I mean, all this is over him. I didn't have no charges. I don't have a criminal record. I'm just a dad helping his kid out. And I end up getting 6 I'm facing right now. More time probably than he would even face. So alive, and then I'll be able to go to jail. If that's what happens to me, that's fine. But I need to find him before that day happens. If and when. Because I'm not going to settle or rest. It's just hard for me to go to bed every night. And, if he's suffering somewhere, I want to go to him. If your kids are suffering, you're going to do something, right? That's what a dad does. A parent does. You don't have to be dad. You can be dad or a mom. See what the hell's going on with his mom. So he just doesn't have anybody to look for him. And it makes sense that his wife is with him. And she must be suffering too. So they've already suffered enough, more than enough. So I don't want either my son or daughter suffered. He made a mistake and he fixed it, and then he got, he times two, he got double jeopardy. They made him an indentured slave to fucking probation. That was stupid. And then his wife was going to work with him. She's working 5 days a week. Years she's been at that job. And then she goes and works 2 more days a week with him to try to make sure they get it. And that's 7 days a week that lady's working. And now that's my daughter, and I have not been able to rest since I know they grenaded her. I haven't. I lay there at night just going, what the hell? She's innocent. She has nothing to do with this. And she had already been grenaded. And a lot of that's because of me, because of my activism. Remember the Boston bombing? Hey, we're going to have bombs in America. Like, what's Tracy talking about? There ain't been no bombs since 9/11. Yeah, bombs. Remember I kept saying that? Bombs in America. Bombs. Got that one right, didn't I? I've been doing this for a while, and they don't like that about me. And they target Elijah because of that, and that sucks. Because I'm a vet, because I'm a constitutionalist, because I speak up about our tyrant government. And they take it out on my son. They take it out on other people that are around me. That's why my son doesn't even want to be around me, because he knows he'll be affected by that. He already has been. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah, she didn't want to be a part of his life, and that's fine. I was happy, to try to remember 2 times she hurt him again because I forced her on him. I forced his mom on him, and she hurt him. And I don't even need to say what she did, but she, and I mean did some serious things that never needed this beyond even comprehension. So, he's been through so much. He's been through so much. I think my life is hard. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be Elijah John Werner. I don't. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be his wife. He's a lot of dude to handle. He loves the word more than he loves anything else. And he's kind of like his dad. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So he gets pretty set in his ways when he knows he's right about something, and he won't come off of it, especially if he's done his homework. So he don't like to be bent over like that, and he won't. So I don't know. I don't get a good feeling about Marshall. I think Marshall has everything to do with it, Got a good, yeah, well, been there, Nicole, you know what I'm saying? Look how many years, 8 years I would try to get Elijah away from that abuse. Turns out the person who was supposed to be helping him stay away from the abuser was abusing him as well. Never would have thought that. Imagine that smack in life. Get smacked by the person that's supposed to be protecting him from the abuser is abusing him as well, doing the same thing to him. Nobody ever did anything like that to me. I was a babysitter when I was young, whatever, but not especially your own kin. That's disgusting. And I cannot believe, it is what it is. And then I actually, because I talked to her about it and she got all bent. And I'm like, I was working when he first reported that. He was with, his Nana. So I came home to, after work to something, because the hell's all this about? And then it was me who did it. I'm like, he wasn't even my care when he reported this for the very first time, what was going on, and then it kind of blew up after that. So I can't imagine, like I said, the stuff he's been through. So oh, no worries. Don't worry about it. I have nothing to hide, Dragon. Don't worry about it. I appreciate it. I got to get out of here and spend some time here. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in, you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate thank you for sending me that Psalms. Obviously, I saw that and I looked at that, and I know it's Father just beating the snot out of me, and it is what it is. I can't change. Father will do whatever he wants to do in my life. But again, I'm not going to stop looking for Elijah or for Adron and if I catch 100 more charges, I don't care, but I need to keep myself out of jail. So looks like I'm probably going to have to take it to trial if, just because they're going to probably try to push me as hard as they can. I don't see anything else other than that happening. So I got to get in gear out here and come up with another $5,000. So all my silver and gold's pretty much got a little bit of, some spare change here, but that's, not going to cover. So I need to, well, that's what I was hoping, Nicole. I didn't care. That's why I gave up the precious metals. Like, I don't care. Even if this just locates Elijah and I went to jail and I find out he's alive, and I'm not going to probably go to jail. I have a good attorney, but remember, I didn't do anything. All I did is use my mouth. They assaulted me. They're the one who hit me in the face with a grenade. They're the ones who grenaded. They battered, Adriana. They battered Elijah. They assaulted it. They shot Elijah. They grenaded me in the face. So I will be filing civil lawsuits after this is over, and I've got to get through the criminal case. So I've got to keep myself out of jail so that I can help Elijah. I'm not going to help Elijah by being in jail. I got to keep myself from going. So I got to do this criminal case first, even if it just locates Elijah. It would have been worth it to me. I mean, you know how I work. You've been around me. I'm a horse trader. I don't just, I work hard for what I have. But either way, I know that Father's got his hand in this. And if he didn't want this to be this way, it wouldn't. So whenever he's ready for this case to change or whatever they're going to do in this case, it is what it is. But it just was, it's hard today to go to and then to finally get this attorney and then set it for a hearing. But see, I just have to sit here, remember Elijah went missing in September. It's almost September. You know what I'm saying? It's almost September. It's been almost a year since he's been missing. And it just doesn't seem like anybody else is looking for him. So I'm going to keep that going no matter what. And yeah, I think it just, I wouldn't know what else to do other than to be a dad, not a lot, Nicole, not much. I mean, some, but I've just spent so much time on this case. I really have. I just have not. It's really slowed me down, and I'm bummer because the whole summer is almost gone, but I don't care. I don't care about these worldly things. They don't mean anything to me. I just want to share the gospel and let go of everything I own. I don't want to own anything ever again. I don't need to own anything. I don't. I'm all over owning things. Remember, I didn't buy this land for me anyway, so I don't need to own things. Although I have some strange things, and I'm an eclectic, weird type of guy. It's just one-off stuff. It's just a bunch of junk even out here, but it's my junk, It's my junk set up in an orderly arrangements, if you will. So, but that's the way I've always done things, and so that's just who I am. But I appreciate it. Everybody's coming here. I'll continue to update with you, and let you guys know what's going on. But not a court date till, I'm saying, the 24th. So I got some time to sit here and just, I don't know. All I want to do is go look for Elijah and try to figure out where he's at. So we'll be back. We'll come back. What was that? No, I think there's something just got knocked over out there. But okay. Thank you, brothers, sisters, for your support. Thank you for those 63 thumbs up. Cool. 63 people think I'm not nutty. So you guys are a blessing. No, you truly are. I don't know how to have made it through these last 15 months without having this ministry. It's been a relief valve for me to kind of let some of these things let go out here. I think I'd have been, the dogs get again tired of listening to me. He's whining right now, and the walls don't want to listen to me too much anymore. So love you, brothers, sisters. Stay in the word. Father's got his hands on all these things. Remember, Father created all things, and we truly have nothing to be anxious about. I'm just a dad that wants to call out to his son because he could be in pain or in hurt. But I know Father has Elijah right where he wants him, and and Adriana too. So that I can keep 100% faithful in, and I know that if he wants Elijah to suffer right now, then Elijah knows that too. I am sure that Elijah loves the word, and he knows that Father created all things. So if he's suffering right now, he does know that Father wants that for him, like I'm suffering. Just it is what it is. So um, all things after his own counsel. He said, I do things for my own pleasure. And so he pours out a just measure. So he's not going to do this in vain. It won't be worthless. He will pour out a just measure, no matter who does what in this case or whatever happens. If people get away with something in this lifetime, they won't be able to pass through judgments without paying that measure then. So I'm feeling confident and faithful that Elijah knows that too, and he's not trying to hurt anybody, and he didn't. He's not violent. He's not a violent man. He's a good young man. So I'm hoping that maybe he left the country or something. I don't know, man. But just not contact me in almost a year is very strange. Very, 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 very strange. So I've got motive to who I think, did whatever might have been done to him, but I can't get the law enforcement to do anything. Instead, they just threaten to throw me in jail. And so I'm appreciative that I have you guys, because like today I was a little concerned, but they just set a court date. So we'll get it worked out. If you want to donate to this ministry, hit that thumbs up button, leave a comment. Comments in the section are always appreciated during the chat. So appreciate those that speak up. I'll get off here. I'll speak to you guys again the next time. We'll come in here. We'll do another live stream, another broadcast. Stay in the Word. I don't know what else is in this world more than the Word. You're not supposed to love anything more than the Word. Truly. I mean, I put it that simple. You love anything more than the Word, you're not worthy of his kingdom. So you're not going to receive your inheritance unless that's kind of your number one moral compass, your A priority. So I try to keep that myself personally with all this, suffering. I try to remember it's not in vain. Father is doing this for a reason. He doesn't do this for, it's not miscalculated. He knows exactly what he's doing. So hopefully all this pain and suffering, there'll be a treasure will await if I'm patient and I don't, overreact. So thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me be a part of your lives too, guys. I know a lot of you guys spend a lot of time here. And so I might not ever see you guys in this lifetime, but I know that's a blessing to have people to be with on the other end. I never had that except for Elijah. That I couldn't put a price on. Truly, I couldn't put a price on that, guys. Imagine not having anybody that I've yoked with other than my son. I just don't know anybody that well. Although I've known Nicole for a dozen years, and she is a sister in Christ. We're just not, and not taking anything. She knows what I'm saying. I think we have a good friendship and a good, relationship in our friendship and stuff. But, I'm talking about people 100%. And normally it's somebody in your family and somebody you've known from high school. You know what I'm saying? So we're working on that though with my sister in Christ here, Nicole. Though I really feel like she's one of those. She's come a long way from when I first met her. Not like that. From me too. We both come a long way from just being a little bit more. I don't think she celebrates anything anymore. I think she just stays in the Word. She's always loved. She has a mad passion for the Word. So I know that about her. But she doesn't do these worldly things anymore. She just less and less and less and less. The more I've known her and more. So I really think there's a good chance I'll be with her on the other end as well. And that's amazing because I didn't have that before this ministry, brothers. I really didn't. I just don't keep up with people. I'm horrible about it. I am. I'm terrible. It's my fault. I don't keep up with anybody. They don't. I might read your emails, but I might always write back. So, I normally read emails. I just don't always get back to people. So I'm really bad at keeping up with people. But I'm really glad that I did keep up with my sister, Nicole. And just a brief story. I deleted everybody on my Facebook, brothers, years ago that had anything to do with Christmas. it was a Christmas thing. I'm like, fuck this. This is 2020, what, 3 or something like that. I'm like, you don't figure it out by now. We got the interweb. I don't want to hear it. No excuses. But something told me, don't delete this. She's your sister in Christ. She loves the word. She's struggling to, she's trying to find her way. And Father's drawing her to her. Don't give up on her. And, because I did everybody else. I was like, I don't care. I don't want it. I eat my own mom. Anybody. I didn't care. No more of this crap. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm a Scrooge. But that's been years ago. And I'm thankful because we've had some amazing conversations talking about her daughter and sharing the word. And I couldn't trade that. That's worth, it's priceless. So love you, Sister Nicole. I really do appreciate, it's good to know that you love this word a lot. It's hard to find people that love the word as much as you do. And I know that you love it and you share that with Bentley. And that's a big thing with the kids too. All the kids you're around, all the kids you watch, you know what I'm saying? You make that a part of their life. Ooh, I'm getting chills. Ooh. You know what I mean? No, that's part of who you are. It's who you are. It's who you represent. It is who you are. If you deny me in front of your friends and your family, I'll deny you in front of my Father. You don't deny it anywhere you go. You're not afraid to speak up about it. And that's what I like about you, is I don't want to be around people who want to hide Christ. I don't want to hide Christ in my life. I want him to be a part of everything I do. That's what I like. God doesn't do everything, does he? Yeah, well, he creates all things. So in my eyes, I just wanted to be a part. So yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. And that's and you don't overdo it too. You know what I'm saying? You still have a life. Kind of like, I know I have a life, do a lot of other things, and you still have a life. But it's always there. It's just part of who you are. It's a part. It's the whole, but right, it's part of who you are. Most people are so afraid of that. They can't seem to figure that out. You can't, gotta let them take the wheel, right? People can't figure out how to do that. Oh, I don't know how to give life to God. Just give him your life, for Christ's sake. He'll figure it out for you. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would, he said. So he will take the reins for you, but you gotta, so that's what I've seen. Again, this Nicole in here do more and more. She's just given over her life, and Father is just taken over, and that's what steers her moral compass, is that. And so I like having conversations. And again, she even came out here one time, and because I'm a dog breeder, and I gave her one of my animals because I knew she'd be an amazing owner. And because obviously I got one dog on the farm for her, why would I not kind of return the favor? But amazing pet owner too, which is nice, good stuff. All right, brothers and sisters, I'm going to burn up all my phone battery here because my thing died here, so I better get off here. Love you, appreciate your time, stay in the word. Yes, yeah. And we'll see you again on the next High Desert Faith and Truth broadcast. Definitely leave a comment if you can after the stream, if you'd like. And then this is a shadow ban channel, so you might want to check. Sometimes we have people who are not getting notification buttons. Lady in red just said that. So I can't help if they unsubscribe you. So you might want to check to make sure that you do say subscribe to the channel. I'm not here to try to make the channel blow up. I don't care if we ever get one more subscriber. It doesn't matter to me. I want the people that we're here to stick. Okay. The body we have. If Father adds more, that's his will, not of mine. So that the channel does that on its own. So I do, yeah, see, Lady in Red. So it happens. So if you get unsub, it's probably, I didn't do it. You might want to check back whenever you come in and do your, whatever, how often you frequent the tube here, but you might want to make sure you subscribe. I do, we do see people fall off from time to time, and I think people just forget, and it happens because life goes on. I don't think I'm that darn important, guys. I'm not that important, not by any means, but the channel itself, I do believe it is. So it's a place to fellowship. So we come back and fellowship with other brothers in the narrow way. All right. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.